This is an amazing story about a young man who unexpectedly awakens a mysterious system of insect dominance, as even small insects are capable of evolving, attacking enemies, and developing unique talents. 300 years ago, a mysterious will of heaven suddenly appeared. Countless secret kingdoms descended to the earth, and numerous dangerous dungeons opened up everywhere. The planet, which had huge, thriving metropolises, has changed radically and dramatically, and can never again become the same and safe. After this, many powerful and ferocious monsters came to Earth, which almost completely exterminated all defenseless humanity. Their vast legions of hideous and vile creatures constantly and mercilessly attacked the few remaining humans. After the first destructive waves of chaos, awakened ones began to gradually appear, possessing a special and truly incredible supernatural power. Many of them successfully changed their class and gained power, which allowed them to achieve important victories over monsters and save the world from complete destruction. They possessed enormous destructive power, and therefore were able to give a worthy rebuff to the enemies and save the almost destroyed and devastated world. To continue fighting monsters, they explored secret locations in search of riches and rare materials, and states began to develop these people. Levels of awakening also vary and are divided into common, rare, hidden, and divine. Some people are given divine-level skills, and this immediately sets them apart from the rest, causing admiration and envy. One of the young men receives an extremely low grade, and this event causes him strong emotions that he cannot hide. At this time, a group of students begins to pay attention to their comrade. The young people look closely at the guy, and begin to wonder with curiosity what level he is at, whether he is truly divine. When Jian touched the crystal, it began to emit a blinding light, rapidly disappearing into the endless sky above their heads. Powerful energy flows rise higher and higher, covering the entire space around with their pressure and brightness. These streams then intertwine and form a huge spreading tree in the sky, consisting of pure energy. The young man sighs with relief and thinks with hope that perhaps everything happened quite successfully and without any unpleasant consequences. At this moment, the director appears. He approaches the guy and congratulates him on becoming the pride of the academy, after which he demands to quickly tell which class exactly awakened in him as a result of this ritual. Jian smiles kindly at the man and calmly informs him that he has not awakened the desired combat class, as everyone expected. This unexpected statement greatly surprises the director. His eyes widen, and he asks in bewilderment if this is really a support class. A bright energy aura flares up on the guy's palms, and he solemnly announces that he has awakened the life support class and is now a master of divine-level astral cultivation. The boy confidently declares that he can now control the growth of plants, but the director thinks that this is terrible, since the life support class is useless. A nearby teacher gently asks the young man not to be upset, since at least it is safe, and masters of astral cultivation are highly valued. Jian is disappointed to report that the previously promised study abroad trip has been cancelled, but the teacher can offer some helpful advice. The young man politely thanks him and says that he will definitely think about this proposal, after which he apologizes for the rush and leaves them. It turned out that instead of the divine combat class, Jian had only received the despised creation class, and the disciples immediately began to mockingly discuss his failure. Those around him take undisguised pleasure in mocking the boy, saying that he worked so hard and was the king of the school just for some kind of life support class. Hearing these evil ridicule, Jian only smiled calmly and thought bitterly that these people had recently called him brother. He ponders gloomily over what is wrong with the support class and slowly extends his hand, after which a system screen appears above his palm. According to the system notification, Jian successfully completes class awakening and obtains the divine class spiritual master, while unlocking the insect queen. Turning his head to the side and looking at the system window that appeared, he can't help but smile with satisfaction, thinking that this class is perfect for him. The protagonist's name is Jian, and after death he is reborn in an awakened world full of monsters and dungeons, where respect belongs only to the strong. After the global catastrophe and the end of the Dark Era, numerous dangerous dungeons and ferocious monsters remained everywhere. The boy clearly remembers that from this turning point, strength became paramount for survival in a cruel world. He was reborn into this world as a defenseless orphan, and, in order to gain a foothold in it, he trained and tried his best until he was 18 years old. He spends long hours not only in the gym, but also in diligent study, immersing himself in the study of many complex scientific disciplines. He thought he could only rely on himself, but a month ago this mysterious and strange system suddenly awakened. The boy begins to seriously consider that the insects that once caused enormous damage to humanity are incredibly powerful creatures. He heard that during the last disaster, 9 of the 12 human kings heroically sacrificed themselves to seal the insects. He is once again convinced that in their harsh reality, strength means everything. And with it, there is no fear of anyone or anything. The guy clenches his fist tightly and resolutely thinks that as long as it is useful, he doesn't care about anything, even if it is the power of insects. His eyes flash a bright blue light as he agrees to the drastic changes and firmly orders the system to be activated immediately. Inside the system, he begins to look around curiously and feels slightly confused by what is happening. Then he covers his eyes with his hand, as if trying to concentrate and better understand what he sees. Before him rises a huge spiritual tree, whose incredible grandeur immediately attracts the admiring attention of the young man. Seeing it, the guy deeply thinks that perhaps this majestic creature is his true talent, and system windows appear before his eyes, saying that Jian has several class talents, each of which requires sacrifice. Putting his hand on his chin and carefully studying the system windows, he comes to the conclusion that the system is really good, since it independently analyzed his talent. The system diagnostics are now complete, and the information window asks whether to initiate the long-awaited summoning of the Insect Queen. Jian sees the dark energy emanating and is alarmed to realize that the Insect Queen truly has an incredibly strong and overwhelming presence. After a few tense moments, a new window appears, stating that the summoning of the natural disaster rank Insect Queen has been successful. The status window informs that she is known in the abyss as the Mistress of Death, who once brought a calamity the size of a natural disaster. The young man continues to be amazed by its colossal size, as well as the powerful, harsh aura that constantly emanates from this formidable creature. The huge monster slowly opens its gigantic, toothy mouth and respectfully calls the guy its sole and rightful master. Jian receives a message that his current status is increased by 10%, and he can make a sacrifice to improve it. He instantly realizes that this queen must constantly consume victims in order to progress, and he thinks that it will not be easy to satisfy her. The green glow begins to swirl into a huge energy vortex and flash brightly around the massive body of the Insect Queen. Jian instinctively shields himself from the massive flow of energy and continues to be amazed at how much incredible power emanates from it. Gradually, the Insect Queen begins to rapidly evolve and slowly takes on the attractive appearance of a human woman. Within moments, her complex evolution is fully completed, her body once again radiating a powerful and terrifying aura, and she gains white hair and armor. She slowly approaches Jian, and a system window appears above her head, detailing the achievement of a new level of development. It clearly states that the queen has gained 3 new abilities: cultivation, poisonous mist, and unity with natural forces. Seeing her new attractive appearance, Jian is completely amazed by the ongoing metamorphosis, and the Insect Queen rushes towards him with force for an embrace. The guy can't calm down because he didn't expect this formidable creature to take on human form. The queen takes the form of a little girl, stops hugging Jian, and with an innocent smile calls him her master. Closing her eyes and clenching her small fists, she explains that she constantly craves fresh flesh and blood of enemies. As Jian strokes her head, a status window appears above her, detailing that she possesses several powerful abilities, and he realizes that her unique talents and his class are a perfect match, capable of greatly accelerating their development. Jian believes that it looks like he will quickly destroy monsters and absorb them, and soon he will have a whole army of insects. The guy thinks that it will be hard for him to live in the shadows, but he needs to build up enough power to demonstrate it to people. He looks at the huge spiritual tree and decides to hide the true nature of his class for now, posing as a creation class owner. Jian floats in the air and, taking a step, watches as strange circles, reminiscent of ripples in water, begin to spread around him. He begins to feel a growing sense of anxiety and anxiously asks the Insect Queen what this mysterious phenomenon is. The Insect Queen suddenly falls silent and begins to listen attentively to the sounds and vibrations around them. A moment later, her appearance takes on a terrifying, demonic look, and she again, in a quiet voice, respectfully calls the guy Master. In a hissing and threatening voice, the Insect Queen anxiously informs the young man that there is definitely a serious threat to them outside. Jian is visibly frightened by what is happening and widens his eyes in great surprise. An unfamiliar man with a huge scar on his face suddenly appears next to the guy. He does not take his eyes off him. The man states that the boy has now activated the awakening, and this impressive vision was observed by the entire city without exception. He asks seriously if the young man really initiated this powerful awakening. Jian instantly realizes the gravity of the situation. He begins to frantically think about what questions might be asked of him, and why this man is watching him so closely. The man's body begins to emit a powerful aura that is noticeable even from a distance, and his eyes light up with a furious and dangerous fire. The man continues to stare into Jian's eyes, causing him to become increasingly nervous as he struggles to discern the stranger's true intentions. At this critical moment, the insect queen appears in front of Jian, slowly approaches him, and looks at the man with a murderous gaze, preparing to attack. Jian recognizes the queen's desire to immediately devour this man, and, realizing that things are very bad, tries to maintain his composure. Powerful flashes of energy suddenly appear in the square, and alarming reports arrive that the insect queen has discovered a target that threatens the master. A strong, energetic wind begins to mercilessly knock down numerous onlookers, and they wonder in horror what is happening around them. One of the young men, with growing horror, says that there is definitely a powerful and dark aura of death present here. Jian instantly realizes that the absorption rate is very low, causing the insect queen to become more aggressive and uncontrollable. The guy understands that the man's appearance is testing his strength, but in doing so, he accidentally angers the dangerous queen. He barely manages to suppress the queen, at which point the man begins to actively praise him for his demonstrated abilities. The stranger happily informs him that the boy has deservedly achieved the divine level, and that he definitely has a great future. Jian listens silently to the sincere compliments and worries about whether this shrewd and strange man has figured him out. The stranger introduces himself in a friendly manner and says that his name is Zigong, and he is the commander of the elite night guards. Extending his hand to Jian, the man wastes no time in immediately declaring that he admires his strength, while simultaneously asking if he would like to become his disciple. The Night Watchmen are a specialized organization that professionally combats monsters and investigates the emergence of new secret kingdoms and dungeons. When monsters invade or new threats emerge, it is the Night Watch who take on the dangerous task of investigation and destruction. The queen must constantly absorb the flesh and blood of monsters to build up her absorption level and successfully produce numerous offspring. Once its absorption level reaches a critical maximum, it will inevitably begin to actively reproduce, and who knows how much noise it will make. The guy thinks he needs to join the Night Watch immediately. Then neither absorbing nor breeding insects will be a serious problem for him. He looks closely at the man's outstretched hand and thinks that this organization of night guards is perfect for him. The commander begins to tell him in detail that the guy most likely heard some negative rumors about the night guards, but that is in the past. He begins to explain that if the guy joins them, he will undoubtedly receive high-quality outside training, to which Jian immediately agrees. The commander was unable to hide the surprise that overwhelmed him, since he did not expect that the young man would agree to his proposal so quickly and without hesitation. Jian tries to appear natural and starts making strange sounds, reminiscent of the awkward laughter of a person in a difficult situation. He hurriedly says goodbye to the commander, citing urgent matters, and reports that in 3 days he will report to the Night Watch headquarters at the appointed time. Zigong is concentrating on the fact that he was counting on a long persuasion and did not expect such an easy conversation, even forgetting to ask about the guy's hidden talent. Suddenly he feels a powerful gust of wind and notices a stranger landing nearby, appearing as if out of nowhere. Next to the stranger is an old man, whom he recognizes as the 8th elder from the Martial Arts Institute, and understands that he wanted to intercept the guy, but was hopelessly late. The elder inquires about the whereabouts of the young man from the life support class, and the commander asks, perplexed, what they are talking about. The elder warns the man that if a divine-level life support class boy joins the ranks of the night guards, he could very well die. Meanwhile, in one of the city's districts, a powerful energy vortex suddenly appears, disturbing the usual peace. The man bursts into loud laughter and continues to tease the girl standing next to him, clearly enjoying the activity. The girl loudly calls him uncle and begs him to speak more quietly so that their excessive noise does not attract unwanted attention. The boy starts laughing, admitting that his uncle really does talk non-stop, and he comes up to them and with a good-natured smile reassures Uncle Wang, assuring him that there is nothing shameful about it. Uncle Wang turns to Jian and calmly explains that although the life support category is completely unsuitable for combat, various companies are constantly cultivating spiritual plants, which require such specialists. He adds that if Jian's parents were there at that moment, they would certainly be proud of him. The guy smiles and sincerely says that he will never forget all those people who supported him throughout all these difficult years, living with him in the same house. Uncle Wang asks him not to worry unnecessarily and offers to join them on a trip to a secret entry-level dungeon to obtain equipment and increase his combat experience. Jian accepts this tempting offer. Soon, the system reports that the formation of the combat team has been successfully completed, after which they pass through a shimmering portal and find themselves in a secret dungeon, huge torches instantly flaring up with a bright bluish flame. Another system message arrives, notifying that the synchronization between the secret realm and the real world is complete. The huge skull suddenly comes to life, and a stream of bright blue energy begins to burst out from within it, illuminating everything around with a mysterious light. The following system message notifies all expedition members that the ancient undead temple is open for exploration. The drop rate of equipment in this kingdom is 100%, which guarantees that every participant will receive loot. However, the experience will be calculated by the system only after passing all the tests. Uncle notices the undead warriors that have appeared and wonders in confusion why the system gave them a dungeon of such a high level. Jian thinks that this realm seems rather difficult to him for their current level of training. The girl confidently states that she knows exactly why this happened, most likely because the guy is of divine level, so the system chose a more difficult kingdom for them for balance. Their lively conversation is suddenly interrupted by the second girl, who informs her uncle that she has an important matter that requires immediate discussion. The uncle asks the girls not to worry unnecessarily and wisely says that until you meet the kingdom, you will not know the true result. He sincerely hopes for the newcomer's success. Wong resolutely draws his battle sword and charges straight towards the undead, fully prepared to take on the dangerous foe. He warns the boy to step back a little, as these dark creatures are much more dangerous than ordinary low-ranking monsters, and then confidently raises his sword for the decisive blow. Uncle quickly flies up to one of the ghostly creatures, firmly intending to deliver a crushing blow directly to its head. A moment later, his brightly shining blade successfully reaches its intended target, cutting through the air with a characteristic whistle. He loudly calls out to his beloved niece and firmly orders her to immediately activate all her combat skills to support the attack. A brightly glowing sphere of pure energy instantly materializes in the girl's hands, and she firmly says that she will definitely carry out his order. Uncle's physical strength is greatly enhanced by the magical support, and his eyes flash with a bright, energetic gleam, indicating a surge of energy. He methodically continues to deliver numerous precise blows to the enemies surrounding him. The guy realizes that they are forced to fight these terrible monsters every single day for the sake of basic survival, and it is no wonder that they are covered in scars. Besides this, he heard a sad story about a girl who was forced to become an invader in order to earn money for the treatment of her younger brother. Jian thinks that he needs to become much stronger as quickly as possible in order to properly thank all his loved ones. At this moment, a formidable insect queen suddenly appears next to him, respectfully calling the boy her master and informing him that there are a lot of monsters and food here, and that little one is desperately hungry. Jian clearly understands that the insect queen seems to have smelled the scent of the numerous potential victims located in this dungeon. He rightly believes that at such an opportune moment, the time has finally come to test the true fighting abilities of the insect queen. Jian resolutely stretched out his hand and activated a powerful skill called Poison Curtain, causing a dangerous clot of corrosive nanoparticles to instantly appear in his palm. He skillfully scatters deadly particles around himself and tells the queen that she can begin her meal, the creature gratefully calling the guy master. Instantly, small corrosive particles create a dense poisonous cloud over the bodies of defeated opponents and begin to greedily and quickly consume their flesh. The corpses disappear almost instantly without a trace as soon as the deadly poisonous curtain touches them. And the boy is amazed to realize how incredible the power of his insect queen is. Jian sincerely considers his uncle and his battle team to be worthy professionals in their field, as they have already reached the level of completing difficult dungeons in such a short time. The guy understands that he still cannot fully control the poisonous fog, and he needs to delay a little to deal with the remains of the monsters. At this moment the queen anxiously declares that she felt something. In a quiet, barely audible voice, the little one warns the young man that she has sensed the ominous approach of fresh, living flesh. Jian begins to watch intently as a whole group of creepy dark creatures slowly emerge from the stone floor of the dungeon. These dark creatures possess a difficulty level of 10 and possess the dangerous ability to hide in impenetrable shadows, remaining invisible to enemies. Jian receives vital information from the system that these insidious monsters specialize in mercilessly hunting weaklings who straggler from the squad. He firmly orders the insect queen to immediately transform into a poisonous abomination and follow him relentlessly into the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, the creepy monsters emerge completely from the cracks in the floor and make loud, piercing, inhuman sounds. Jian suddenly thrust his hand forward and commanded the insect queen to immediately launch a merciless attack. The young man rushes towards the nearest enemy, simultaneously spraying deadly poisonous dark dust around himself. Quite quickly, Jian catches up with the first opponent and unleashes a powerful, crushing blow on him, leaving him no chance to defend himself. He lightly touches the monster's body with his hand, causing it to fly back with force, knocked down by invisible energy. The guy continues to move rapidly between the ghostly opponents, touching them with a dense field of poisonous dark fog. The poisonous fog, once it hits the monster's bodies, begins to instantly and mercilessly corrode their flesh to the bone. A thick cloud of deadly poison pulsates ominously in the young man's palm as he commandeers the little one to consume the body of the dead ghost. After which the guy, with a decisive movement, tightly clenches his hand into a fist, concentrating all his destructive force. The monsters emit heart-rending death cries as dense poisonous particles quickly consume their helpless bodies. Jian calmly watches as, in a matter of minutes, the deadly nanoparticles completely consume the bodies of all defeated opponents. He thinks with satisfaction that these pathetic monsters are no longer his equal, and the insect queen's absorption level is growing much faster than before. A bright, mystical glow suddenly appears in the room, and the voice of the queen of insects is heard, respectfully informing her master of the appearance of a new, delicious food. There are really a lot of different monsters in this dark dungeon. The guy begins to seriously worry about the fact that Uncle Wang and the others now have to fight hard with them. He asks the queen to deal with these vile monsters immediately, and the little one instantly takes on a terrifying demonic appearance, declaring in a creepy voice that this is her rightful prey. The deadly poisonous fog gradually spreads around the boy, and the queen's voice is heard, respectfully calling him her only master. In the deserted stone corridor of the dungeon, the worried voice of a girl is heard, who worriedly asks Uncle Wang if he is injured. Uncle replies that this is a mere trifle. At that very moment they are surrounded by a dense ring of a huge number of aggressive monsters. He curses loudly and desperately, saying bitterly that the more they fight, the more monsters there are, and they won't be able to hold out like this for long. After which he decisively orders the girl to immediately find the guy and get out of here as quickly as possible before it's too late. At that moment, a huge ghost silently sneaks up behind him and menacingly raises its massive sword to deliver a fatal blow. At the last moment, the man instinctively turns and watches with genuine horror as the ghost's sword moves swiftly towards him. He reacts sharply to this deadly attack and rushes forward with lightning speed, trying to avoid the inevitable death from the enemy's blade. Suddenly, the man is astonished to see the chest and body of the huge ghost enveloped in dense particles of poisonous dark fog. Wang watches with relief as the fog-eaten body parts of his defeated opponent fall at his feet. He turns around and hears the calm voice of a young man who asks sympathetically if everything is okay with him. Wang is very surprised by what happened and asks the guy in bewilderment what is going on. Isn't he in a life support class? Jian doesn't answer this question and confidently moves towards his friends with long strides. He then calmly states that he has a rare hidden talent called the Poison Veil, and orders the girls to immediately take their uncle to a safe place as he is injured. The uncle and the girls are deeply surprised and shocked, as they realize that this is a divine level of ability, meaning the situation is becoming too dangerous. Jian insistently asks them to leave here immediately, and not to worry in vain, confidently declaring that he will definitely cope with any difficulties. The man shows serious concern as he clearly understands that the criteria have reached the dangerous level of summoning a top-ranking boss. The young man's body begins to emit powerful fighting energy, and he slowly moves towards the monsters, acutely aware of every slightest movement around him. The man continues to be deeply worried as the system notifies all participants that a powerful boss is awakening in the secret dungeon. However, the girl calms her worried uncle, saying that the guy is clearly not a fool, and suggests that he simply trust him. Wang decisively throws his trusted combat blade to the young man and sternly demands that he remember to give it back later. With a deft movement of his hand, the boy skillfully grabs the battle sword by the hilt and asks his uncle not to worry, as he intends to return the weapon after the battle. This weapon adds 30 points of strength and speed. The guy just wants to significantly increase the attack radius of the poison curtain with the help of this blade. Using this deadly technique, Jian quickly rushes into dense enemy lines and begins to deal numerous crushing blows to them. A dense, poisonous fog mercilessly envelops the bodies of enemies and completely corrodes their flesh in a matter of minutes, but the remaining monsters continue their furious attacks. Jian is sincerely glad that he seriously studied kendo in school, and at one time even took the honorable first place. Now this valuable skill came in very handy in a deadly duel. The young man bravely continues the unequal battle and is completely unaware of how a powerful enemy, emanating an ominous red aura, is silently approaching him from behind. Jian stubbornly continues to deliver spectacular blows with a sharp sword, methodically destroying dense ranks of aggressive monsters, and at the same time is completely unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly his face becomes stern and wary, and he instinctively turns back sharply, sensing the approach of a mortal threat. At the last moment, he miraculously manages to jump to the side and deftly dodge the deadly blow of a powerful enemy. The eyes of this warrior burn with a bright hellish flame, exuding fierce hatred for all living things. Jian is forced to retreat under the powerful, crushing blows of his dangerous opponent, desperately blocking his attacks with his sword. However, the monster's physical strength is so great and destructive that with one powerful blow it breaks Jian's blade in half. The guy quickly regroups and is noticeably amazed when he realizes the incredible fighting skill of his formidable opponent, which far exceeds all his expectations. Looking at the fragments of the broken blade, he immediately realizes that this is the main boss of the dungeon, and he is much stronger than the guy initially thought. Jian is visibly upset by what happened, and is worried about how he will be able to explain everything to Uncle Wang later. Meanwhile, a huge warrior menacingly advances towards the guy, being a true monarch, possessing the 15th level of strength and skill. The monster is clad in powerful dark-colored metal armor, and for a moment it stops menacingly and lets out a loud, inhuman battle cry. An instant later, he makes a lightning-fast, sharp lunge forward and delivers a powerful, crushing blow, aiming for the enemy's vital organs. Jian clearly understands that he cannot successfully resist this powerful enemy, and desperately calls on his little queen for help. The guy shouts loudly and asks her to hurry up with her appearance, since he knows very well that he will not be able to hold out against the boss for too long. The monster delivers another crushing blow with its massive sword, but the insect queen manages to grab the flying blade with her hand. She turns to the guy, calling him master, and confidently saying that she can finish off the enemy. The next moment, the little one clenches her fist tightly into an iron fist, and from the powerful squeeze, the monarch's sword shatters into small, sharp fragments. Her body begins to emit powerful dark energy, spreading in all directions. Seeing this, the monarch becomes wary, and having lost his sword, decides to attack in hand-to-hand combat. He quickly approaches the insect queen and menacingly raises his hand, clad in metal armor, to deliver a fatal blow. The queen remains outwardly completely calm, standing motionless in place and patiently waiting for the most opportune moment for a decisive counterattack. Her eyes burn brightly with hellish fire, and she quickly rushes into a furious attack using her deadly energy tentacles. Having reached the required combat distance, the queen attacks the enemy with a series of crushing blows. Gradually, powerful streams of energy begin to mercilessly destroy the monarch's body and cut off parts of his flesh. The queen continues to strike furiously, and after a while the boss's body falls to the stone floor. She remains motionless, holding his head in her hands and continuing to radiate powerful dark energy. Jian sincerely admires his little one's incredible combat performance and never expected her to deal with such a powerful dungeon boss so easily and quickly. Gradually, the massive body of the fallen monarch begins to slowly dissolve into the surrounding space, after which a brightly sparkling blue crystal suddenly appears in the air. Jian looks at it in fascination and instantly realizes that this mysterious crystal is actively accumulating powerful energy within itself. Thin, glowing streams of energy from the monarch's fallen body begin to rapidly twist into a funnel and are actively absorbed by the bright blue crystal. After this, the energy begins to leave the bodies of all the other dead monsters and rushes in thin streams towards the pulsating crystal. There is a blinding flash of accumulated energy, after which a huge monster of the 20th difficulty level suddenly appears in the room. Jian and the insect queen stand motionless in place, silently watching as the multi-meter-tall, threatening creature slowly approaches them. Jian immediately realizes that the boss has transformed into this terrifying monster through energy transformation, and decisively orders Little One to immediately destroy the energy crystal inside him. The monster raises its huge hands menacingly for a crushing blow, and lets out a loud battle cry that echoes throughout the dungeon. The insect queen pushes off sharply from the stone slab and rushes at the approaching enemy at great speed. The monster deals a powerful blow with its massive mace at the Little One, but she quickly gains speed and deftly dodges the deadly attack, forcing the giant monster to prepare for another attack. He delivers another crushing blow, but the insect queen accelerates and makes a spectacular leap in the air, again skillfully avoiding the enemy's dangerous blow. The queen launches a furious counterattack, but the multimeter creature deftly dodges her attacks. The boy finds it amazing that such a colossus manages to evade the little one's blows. Jian looks around carefully and suddenly comes up with a brilliant idea to use the plants nearby in the dungeon. Not only is the enemy incredibly fast and agile, but his attacks also possess destructive power, capable of crushing any defense. The boy clearly senses a multitude of powerful plant roots underground in this secret kingdom, and wants to activate his astral cultivation master skill when the enemy approaches him. Jian patiently waits for the most opportune moment to attack, hoping that his unexpected action will at least momentarily make the monster stop. The guy steadfastly waits for the right moment and clearly understands that he needs to act right now. At the same moment, a mystical magical sign, emitting a greenish glow, brightly flashes on the back of his hand. He suddenly thrusts his hand forward and decisively activates the innate skill called Cultivation of All Things. Enormous plant roots quickly emerge from the rocky ground and attack the top-tier boss, and the young man commandeers the little one to attack immediately. The insect queen's eyes glow with a bright red demonic fire, indicating her readiness for a decisive battle with the enemy. She quickly rushes at the monster, which is bound by powerful plant roots, and deals a crushing blow directly to its massive head. The insect queen does not slow down her furious onslaught, and methodically continues to mercilessly attack the helpless enemy, not giving him the slightest chance. Looking at the body of the defeated monster, the guy believes that he did everything right, using his unique skills, which turned out to be very effective in this battle. A small pulsating blue crystal suddenly flies out from the destroyed body of the defeated monster. Jian thinks that now it is necessary to destroy this energy core. With a sharp movement of his hand, he confidently squeezes the glowing crystal in his fist, completely concentrating on preparing the decisive blow. Jian says in a quiet but determined voice that it's all over now, and then begins to methodically squeeze the crystal in his hands. The magic core shatters into a multitude of small, sparkling fragments, after which system notifications appear indicating that the third-tier secret realm has been successfully completed. A huge system window materializes next to it, displaying a selection of various high-quality weapons. Jian stares at the elegant D-rank dagger, which noticeably increases his attack power by exactly 50%. Jian pulls out a dagger from the glowing screen, and the weapon immediately materializes in his hands, making him think that it is a worthy thing that he is going to give to Uncle Wang as compensation. The system screen does have a large selection of various weapons, but the guy isn't sure that there is anything suitable for the life support class. However, despite these doubts, he still decides to carefully check the attributes of each piece of equipment presented in order to make the right choice. He carefully pulls out a huge warhammer from the glowing screen, which turns out to be incredibly heavy. The guy is unable to hold it, causing it to fall to the floor with a crash, breaking the stone tiles. Jian is very surprised as he begins to feel some completely strange and unfamiliar sensations in his body. He slowly raises the huge hammer above himself and is amazed to realize that experience points have been generated. This is the well-deserved reward for successfully completing this secret kingdom. The boy begins to reflect on how his physical abilities also grow as his level increases. And at this point, the queen begins to shake him by the sleeve of his clothes and respectfully calls him master. The little one points to one of the attributes located on the huge system window and pleadingly asks the owner to allow her to eat this equipment as a reward. Jian patiently tells the queen that this is absolutely not allowed, since this equipment is intended for her uncle and the rest of her comrades, because they can exchange the attributes for money, and besides, it is very bad for her stomach. The insect queen looks at the guy in surprise and seems to begin to seriously consider his words. She then points to the massive body of her fallen opponent, which is entwined with giant plant roots, and hopefully asks if she can eat it. Jian is very surprised at how he could forget about the boss's remains, because absorbing him is too valuable, and such an opportunity cannot be missed. He allows the little one to eat these remains, and thinks that this will take a long time, because the huge body needs to be corroded by the poisonous curtain. The insect queen slowly approaches the huge monster, opens her small mouth and warns that she is beginning the process of absorption. After this, the room is filled with a terrible vibration. Powerful air currents begin to pull the huge body of the defeated monster into the small mouth of the little one. Suddenly, the insect queen undergoes a drastic transformation, turning from the human form of a little girl into a huge, creepy creature with a terrifying appearance. Jian feels a chilling feeling of dread running down his spine as he watches the terrifying process of transformation and absorption intently. A wild, inhuman roar is heard, and the insect queen instantly absorbs the enormous body of the defeated enemy, leaving no trace of it. Wild screams and eerie chomping sounds echo throughout the dungeon, and strong gusts of wind mercilessly tear the guy off his feet. He thinks with relief that it is good that they are in a safe secret kingdom, because if they were in the city, they would definitely be noticed by everyone around. Jian begins to clearly hear the approaching footsteps of his uncle and his team, who heard a loud roar and rushed here to find out what happened. The guy urgently orders the insect queen to immediately return to her original human form, so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. He realizes that they were just a little short of completing the process, and were very close to completely filling the energy absorption scale. The amount of energy absorbed quickly increases, and the boss's blood and flesh are significantly different in nutritional value from normal opponents. Jian comes to the conclusion that Little One really needs to eat more strong bosses and monsters. Jian tells Uncle Wang that he has received a lot of valuable equipment, but then regretfully reports that he has broken his sword, and asks him to choose something else as compensation. The guy is praised and asked how he was able to cope with the boss, but he does not listen to his friends at all, and thinks that absorbing another boss will be enough to multiply the first swarm, and for this boss, he will have to go into the dangerous wasteland. The uncle continues to enthusiastically praise the young man, and say that such a rare power must be thoroughly researched, because if its power is increased, the boy will very quickly become much stronger. Jian tells the man that he is preparing to join the honorable ranks of the Night Guards and serve the city. This unexpected news greatly worries Uncle Wang, but the boy calmly explains that he has an important meeting with the commander of the Night Guards in 3 days, and he would like to continue leveling up before heading there. He announces to his surprised comrades that to achieve this goal, he is going to go into the dangerous wasteland. Jian asks his friends not to worry about him unnecessarily, as he is well aware of the seriousness of the situation, and advises them to worry more about the monsters they will have to face. A loud mechanical voice sounds throughout the abandoned Outer City quarter, announcing that the train has arrived at Outer City Station, and politely asking all passengers to disembark. Jian, hiding his face under a large dark robe, slowly and carefully exits the last carriage of the train. The first thing that catches his eye is a huge ruined city, in which only the remains of once large majestic buildings are visible. Jian looks around carefully, and realizes that there are quite a few guys from different ability classes who have arrived for the same purpose. After recently waking up, the guy's appetite has noticeably increased, and what's most annoying is that, although it's not stable, the absorption rate also increases slightly during meals. The little one discontentedly informs the guy that the owner's food is completely tasteless and not suitable for her. Jian thoughtfully tosses the scroll with the map in his hand and says that he will definitely give her something truly edible. The boy hadn't expected Uncle Wang to be so helpful, as upon hearing of his intention to go to the wasteland, the man had given him most of his equipment and given him an extremely valuable storage ring along with a detailed map. According to Uncle, the wasteland is under the influence of a mysterious heavenly force, and all electronic devices are subject to strong interference, just like during the legendary apocalypse. Monsters are constantly moving around the area, and this map is extremely time-sensitive. So without up-to-date information, it would be difficult to find the lair of regular monsters, let alone the boss's secret hideout. Firebirds and thunder rhinos are the most common in this area, making them fairly easy to spot even for inexperienced hunters. Uncle said that places marked with a question mark should be strictly avoided, as they are extremely dangerous due to the high level of threat. According to the man, goblins are the most suitable for the guy, since their level is not too high, and there are enough of them, so the guy, using the map, is going to go to this lair. Suddenly he hears a loud, commanding shout. Someone stops him, loudly ordering him to stand still immediately. The stranger is very upset that the guy has not responded for many times, and aggressively asks if he has met a blonde girl here. Jian calmly replies that he has never met such a girl, and firmly says that the stranger should watch his language more carefully. The man begins to get very indignant and raise his voice, but very soon he turns his attention with alarm to his right hand. He watches with growing horror as a thick, dark, corrosive fog begins to slowly wrap around his hand. The stranger is very surprised and irritated by what is happening, because this boy is not even level 10, but has already inflicted serious damage on a fighter of level 27. Jian tells the man to find a good healer, since the poison is difficult to remove from the body, and at the same time offers to treat his headache. However, the stranger abruptly stops him and aggressively asks if he allowed him to just leave like that. The stranger's appearance takes on a terrifying demonic form, and he angrily asks how this impudent boy dared to go against the powerful Xiao family. Jian casts a vicious and determined glance at the insolent stranger, not intending to back down from threats and intimidation. The next second, the stranger rushes at the young man and deals him a powerful, crushing blow. The guy deftly jumps back and thinks that, judging by the opponent's arrogant manner, the Xiao family is quite influential and dangerous. The stranger's eyes emanate furious anger and malice, and he mockingly declares that this boy runs very quickly from real danger. Jian summons his insect queen and firmly tells the little one that there is no need for her to hold back her destructive power. The stranger notices the huge vortex of dark energy with alarm, wonders what it is, and loudly shouts that he is not afraid of this guy at all. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice is heard, sternly reminding the man that he has already been repeatedly asked to behave more restrained. Another stranger decisively intervenes in the brewing conflict, asking his subordinate with displeasure what he is doing, while he was tasked with finding a specific person. The bully respectfully calls the stranger young master, and chaotically tries to find some reasonable explanation for his inappropriate behavior. The young gentleman casts a deeply disdainful glance at him, and irritably informs him that he is always nothing but trouble. After which the guy makes a sharp lunge forward and delivers a powerful punch right into the face of his negligent subordinate. An ominous bloody aura suddenly flares up around him. The guy coldly orders this worthless man to remember that he is just a pathetic little dog for his family, and has no right to speak on their behalf. Jian silently watches what is happening. He did not even notice the appearance of the young master, and thinks that, apparently, this person is the master of this bully. The young gentleman apologizes to Jian with exquisite politeness, explaining with a grin that his dog has a habit of attacking everyone, and asks for a name for the amount of compensation, if any. Jian calmly tells the stranger that everything is fine, but mentally notes that this guy seems to him to be a much more dangerous opponent than his subordinate. The young master smiled strangely, and with feigned casualness, asked Jian if he was planning to go to the mysterious lands known as the wasteland anytime soon. After which he states with a businesslike air that they could very well join forces to achieve common goals on the upcoming journey. Jian resolutely refuses this unexpected offer, and with characteristic directness tells the stranger that he prefers to act completely alone. The young gentleman watches the departing boy with a long, attentive gaze, thinking that this is a very interesting specimen, since he possesses a rare life support class and a divine level of strength. The subordinate tries to justify himself to his master, but the latter contemptuously calls him a worthless slacker and thinks that now he has already found a sure clue, because the runaway girl probably wanted to get to the nearest station through the wasteland. He orders his subordinate to remember well that this girl must under no circumstances be allowed to reach the station alive, and strictly orders that all loyal servants be immediately informed that they are leaving for the wasteland. The subordinate bows low and obsequiously to his young master, and respectfully assures him that he will carry out this important order without question. Once upon a time, many hundreds of years ago, ordinary people completely populated this once prosperous planet, and with great difficulty built huge, majestic megacities. But with the onset of dark times, awakened ancient gods, terrible monsters, and deadly dungeons gradually and mercilessly destroyed all human cities. Now, brave awakened ones from all over the world strive to get to these mysterious abandoned places in search of unprecedented power and untold riches. These eerie, ruined locations with a dark history are now commonly referred to by one ominous word: wasteland. Jian walks under a destroyed and long-abandoned bridge. The guy thinks with annoyance that he is most likely lost, because the goblin nest should be somewhere in this direction. But evening is already falling, and he still hasn't found anything. The queen sits on his head and greedily eats a freshly caught plump rat, while the guy thinks with anxiety about how they met a few travelers along the way. But now there is not a single living soul in sight. Jian is increasingly worried about the fact that the level of the wild creatures here is extremely low, and if he still doesn't find a suitable nest with a strong boss, he is afraid that he will return to the night guards completely empty-handed. A few minutes later, the dark sky is quickly covered by heavy thunderclouds, and suddenly pouring rain begins. Ahead, the silhouette of a creepy insect suddenly appears. It looks like the young man has accidentally entered the territory of someone's dangerous nest. Watching the rain carefully, Jian thinks that he was looking for a completely different lair, but he still accidentally stumbled upon one, and when he fills the absorption gauge, he will finally have the desired access to breeding. He slowly and cautiously raises his head up and watches with tension as a huge predatory monster slowly but menacingly approaches him. The terrifying creature's many sinister eyes instantly light up with a furious bloody color, and it begins to actively move its powerful claw-like paws with obvious aggression. The insect queen anxiously asks her master if she should immediately begin decisive military action against this enemy. The guy keeps his gaze fixed on the approaching monster and calmly tells his companion that no. Although the enemy looks impressively large, his true level of strength is quite low. Meanwhile, the huge creepy insect quickly strikes with its heavy paw, and with a roar, suddenly goes into a furious attack. Jian deftly dodges the powerful blow and leaps back at great speed. taking a more advantageous tactical position to continue the fight. The guy raises his hand for the decisive blow and watches carefully as a huge, angry insect approaches him with a threatening look. Waiting for the most opportune moment to attack, Jian delivers a powerful, crushing blow with maximum force straight into the opponent's body. The wounded insect flies to the side from the terrible force of the blow, painfully hits the sharp stones, and emits a powerful, piercing death cry. The queen, in a loud voice, urgently informs the young man that he must immediately look away and get ready. Very close to them, several more large arachnid-like insects suddenly appear, attracted by the cry of a relative. New opponents begin to slowly but persistently approach the young man, who confidently stands on the bloody body of a defeated enemy. In a quiet but satisfied voice, Jian grins and informs the insect queen that their little one will have a full and satisfying dinner today. He then instantly summons his trusty battle blade, which is immediately enveloped in a thick, poisonous fog. The huge aggressive insects become more and more numerous. They slowly surround the young man and the queen in a dense, impenetrable ring and inexorably approach their victims. The eyes of the boy and the insect queen simultaneously light up with a bright blood-red demonic glow. Jian decisively orders his companion to begin the attack. Jian suddenly rushes forward and begins to deliver rapid, devastating blows left and right. At this moment he thinks with satisfaction that in the wasteland it is really very good and effective to gain combat experience. After his first successful battle, his accumulated experience has increased significantly, and now he can completely calmly deal with these primitive monsters, methodically cutting them into bloody pieces with his sharp dagger. In just 1 minute, the bloody battle is completely over. The guy stands victorious in front of a huge mountain of creepy defeated insects and calmly tells the little one that she can now freely absorb all their remains. The insect queen admiringly replies to her master that he is the best warrior in the world. But after a while she listens attentively to the surrounding silence and tells the guy that she smells a very tasty and tempting smell. The guy believes that the little one most likely sensed the presence of a powerful boss. He cautiously raises his hand, in which a swirling, poisonous, corrosive fog instantly appears. However, he suddenly stops because he suddenly hears a loud, desperate human voice, which plaintively says that he is in great pain and needs help. Jian is surprised to see an unfamiliar girl lying helplessly very close to the battlefield, and he wonders in bewilderment what it is, whether it is some kind of cunning humanoid monster. The mysterious girl continues to lie completely motionless on the cold ground, only occasionally emitting quiet, piercing moans. Finally, she opens her clouded eyes wide with difficulty and casts a confused, astonished look. The unfortunate girl experiences a severe headache and thinks with horror about where she is now, because just now she was in a completely different place. Jian watches the mysterious girl closely and tells her with some relief that it is very good that she has finally woken up safely from her unconsciousness. Suddenly, the frightened girl jumps to her feet and quickly jumps away from the guy. She loudly and fearfully asks who he is and orders him not to come close to her. Jian tries to calm the worried stranger. He tells her that he is just a simple awakened person and does not wish her any harm, to which the girl loudly and indignantly declares that she has now remembered everything, and it was he who attacked her without reason just now. The guy apologizes to the girl and explains that he really thought she was a dangerous monster. This deeply hurts the girl's pride, and she indignantly asks how anyone can say such a thing about a defenseless woman. After which she begins to carefully examine herself for damage, worriedly, while the guy thinks that he put all his strength into that crushing blow, but the girl somehow remained completely unharmed. Then he notices an unusual ring on her graceful hand, which shines brightly and mysteriously with an unearthly light. An image of a clock appears from the ring. The stranger anxiously declares that she has already wasted too much time, and thinks that it is high time for her to leave here immediately, because her dangerous pursuers can easily catch up with her. Jian, with growing curiosity, begins to think about who exactly is chasing her so persistently, and for what serious reason she is so carefully hiding from her enemies. The guy tries to strike up a friendly conversation with the mysterious stranger, and asks what exactly happened, and why she is so clearly and intensely nervous. A clearly fake smile appears on the girl's face, and she feigns calm as she explains that there are too many dangerous monsters here, and that she is not at all strong in serious fights, so she wisely plans to leave immediately. After which the stranger tells the guy that she has absolutely nothing more to say to him on this delicate matter, and quickly says goodbye to him. Jian immediately realizes that she is a completely useless actress, and thinks that the wild monsters do not bother him at all. The main thing is that they regularly give valuable absorption points. The young man knows full well that the awakened are a very dangerous people. The wasteland is a wild place where brutal lawlessness reigns, and the people here are accustomed to robbing and killing with impunity. He already wants to stop this stranger in order to continue the conversation, but his thoughts are interrupted by the Queen of Insects, who informs her master that it seems that a huge crowd is rapidly approaching them. Jian secretly hopes that the approaching danger will be just a group of ordinary monsters, but after a few seconds, his eyes widen in genuine surprise. From the thick shroud of emptiness and swirling fog, a huge number of enraged and aggressive arachnids of unprecedented size suddenly appear. Loudly and menacingly knocking with their powerful claw-like paws and making eerie, inhuman sounds, they rapidly approach the wary guy, at which point he begins to worry that there really are too many of them. Jian keeps a close eye on the fleeing stranger, but the boy is genuinely glad that, fortunately, there are no other hostile awakened here. Meanwhile, the creepy, bloodthirsty insects are getting closer and closer to the young man. They predatorily open their creepy, toothy mouths and emit truly monstrous screams. With the thought that the desired prey has obediently come into his hands, the boy decisively orders his faithful little one to immediately assume her combat form of poisonous death fog. The huge leader of the monsters quickly and furiously runs across the solid ground, after which he powerfully pushes off the surface with all his paws, and, opening his terrifying toothy mouth wide, jumps high straight at the guy. Jian, with iron composure, remains completely motionless in his place, and patiently waits for the most opportune moment to deliver a precise and fatal blow. A second later, he suddenly rushes forward, delivering a crushing blow with his blade right into the center of the attacking mass of enemies. Jian confidently moves forward through the crowd of opponents, delivering powerful slashes to all approaching insects, fountains of their sticky blue blood flying in all directions. He finds the behavior of these monsters very strange and suspicious, because they seem to be much faster than all previous opponents. He has to put in a lot of effort to successfully dodge deadly attacks. The huge jaws of giant spiders almost reach his body. Jian continues to deftly maneuver between enemies and deliver precise strikes, while methodically spraying poisonous mist around himself. One of the huge predatory spiders tried to sneakily attack the fighting guy, but he noticed the threat in time and, with powerful chopping movements, mercilessly chopped him into small bloody pieces. With a loud sound, huge parts of his dismembered body fall at the young man's feet. Jian is visibly tense and thinks with growing alarm that something is definitely wrong with this situation. He notices the strange, coordinated tactics of these huge insects, and instantly understands that they are systematically wearing him down and acting in amazing concert. Looking at the creepy faces of the surrounding insects, he anxiously wonders if there is a powerful boss hiding somewhere who skillfully controls all these ordinary monsters. Thousands of monsters obey one mind without question and skillfully apply tactics in their battle. Now the guy understands why there is not a single living soul in these places. Jian is confident that only by reaching the main boss can he get rid of all the other annoying insects and finally win this grueling battle. He casts a determined look at the huge, menacing boss, streams of poisonous mist continuing to swirl thickly around his body. At that moment, the insect queen gently touches his shoulder and, in a worried, quiet voice, informs him that they have serious problems. The little one hovers in the air near the young man and tells her owner with surprise that it seems that these creatures are somehow talking to her. The queen indignantly says that these impudent creatures are brazenly challenging them, after which she instantly acquires a terrible, terrifying appearance and, opening her toothy mouth, loudly screams at the insects that they are hopeless fools. A powerful wave of intense sonic vibration crashes down on the dense ranks of arachnids, causing them to panic and move backwards in disarray. Jian is greatly surprised and shocked by the terrifying and frightening forms his loyal insect queen can instantly transform into. The contented little one proudly informs her owner that their numerous opponents are now in complete confusion because she has managed to break their collective connection. After which the insect queen quickly transforms into a poisonous, corrosive mist. The guy thanks her for her excellent work and orders her to finish off the enemy. Drawing his sharp war blades, the young man orders the little one to stay close and powerfully pushes himself high into the air. It is now much easier for him to methodically destroy these disoriented insects, because without control and coordination, they are in complete confusion. While delivering numerous precise blows, the guy thinks that this little thing no longer poses a threat to them and there is no need to waste time on it. Getting closer and closer to the main boss, he loudly declares that this monster is his true target. Jian leaps high into the air above the enemy's head and, with utmost concentration, raises his deadly dagger to deliver the decisive blow. A huge, terrifying creature opens its toothy mouth and lets out a loud scream that echoes throughout the area. Jian continues his attack with concentration, thinking that it is from this creature that he will gain the most benefit. Having destroyed all the ordinary insects, Jian reaches the boss and deals him a powerful blow to the head. The force of the blow is so great that the giant insect is instantly destroyed, and the guy slowly approaches it. He looks closely at the boss's mutilated body and understands that the main task now is to create a swarm of insects. The young man sighs heavily and is visibly happy. This huge monster is finally finished. A system message arrives informing him that he's gaining the passive skill unification and a 14th level of power, which is a welcome relief to the guy, as his level continues to rise steadily. For this battle, he receives 27 stars, and his combat power is almost comparable to awakened warriors of the 25th level combat class. He glances at the remaining ordinary insects and realizes that they no longer pose a threat to him. The guy doesn't want to waste time on them, because the main thing now is absorption. He gives the command to the insect queen, who transforms into a terrible bloodthirsty form. She opens her huge, toothy mouth. The boy tells the little one that this is her prey, to which the insect queen thanks her master. There are numerous system messages that the absorption level is increasing. Elite-level monsters are different from normal ones, and bring much more absorption points. It seems that if the guy wants to speed up the reproduction process, he will have to hunt them, at which point the system reports that the absorption level is completely full. The queen informs her master that she can begin reproducing and asks to be allowed to become stronger. The baby takes on human form again and kneels before its master. Jian looks at it carefully, and then gives his consent. The process of breeding the first generation of the insect swarm begins. The queen is engulfed in a bright, energetic flame that rises into the sky in a column. The accelerated growth skills of all living beings are activated, and the boy realizes that his talent accelerates the reproduction process. A bright magical sign flashes on the back of his hand, the system congratulating him on obtaining the special skill Overlord of the first level. With the reproduction almost complete, Jian's eyes widen in surprise as he watches the huge swarm of insects. He can't take his eyes off the insects as they fill the space around him, while the system sends him congratulations that the first hatching is complete. Jian continues to look at the insects and thinks that this is incredible. Considering that the current number of the swarm is more than 2,300 units, he is impressed by the scale of this event. Their number impresses the guy, because the first reproduction of insects produced more than 2,000 individuals. He wonders how many there will be in the third or fourth generation. He touches one of the insects and realizes that their skills are different from the babies, as many new abilities have appeared that he has never seen before. He is pulled out of his thoughts by the queen, who joyfully embraces her master and screams loudly with joy, pouring out all the strength of her emotions. The little one reports that she has finished breeding. The guy notes that it seems that she has not changed much and still retains her old features. She tells the young man that she really needs rest now. The boy learns that the baby is returning to the nest, a space that can accommodate the entire swarm, and now the insects can hide without worrying about being discovered. He begins to think that this skill seems to have a fixed level, so it has already reached its maximum, and further improvement is unlikely. Jian senses that the insect queen has fallen asleep, and reflects that perhaps they too sometimes need to sleep to recuperate, after which he remembers that he has received a new skill, Overlord, and instantly activates this special ability, experiencing an unusual feeling of power. The eyes of nearby insects flash with a bright blue glow. The same radiance fades from the young man's eyes, and he is amazed to realize that he now has the ability to control the swarm telepathically, feeling a unity with each individual and directing their actions. Jian extends his hand forward, which instantly flares with flashes of dark energy, and thinks about how simple this turns out to be. He is greatly surprised by the fact that he now has general perception, allowing him to see the world through the eyes of insects and sense everything they sense, including danger and the movements of those around him. He begins to look around the space around him through the eyes of Roy and is surprised by how insects perceive this world, after which he notices that there are monsters everywhere here. Looking at the insects around him, he realizes that they too have become inspired. Their movements become coordinated and decisive, reflecting his will and mood. His expression turns determined and he commands Roy to move and experience his new power, while feeling a surge of control and responsibility for every action the insects take. Jian orders the insects to attack the nearby monsters, and a huge horde of insects rushes into a furious and merciless attack on the terrifying creatures. Monsters sense something is wrong, listening and sniffing the surrounding air, trying to determine the source of the threat. A moment later, they notice a young man approaching them, with a huge funnel of particles and insects rotating around him. The particles instantly engulf the monsters and begin to corrode their bodies, The terrifying creatures are unable to resist this attack and emit nightmarish screams. The guy barely needs to take any action. The poisonous fog absorbs everything in its path, leaving chaos and destruction all around. With the Swarm Lord's skill, no normal monster can hide from his sight, and every one of them becomes an easy target. A satisfied smile appears on his face. He believes that at this rate, the new offspring will quickly reach a new level. He calls the system screen because he wants to know how many points it will take to absorb the next level. Jian suddenly sees information that clearly surprises and alarms him. A loud human voice is heard in the ruined building. The hunters greet their brother and ask where he has been, after which they persistently ask him to tell them what happened to the spider's nest. The young man excitedly tells how someone has cleared out and destroyed absolutely all the spiders. His comrades are very surprised by this information, but the young man swears and says that nothing remains of the monsters. The group leader wonders if this was really the work of the Night Watch. But after a while he begins to believe that this does not look like their methods, and perhaps it is a secret operation by the invaders. His comrades are very surprised. The customer asked them for only 1 bottle of wolf spider venom, and now they will have to rob some poor guy along the way. At this moment their conversation is distracted by some noise. Jian asks everyone present to calm down. He begins to tell that he is just an awakened one and is leveling up here, so he wants to buy some food from strangers. Jian greatly frightened the elder with his presence. The man states that they can bargain, but the food will cost the guy a pretty penny. He asks what Jian has to offer, to which the young man states that he has valuable items. The hunters noticeably perk up and begin to reach for their weapons. They declare that they would be happy to look at them. Jian understands their intentions, and a faint smile appears on his face. Jian throws his hand forward, and the storage ring on it instantly activates, shining with bright energy. The next moment, the entire floor of the room is littered with parts of destroyed spiders, and the guy calmly asks what product they are interested in. The hunters are horrified to learn that these are wolf spiders, and realize that the nest was destroyed by this young man. Jian's level rises to 17, and he declares that he knows what the hunters are up to. The next second, the frightened hunters start to run away. Jian says in a quiet voice that this is right, and they better get out of here while they can. Jian stretches out his hand, a poisonous mist enveloping it, and then he orders the insects to look around here. The insects, together with the guy, create a single network, which he gradually begins to skillfully control at his own discretion. Jian begins to experience increasing hunger faster and faster. He learned about this unpleasant effect back when his insect queen first appeared. The guy had never thought before that managing an entire swarm had a very strong and exhausting side effect in the form of constant, excruciating hunger. At first, he naively assumed that the subordinate swarm would bring him exactly twice as many valuable points, but in the end, the absorption scale itself unexpectedly increased several times. Jian anxiously thinks that even his entire life will not be enough to patiently accumulate such an incredible amount of absorption points. The absorption points he received from the boss were just a drop in the ocean. Even if he somehow managed to completely clear out all the public monster nests, they would still not be enough to breed new offspring. The boy had once heard that the Guardians had secret, non-public nests, and was thinking that creating his own swarm had taken too much effort, when a strange noise suddenly distracted his attention. Jian begins to think warily that there is clearly a smell of a serious fight here. It seems that someone dangerous has brought a whole crowd with him. Suddenly, he notices with surprise how that same stranger, like a fast shadow, quickly runs past him, and he wonders in bewilderment what she is doing here again. Jian looks closely at the mysterious girl who is sitting helplessly next to him. The girl is scratching her head, and pitifully says that it hurts a lot. She slowly looks up at Jian with a frightened gaze and says with growing horror that this is the same guy from the dangerous spider's nest. The frightened stranger pitifully asks him for help, and says with tears that she has absolutely no idea how she ended up here. Jian begins to wonder what terrible thing this mysterious girl did to get into such a mess. He quickly realizes that these dangerous people are hunting for the girl, and now it is too late to leave here. Someone decisively enters their shelter. A male voice is heard, which mockingly says, "Is it really him here again?" The same young gentleman suddenly appears on the threshold, accompanied by his armed retinue, and a sly, triumphant smile instantly appears on his face. Jian sits quietly by the crackling fire as the young master asks him with feigned surprise if he is really all alone in this camp. One of the subordinates states that Jian most likely saw the runaway girl. He promises to kill the guy if he does not tell where she is, but the young master asks him to calm down. He approaches the fire and tells the guy that his life support class level has quickly risen to 17 points, and he is a very interesting person. However, now he is interested in something else, The man sits down by the fire and directly asks the guy if he saw any girl here. After which the man points the blade towards the guy and is surprised by his strong aura, thinking that it exceeds level 30. Jian points to the entrance to the hangar. He says that he saw someone's shadow there, and perhaps that is where the person they are looking for is hiding. The young gentleman says that he will believe it this time, but advises against lying to him in the future. He warns that if he finds out about helping the fugitive, his powerful family, which protects the state, will not forgive this betrayal. Jian watches them go, touched by the fact that these people belong to a family that protects the state. The guy knows that many of these influential families hold high positions in the country's government. Moreover, they lead a secretive lifestyle and appear in public only during national disasters. Some families have incredible abilities. This guy is stronger than Jian thought, and he was unlucky to meet him. Jian believes that he may find serious problems and thinks that it is not safe to stay here. He turns around abruptly as he hears a quiet female voice from the darkness. The runaway girl comes out of hiding and joyfully reports that she has finally been saved from her pursuers. Jian casually grabs the girl's hand. He says that last time she almost deceived him, but now he helped her and demands to know why they are looking for her. The girl begins to tell that her family owns a freight station, and this man wanted to rob and kill her, but she managed to escape. She reports that the young master is afraid that the girl will tell everyone about what happened, and therefore pursues her throughout the wasteland. Jian doesn't want to get involved in all this, and is about to leave, but the girl tries to stop him, and promises to pay him generously for his help. Suddenly the guy stops and opens his eyes wide. He has absolutely no idea what is happening around them. At this moment, the girl says with horror that things are bad. They have cast a magical barrier and detected their location. The young man clearly understands that his attempt to escape is doomed to failure, and these dangerous people have completely lost trust in his every word. He hears numerous approaching footsteps and thinks that there will really be a lot of opponents. The young gentleman's retinue bursts into the room, loudly complaining that this bastard brazenly lied to them about the girl's whereabouts. Young Master Xiao's eyes flash with a bright blue magical light, and he orders his subordinates to immediately capture both fugitives. The girl starts to panic. She is afraid and does not know what to do or where to run or hide, after which she tearfully declares to Mr. Xiao that he has already robbed their honest family, and now he wants to kill everyone. Jian maintains a tense silence and carefully observes the behavior of the frightened girl. The girl boldly declares to the young master that even if he kills her, the family will still get to the bottom of the truth. She proudly declares that her ancient family never surrenders to enemies, a statement that causes the young master to laugh loudly and mockingly. He disdainfully declares that the family, which has managed to earn a mere pittance over the years, has become too conceited. Xiao continues to laugh loudly and arrogantly declares that if his family's ancestors had not saved her ancestors 100 years ago, these pathetic insects would have long since ceased to exist. Xiao arrogantly thinks that in his eyes and in the eyes of his family, they are all plebeians, no different from each other. Jian is deeply hurt by the contemptuous words that to the powerful Xiao family, they are all just dumb cattle. The young gentleman stretches out his hand, and bright bolts of energy instantly flash in his palm. The magical energy instantly expands, forming a brightly glowing red energy dome of confinement around the abandoned hangar. The girl screams loudly in horror that this is a dragon prison, and now they definitely won't be able to escape from here. Xiao gives a cruel order to his loyal subordinates and asks, as always, not to leave anyone alive. In a loud, triumphant voice, he declares that the time has come to finally destroy this entire vile family of merchants. However, after some time, he suddenly changes his mind and asks not to touch this strange guy with a life support class, who clearly interested him. He offers the young man to rise to heaven if he captures the girl. Then the young master will allow him to serve his family. Jian listens to this proposal in silence, and a faint smile of disdain appears on his stern face. The girl is very worried and looks closely at the guy. She thinks with horror about whether he will really decide on this betrayal. Jian angrily says that these damned aristocrats take special pleasure in imposing their arrogant conditions on the common people. His body instantly flares up with a dark, terrifying aura. The guy sends this family to hell. He says that he categorically refuses and invites them to attack. Xiao is greatly irritated by the brazen refusal and furiously orders his subordinates to kill everyone present, at which point his charges draw sharp swords and launch a furious attack. He asks his people to be careful, as this guy is not as simple as he seems at first glance. The young master warns that Jian uses poison in battle, and orders his warriors to avoid direct contact with him. Jian stretches out his hand. It flashes with the glow of a bright aura. He uses not only poison, but also a new talent skill. One of the fighters notices with horror how the ground beneath his feet begins to move, and powerful plant roots appear from it. A gigantic acceleration of growth occurs, and huge roots begin to grasp, wrap around and strangle attacking enemies. They find themselves completely frozen, unable to move, and panicking as to what is happening to them. The elder shouts loudly that these are just fragile plants, and orders his men to cut them down with their swords. The young master calls his subordinates idiots. He loudly shouts that it was just a diversionary trick. A dark energy thickens around Jian, and in a gloomy voice he says that it is already too late for them. Huge swarms of bloodthirsty insects begin to materialize around the young people. Mr. Xiao's men watch with growing horror as impenetrable darkness begins to envelop them. In an instant, they are all subjected to a furious attack, their bodies scattered in different directions under the impact of powerful blows. The squad leader notices that his sword is broken in half. It is no longer poisonous fog. He shouts that the guy has summoned monsters. The warrior raises his head and realizes with horror that the poisonous fog has changed these creatures, and he can no longer dodge. He remains motionless in place and screams loudly in despair from the approaching death. Jian stretches out his hand and continues to skillfully control the swarm of insects with cold calm. The young master contemptuously calls his subordinate a pathetic nobody and orders him to step aside immediately. He draws his blade and rushes into a decisive attack. Jian realizes that his dangerous opponent has used some kind of combat form and is now much faster than his poisonous mist. The energy field around the young gentleman transforms into a powerful funnel, after which it rises higher and takes the form of a huge, bright, sparkling dragon. After which the young master delivers a crushing blow. He uses his family's secret skill called the chasing dragon. Xiao smiles maliciously. He has long felt that it will be difficult with the guy, but he thinks that his level is too low and he lacks speed. He shouts loudly that the power of his sword will be enough to completely destroy the young man. At this critical moment, the stranger heroically protects Jian with her body. She screams loudly in pain and uses a hidden skill called Eternal Earth Shield. Xiao cursed loudly. He completely forgot about the damn girl who had this powerful defense skill. Jian thinks this is a great chance to counterattack and orders his insects to immediately surround the young master in a tight ring. Numerous bloodthirsty insects begin to attack furiously, but Xiao grabs his subordinate and cynically defends himself with his body like a living shield. The young master treacherously escapes a deadly attack by sacrificing the life of his loyal subordinate. Jian tells him that he acted extremely dodgy and meanly, hiding behind his own ally in a moment of danger. The mortally wounded man experiences excruciating pain, tries to utter at least a word, but instead only makes weak and barely audible groans. Xiao tells him with a cynical grin that he took the blow himself, which means his death has a certain meaning and is not in vain. After these words, the young gentleman takes out a tiny pill, looks at it carefully, and slowly puts it into his mouth. He begins to twirl the sword, twisting it in his hands, choosing the most comfortable position, and says that this is where it will all end. His body suddenly erupts with a bright bloody aura. Xiao pronounces that this guy will definitely die from his sword today. Jian casts an angry and heavy glance at the young master from under his brows, without making any attempt to hide his anger. High above Xiao's head, a powerful vortex of energy appears, rapidly swirling and taking the form of a huge dragon with outstretched wings. Brandishing his battle sword, the young master rushes into the attack with determination. The boy notices that his opponent suddenly transforms into his second dragon form, and this gives him an uneasy feeling. Xiao delivers a powerful blow, causing bright flashes of energy to scatter throughout the room, illuminating the walls and ceiling. The stranger uses her last strength to contain the destructive energy pressure, using a shield enhancement that protects against destruction. A bright blue energy sphere forms around the young people, into which the dragon's energy crashes with great force, causing vibrations in the air. The girl uses her last strength to maintain the energy barrier, and realizes that the pill's effect has increased the enemy's strength several times over, making him almost invulnerable. She tells the young man that her shield will not withstand further attacks, and asks him to act immediately. Xiao continues to fire vicious blows at the energy shield, while the young man thinks that these blows are impressive, and he didn't expect the explosion to be so powerful. Jian activates his skills, clearly aware that his opponent is cruel, ruthless, and exceptionally strong, and therefore, if he truly intends to defeat him, he must not limit himself in any way. Within seconds, the entire sky becomes dark from the huge number of insects that fill the space. She stops his attacks and looks clearly scared, as if he didn't expect this to happen. The girl looks at the young man in surprise and wonders if he really only has a life support class and not a combat one. Jian takes on a terrifying demonic appearance and commands his insects to immediately attack the enemy, not giving them a second to breathe. The huge insects begin to buzz louder and rush towards the young master at gigantic speed, filling the entire space. The man begins to parry the attack with his sword at the limit of his abilities, fighting off numerous insects that attack without stopping. He starts screaming loudly and thinks that their numbers are simply astonishing, and that their numbers are growing with each passing moment. She shouts loudly that they are just small bugs, to which the guy calmly asks if he really thinks so. Xiao cuts another insect, splitting it in two, but it quickly begins to reconnect as the regeneration process activates, preventing it from dying. Jian watches the man's furious attempts to fight back, and wonders how long he can last in this unequal fight. The girl looks at the young man in horror, unable to believe that he possesses such enormous power, beyond her imagination. Meanwhile, the young master transforms into his third dragon form to try and repel these deadly attacks. He methodically destroys the insects one wave after another, but they continue to appear again and again. Their numbers rapidly increase, and soon they fill the entire surrounding space. After some time, he realizes with horror that these insects are absorbing the dragon's energy, making his attacks less and less effective. After some time, his right hand becomes poisoned. He cannot hold the sword, and drops the weapon to the ground. The young master realizes that there is nothing to be done, and uses a rare artifact. The guy wonders how powerful it is, and whether it is capable of changing the course of the battle. Jian activates the Overlord's skill and begins the absorption process, but the protective shield still holds and successfully reflects all directed attacks. Xiao laughs loudly, acting arrogantly, and saying that the life jade is their family's treasure that has been passed down from generation to generation, and all attacks are a waste of energy. The young gentleman tells the boy that he had to use his last trump card, and it really turned out to be very strong. Xiao tells the young man that he must realize that he still cannot handle him, no matter how hard he tries. He offers to join his family for the last time, hoping for the enemy's prudence. Jian replies that the master is used to despising everyone around him, and is not even able to comprehend the full deplorability of the current situation. Xiao responds by saying that the guy has no chance. He will be killed today, or maybe tomorrow, or at the very least, the day after tomorrow. He invites us to think once again, for the last time, about cooperation, and to feel the full enormous strength of his family. Jian clearly understands that the gentleman had previously claimed that the truth could not be found, and soon this statement would become literally accurate, since not even a corpse would remain of him, and there would simply be nothing left to dig up. A heavy blow is heard, after which a loud female voice calls out to her master. Xiao turns around, experiencing wild horror from what is happening. He looks at the transformed insect queen and wonders what kind of monstrous monster is appearing before him. A huge monster queen looms over the man and says in a creepy voice that the little one is awake, and it's time for her to have a snack. Xiao is unable to control the wild animal terror. The queen's voice is heard, thanking the master and saying that she is very hungry. A moment later, the queen delivers a powerful blow to the protective dome. A huge tentacle breaks through the defense and pierces Xiao's shoulder, causing him severe pain and upsetting his balance. Jian thinks that little one has recently given birth to a litter, and this life jade will be just right as a useful supplement. The queen continues to deliver numerous blows, which gradually destroy the defense, and after some time a powerful explosion occurs, shaking everything around. Xi screams loudly in pain and rage. He can't believe that this monster has broken through his shield, which was thought to be insurmountable. The man writhes in unbearable pain. His body is bleeding, and he screams in despair, claiming that what is happening is impossible. It is far beyond his understanding. The queen delivers another powerful blow with her huge claw, which forcefully pins the man to the ground. An ominous silence falls as the queen raises her claw, from which blood flows in thick streams, leaving a terrifying impression. Jian orders the insect queen to transform and come to him. The stranger watches in horror as little one hugs the boy, calling him master, and thanks him for the treat. After which the girl begins to think that now she knows the young man's secret, and believes that he can kill her if he deems it necessary. The girl experiences intense fear, and understands that everything now depends solely on the decision of the guy who holds her fate in his hands. Jian, surrounded by insects, approaches the girl and asks her to name at least one reason why he should not kill her. The girl pulls up a bunch of precious metal and asks to take all the treasures, because they could be worth tens of millions and are of great value. The guy tells the girl that this is quite sincere, but unfortunately she knows too much, and besides, she deceived him earlier. The stranger, overcome with excitement, begins to swear before the heavens, declaring that if she lies to her benefactor even once more, She asks that heavenly lightning strike her 5 times in a row. She continues to insist that she will not lie anymore and asks to see her ID to confirm her identity. Jian carefully examines the document and then asks the girl if it is really her in the photograph. The stranger replies that this photo was taken 2 years ago, and she had not yet grown up then, so she might look different. The guy wonders. He doubts that the girl can guarantee that she will not reveal his secret, even under threat of death. The stranger asks not to worry about this and activates the virtual storage, demonstrating her willingness to cooperate. She takes out from him a scroll of silence, according to which, if the party fulfilling the obligations breaks it, he will instantly die without the possibility of salvation. Jian agrees. Since the girl has already signed the scroll, thereby confirming the conditions, he promises not to kill her and accepts the proposed deal. The young man asks Lo how much this scroll might cost, to which the girl replies that she thinks it's at least 10 million. Jian wonders if the girl just spent the only valuable thing she had in her storage ring. After which the girl asks to be taken to her parents' house and promises a large reward. The guy says that he is already late, and tomorrow he needs to go to the night guards. After some time, Lo manages to persuade the guy. Her house is located closer to the night guard base, and in addition, the estate has a teleportation station. A loud voice is heard in a large, luxurious hall. A woman is indignant that this family not only robs, but also kills people and sees no boundaries. The man gently asks the woman to calm down and refrain from punishing her subordinates, assuring her that the girl is already in the estate and is completely fine. After which the man thanks the young man for saving their daughter, and, as a reward, asks him to accept a black card, a symbol of trust and gratitude. The man offers to have lunch with them, and the guy realizes that he is starting to feel a strong hunger that cannot be ignored. He can't resist him and happily announces that he won't refuse and is ready to have something to eat. The waitstaff watches in amazement as the young man devours the food with astonishing appetite. No one expected such gluttony from a guest, and this causes slight confusion among the servants. As Roy becomes stronger, the boy begins to expend more and more energy, and the need for food increases with each passing moment. The woman watches Jian consume a huge amount of food, remembering that he is a life support class, but a divine level one, and even at this initial stage, he was able to save a person from the Xiao family. The husband agrees with her, even though his daughter refuses to tell him everything. He considers the guy strong and worthy of respect. They exchange silent glances, both thinking that the young man is able to help them in the fight against the hostile family that threatens their safety. After which they unanimously declare that if the guy doesn't have a girlfriend, and their daughter doesn't have a boyfriend, then this is a great opportunity, because she is the only one with a hidden profession that allows her to run a business and manage her finances well. Parents talk about how their daughter has a good figure, and that they would make a good couple, and that the mother has already thought of a name for the child. This causes a strong reaction in the young people. The girl says that this is impolite, and that her parents are putting too much pressure on her, not giving her the opportunity to make her own decisions. She begins to think that her savior is strong and handsome, but there is something frightening about him that causes her internal tension. The action moves to the majestic palace of the Xiao family, where a huge hall is shrouded in thick darkness. The man loudly says that the treasure has been destroyed and he needs to find out who exactly did it in order to punish the culprit. The young man claims that his twin brother had only reached level 30 at the age of 20, and that he was undoubtedly a worthless creature, unworthy of respect. The grandfather tells the boy that his younger brother was truly trash compared to him, and he doesn't feel sorry for him at all, even despite their family ties. Elder brother Xiao promises to finish the training at the camp and then find out who dared to commit lawlessness. He vows to kill this scoundrel for the sake of grandfather. Jian knocks on the door and then slowly enters the office at the night guard base. He greets the people inside and announces that he wants to join the night guards, expressing his willingness to serve. A joyful Zhigang appears at the threshold. He tells the young man that he is glad to see him and says that he has finally arrived. The man introduces a girl who is a healer with a second awakening and has a 45th level. She was the youngest before the guy arrived. After which he introduces a young man who also has a second awakening and is a shooter. He is silent, boring, and has a 9th level. The third guy has reached level 49. He is a warrior, and despite his small stature, he is very strong and extremely talkative. After which the man introduces his deputy. The woman is a master of the fire element of the 61st level, and her aunt is also a very tasty cook. Jian thanks everyone present for the warm welcome and informs them that he only has a life support class and does not claim to have any combat power. Most people have a negative attitude towards this class, but the commander states that it is not a matter of class and clarifies that it is of the divine level, after which he asks not to listen to all the fools. The man declares that they are glad to see him and that this is now his new family, after which they suggest getting straight to the point. Zgang starts talking about a training camp that only people at level 20 can enter. The guy says he's level 17, which surprises the man greatly. He asks how the guy managed to raise his level so much in 3 days. After a short pause, the commander begins to laugh loudly. He says that he was not mistaken about the guy. He really has a talent that is worth developing. The rest of the team reacts with caution to the commander's statement that since the guy managed to climb 3 levels in 3 days, he will enroll him in the camp. The commander then asks the young man if he had contacted any influential people in the last 2 days. He tells the guy that an unknown third awakening master was tracking his location. Jian immediately begins to remember Xiao, connecting this with the recent clash. After this, the commander orders his subordinate to immediately create a protective energy barrier to prevent eavesdropping and keep the conversation completely confidential. A huge energy dome begins to grow very quickly and covers an entire block, isolating them from the outside world. The man asks the young man to tell him if something happened, and says that it would be better for him not to hide anything from them in order to avoid consequences. The night guards are shocked to learn that the boy killed a man from the Xiao family yesterday, and although his body was destroyed, he doesn't know if there was any way for them to find out about it. A man with a grim expression says that the family's reputation has long been tarnished, especially due to the actions of its younger members, who have caused much harm and conflict in recent years. The commander believes that the guy did the right thing. The head of their family is, of course, a frightening person. But among his grandchildren, this murdered man was the most worthless and unloved. The deputy commander suggests that the head of the family will not take on this matter personally, preferring to act through intermediaries. Jian is a keen observer of his surroundings, having grown up as an orphan, and although his neighbors helped him as a child, this is the first time he feels at home. The man still couldn't believe that a guy with a level 17 life support class killed a level 30 combat class person on his second awakening. Jian begins to explain that he actually had an assistant, and then mentions a girl named Lo. The night guards understand who they are talking about. This is the richest family of merchants in the province, and the girl is their only daughter. The commander laughs loudly and tells the boy that this family is not warlike, but when it comes to wealth, it always comes first. Zgang considers this great news, and assures that if the guy encounters any difficulties, they will certainly support him and never leave him in trouble. The commander begins asking about his abilities, and the young man declares that he actually has 2 talents. He shows small corrosive particles in his palm, and says that this is one of the hidden talents of the poison class, which appears in critical situations. The man makes a sudden movement, trying to grab the guy by the hand, but the guy calmly warns that the touch is dangerous, as it is poison that can cause harm. The commander, without losing his composure, continues to touch the nanoparticles, while with a slight smile on his face, he reports that he has reliable protection. After a moment, he releases his hand and notices with obvious surprise that the particles have begun to act, disrupting the integrity of his skin. The commander's face changes abruptly. He loudly expresses his amazement and admits that his defense seems to have been useless. He turns sharply to the girl acting as a doctor and orders her to begin treating him immediately. The girl begins restorative procedures, at which point the boy's voice is heard, reminding her that he warned her in advance about the high toxicity of the poison. After a while, the commander again takes on a serious look and states that although the guy has abilities, after what happened, he will have to refuse to attend the training camp. Although there will be plenty of resources available at the camp, the commander emphasizes that the Xiao family will also be present there. The young man, showing interest, asks what resources exactly are meant, and Zgang begins to talk in detail about the essence of monster blood, as well as the various types of equipment. The boy realizes that the resources on offer significantly exceed those that can be obtained through a regular hunt, and he thinks with hope that very soon his swarm will be expecting a replenishment. Jian firmly declares that he must take part, adding that he is not afraid of danger, and is confident in his ability to stand up for himself. The commander falls silent, deep in thought, and asks the young man to give him a little time to consider the situation. The action moves to the western residence of the Xiao family, located on the eastern side of the lake. The eldest son delivers a crushing blow, causing the water on the surface of the lake to scatter in all directions. This young man is considered a true pride of the family, and his fighting prowess has reached a whole new level. The guy asks if his orders were carried out. The man replies that the younger brother was involved in a conflict with a girl named Lo, and that a certain Jian was also nearby. The man explains that everyone knows that the girl does not have fighting strength, but the guy's identity remains unknown. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Senior Brother Xiao's face when he learned that this guy possessed a life support class combined with the divine level. The commander of the Night Guards tells the boy that he has added his name to the list of camp participants, but at the same time admits that he still feels uneasy, and therefore found him a reliable ally. The man says he'll send the princess with the guy, and before the camp, they'll go to a secret kingdom together so he can level up and make connections. She's also the same age as him, and incredibly beautiful. A charming girl enters the office and says that she wanted to go to the secret kingdom with the commander's men, but he had previously refused her request. Jian didn't imagine this girl like that at all. At this time, the commander quietly tells the guy that when the time comes, he can use his charm and win her heart. Zhigang gives the young man a friendly hug and explains that yesterday he refused because he was angry with his grandfather. But today, he has an additional condition. The girl expresses her dissatisfaction. She provides a level 30 secret kingdom scroll for free, and the commander of the Night Guards also sets additional conditions. The man replies that everyone will receive their just due for this, and the girl came to him because of the strict restrictions of the secret kingdom. The stranger resolutely approaches the young man, carefully examines his facial features, and asks directly what level he has. When the guy honestly states his current level and support class, this revelation enrages the girl, and she loudly screams that this brat has barely risen above level 10. The commander begins to angrily shout at the girl, categorically demanding that she address him with respect and call him uncle. The man who arrived with the girl also demands that she calm down and tells her that the guy has a rare divine level of abilities, as well as 2 hidden talents. After this, the man mentions that the girl has recently been having serious difficulties in her personal life. Upon hearing this, she sharply demands that her uncle shut up, but, finding herself in a hopeless situation, she is forced to accept his conditions. The location the young people are heading to is called a magical village, a level 30 difficulty level, and the mandatory conditions for completing it are the complete destruction of all monsters and the destruction of the main altar. One of the experienced Night Guards declares that everyone present should listen to him with the utmost attention, and explains that he will be the one leading this important operation. The guy gives the group detailed instructions that if anyone accidentally finds themselves alone and faces serious danger, they must immediately return to the teleportation stone for a safe retreat. The likelihood of dangerous mutations in the secret kingdom is indeed low, but the senior mentor believes that if something goes wrong, all participants must leave the territory immediately. The girl aggressively calls Jian a pathetic brat, and angrily says that as soon as they enter the kingdom, he can immediately start crying and calling for his mother's help. Young people approach a huge stone portal, on the surface of which a giant magical sign activating teleportation glows brightly. After some time, they take decisive steps forward towards the portal, and begin the process of instant teleportation to a mysterious secret kingdom. The next moment, the entire group finds itself on the quiet outskirts of an ancient village. The guys are animatedly talking about how this is a truly wonderful place, and there are no monsters in sight. They slowly move along the deserted, empty streets of the abandoned village, the squad leader clearly giving orders about who will act with whom in a combat pair. After which the elder cautiously announces that something is definitely wrong with this ancient stone stela, and demands that all participants be extremely careful. The healer girl declares that this cursed village smells disgustingly of rot, and she immediately intends to help her comrades magically cleanse themselves of the stench. Jian carefully examines the bright protective aura that has appeared around his body. He thinks that it is quite good, since such a spell clears the mind and greatly improves agility and physical strength. After some time, the sky above the ancient village darkens ominously, and ominous streams of destructive dark energy begin to concentrate around it. The narrow streets of the village quickly turn into an eerie, mystical place, and a piercing cold wind begins to blow through them. It's getting dark. Huge vortices of concentrated dark energy are moving purposefully towards the mysterious stela. The group leader loudly declares that something abnormal is happening, and everyone needs to get away from here immediately. He orders the group to immediately move to the saving teleportation stone, but the village is transformed, and a powerful blood-red energy dome of isolation instantly appears around it. Jian is horrified to learn that a sudden mutation has transformed an ordinary village into a cursed undead village, and this secret realm has risen from a normal difficulty level to a nightmare level. The guy looks around anxiously and realizes with horror that all the other members of the squad have mysteriously disappeared without a trace. He clearly understands that given his current low rank, the upcoming battle in the mutated secret realm of the 30th level will be an extremely difficult and dangerous test. He enters a deserted, abandoned room and sees a huge portrait of a strange, unfamiliar man hanging ominously on a cracked wall. The young man cannot get closer to the mysterious portrait, as everything around is littered with a huge number of ancient wooden coffins. Jian looks closely at the huge portrait. The guy begins to think that the image has begun to move, and he wonders what it is. A hallucination, or the portrait is really smiling at him ominously. A moment later, strange rustling sounds are heard in the room, and the young man notices with alarm how one of the massive coffins begins to move slowly. The next second, the coffin lid opens with a bang, and a terrifying level 30 undead appears from it. The system immediately informs the guy that these sinister ghosts have a dangerous feature in their defense. They are completely immune to physical attacks. A huge number of ghosts begin to surround the guy in a tight ring. He wisely believes that since they are immune to physical attacks, then he will use his corrosive poison. The ghosts, with a terrible howl, simultaneously attack the guy, surrounding him from all sides. However, he deftly escapes, diving under them and spraying his poison as he goes. He quickly runs out into the street, pushes off the hard ground with force, and deftly jumps onto the roof of a nearby building. The ghosts stubbornly continue to follow him. The young man understands that the poison is also a physical attack, so it will not cause them much harm. Jian is thinking hard about how he needs to find his sister urgently, as a strong magician is desperately needed in this situation. When the queen suddenly appears next to him, she respectfully calls him master, and joyfully informs him that she really wants to eat these ghosts. The guy is very surprised that the queen is going to absorb the undead, he thinks. Isn't eating a type of physical attack? The insect queen declares that these ghosts are very tasty. She can eat them all. The guy agrees. She quickly rushes down towards the cluster of ghosts, dealing numerous blows to them. The queen loudly rejoices at what is happening and enthusiastically shouts that this is truly great luck. Having calmed down after the battle, the insect queen sits down contentedly next to the defeated ghosts, and with a smile on her face, says how incredibly delicious it is. Jian had completely forgotten that the queen came from the dark depths of darkness, and therefore she was exactly the same as the other undead in this world. He throws his hands forward decisively and calls upon his faithful insects, who are also in dire need of a good snack of ghosts. A second later, a huge buzzing swarm appears next to him. The guy orders them to disperse, as he wants to enjoy the upcoming bloody spectacle. After the insects furiously attack the ghosts, system messages come in that the insects successfully kill the low-level undead, and the guy gets 5,000 experience points. After just a minute of active attack, the system notifies Jian that his level has been raised to 18. A piece of the ghost's head, eaten away by corrosive poison, slowly falls to the stone floor. The next system message says that the power of attributes and their potential have been increased by 10%. Jian clenches his fist in satisfaction, around which rivulets of corrosive poison swirl menacingly, and thinks about how quickly he dealt with the ghosts. In just a few minutes, he earned 5 days of experience and leveled up. The guy rightly believes that this is not a secret kingdom, but a real treasure. He resolutely approaches the strange portrait with the insect queen. At that moment he notices that the sinister smile of the man in the image has suddenly disappeared. Jian praises the little girl for doing well in the fight, then points to the portrait and asks if she can eat it, causing the image of the man to start shaking in fear. A moment later, a powerful, deafening explosion occurs, which greatly surprises the unsuspecting guy. A huge portrait of a man shatters into tiny pieces. The system reports that they scared the undead guardian of level 35 to death. The eerie ghost opens its sinister mouth wide and lets out a piercing, inhuman scream. Dongfeng is surrounded by a dense, deadly ring of howling ghosts, and the boy desperately fights them off with his sharp sword. Luckily, he has an extra weapon, otherwise he wouldn't be able to stand up to all that undead. He wonders how the rest of his comrades are doing. He receives a message from the system that his teammate has killed a low-level undead creature of level 30, and continues to actively bring points to the whole team. Dongfeng barely manages to jump out of the dense ring of ghosts, and while running away, he thinks intensely about who could have defeated these powerful opponents. The elder considers all the possible options and wonders if it really could have been Hankyu. The young man is very surprised, and cannot believe that this girl is so incredibly strong in battle. While running away from his pursuers, he continues to think tensely that in any case, someone from the team is definitely capable of dealing with the ghosts, and they all have time to save themselves. The huge crowd of ghosts does not stop for a second and stubbornly continues to pursue the fleeing guy. The terrifying creatures howl horribly with anger and menacingly stretch forward their sharp, bony paws. Hankyu screams loudly in fear and physical pain, as more and more ghosts form a tight ring around the frightened girl. She is very scared, and desperately thinks that she cannot die here, because she is the only representative of her ancient family. She has almost no strength left. At this moment she notices that something unusual is happening in the abandoned house nearby. The girl is surprised by the enormous magical power emanating from the old building. She cannot believe that there is a comrade in the team who makes the undead run away. She believes that if she can hold out against the ghosts a little longer, she can definitely be saved. The ghosts tightly surround the exhausted girl and try to tear her body apart. She screams loudly and desperately calls for help. The doors of the abandoned house begin to creak loudly on their rusty hinges, and Jian slowly emerges from it. He immediately notices the frightened girl, who desperately reaches out to him with her trembling hand. She doesn't understand how this is even possible. Meanwhile, the ghosts continue their merciless attack. The girl pitifully asks the guy for help. Jian begins to move decisively forward towards the girl, after which he suddenly grabs her outstretched hand. With a powerful movement, he throws her to the safe side and categorically orders her to stay away from the fight. The powerful throw sends the girl flying far to the side and painfully falling onto the dirty ground. The next second, she watches in amazement as the guy begins to emit thick clouds of poisonous death fog. She is very surprised by what is happening, since the young man only has a support class, but she remembers that he also has a hidden class. After inhaling a little of the poisonous mist, the girl begins to get very worried. She feels like her heart is about to jump out of her chest and thinks that she is poisoned. Half an hour passes. The remaining teammates discuss their situation and agree that the undead here are too strong for them. Yun Saoki screams loudly and points her hand to the side. She says that she sees fresh traces of the recent battle and thinks that the battle ended just recently. After some time, they arrive at the place and see in front of them a large number of remains of killed monsters. The commander orders to find Jian. The comrades begin to methodically check the narrow village streets in search of their missing comrade. Suddenly they stop abruptly and open their eyes wide in great surprise at what they see. In a quiet alley they notice a guy who is safe and sound, with a violently shaking Hankyu next to him. The young people notice the huge number of remains of defeated monsters located right next to them on the ground. The healer girl is loudly surprised by what she sees, and the commander quietly orders her not to move, because everything that is happening looks too strange. He wonders why the big man's granddaughter is massaging the boy's shoulders like a submissive servant, and speculates that the boss has most likely taken on their form. The young men immediately draw their combat weapons and prepare for an immediate attack on the suspicious doubles. Hankyu resolutely steps forward and covers the young man with her body. She declares that the hunters will only get to the guy over her corpse. Jian casually pushes the girl aside and says that he knows perfectly well what the commander is thinking, after which he asks her to believe that he is not a monster. The young people are finally convinced that they are not monsters, and begin to rejoice greatly that everything is completely all right with the guy. Jian begins to scold the girl severely, and asks her to immediately stop touching him and move away from him, after which he declares that he needs to deal with the level boss, and with a strong kick knocks down the door in the neighboring house. A team of night guards cautiously enters a semi-dark room and sees a huge, terrifying monster in the middle of it. Jian receives a system message that this leader is a boss and is level 40. The elder orders everyone to be extremely careful, because this is a level 40 boss, and says that he will attack first. He demands that they avoid his deadly attacks, and asks the healer girl to try to help ensure they are quickly healed during the fight. The level boss begins a threatening move, but to the young people's great surprise, he instantly falls to the ground with a crash. The elder is unable to hide his deep surprise. He looks at the trembling body of the huge monster, and wonders in bewilderment what is going on. Jian confidently steps forward and asks the children to rely on him, after which he gently tells the baby that it is time to eat. The insect queen rapidly transforms into a terrifying demonic form, opening her nightmarish maw wide and attacking the boss. The huge monster stands motionless in place and silently watches the approach of the demonic insect queen. A second later, a system message arrives stating that the level boss has been finally defeated, and the team receives 80,000 experience points. After this, the system's congratulations arrive on a brilliant victory and successful passage through the kingdom of the undead village. The elder asks the boy in surprise if it was really he who exterminated all the monsters in the village, to which Jian modestly replies that it just so happened that his poison was able to overcome them. The reward distribution begins, and a special order appears in the air that allows you to avoid one deadly attack. In addition to the general team awards, the guy receives individual artifacts, the value of which can be estimated in hundreds of millions. He carefully examines the received attributes, after which his interested gaze falls on one of the special items. Jian examines a dark platinum-quality cloak that increases agility by 80% and makes the wearer invisible in the shadows. A message comes from the system. The team has cleared the secret kingdom, and it is about to cease to exist, after which it asks to leave it as soon as possible. Looking at the disappearing village, Jian thought that the swarm's absorption capacity had increased exponentially. He needed to hurry and give it the essence. The commander of the night guards is very surprised by what is happening and loudly asks a perplexed question about how it could have happened that the guy went through the Dark Kingdom. He categorically demands that the entire team come into his office and wants to have a serious talk with them. The commander casts a stern, suspicious glance at the young man, after which he demands that he immediately confess to everything. The man says that the guy can only fool naive girls with his tales about poisons, but he can't be fooled that way. The commander takes on an evil, demonic appearance, and insistently demands to know how the boy managed to get through the dangerous secret kingdom. Jian begins to get very worried and anxiously wonders if the man has found out about his secret insect system. Zigang's eyes light up with hellish fire, and he orders the boy to immediately tell the truth about what happened. Suddenly the man starts laughing loudly and ominously. He asks the guy why he is so tense and where all his former courage has gone. The commander believes that if the guy doesn't want to talk, he won't force him. In the future, he hopes that the guy will bring glory to the night guards. Jian respectfully calls the commander uncle, after which he says that he will certainly gift him with a whole set of expensive equipment. Zigang becomes serious again. He is very glad that the guy has trump cards in reserve, after which he activates the spatial portal. The man states that the guy needs to explain something, after which 3 huge mummies fly out of the portal and fall with a crash onto the office floor. The commander begins to explain in detail that these guys are representatives of the 60th level, and 2 of them are even masters of the 90th. The commander of the night guards says that he will not joke, and it would be better to immediately say honestly that he is a collector of the corpses of slain enemies. The guy asks in bewilderment who these people are. The man replies that they were going to kill the right person, but their insidious plan was uncovered in time. After which the commander hands him a scroll and asks him to carefully read its contents. The young man carefully studies the list of the hunter's targets, and finds himself thinking that he has never heard these names. The man replies that the best warriors in the country are listed here, and one of them will take part in the training camp and will work in the same zone with them. Zigang then begins to explain in detail that their opponent is very serious, as he possesses several rare awakenings. As for Hankyu, she is only ranked 77th in the overall rankings, but even so, countless masters are hunting for her. The commander falls silent, then says that their enemy is a very influential and powerful family that serves the state. The guy wonders why he told him this, to which the commander asks the guy not to stand out. The higher his potential, the more dangers will await him. He says that many people pose a serious mortal danger to them. Zigang regretfully tells the boy that he only has 3 awakenings, and he is afraid that he will not be able to protect him. The man is worried that the guy has achieved great success in the secret kingdom. If information about this spreads, his rating will be much higher than that of his competitors. The commander wonders in bewilderment how exactly the young man managed to win Hankyu over so well. Jian does not want to answer this question. He cites extreme fatigue and leaves the commander's room. After successfully completing the level, the young man received a 3rd-rank blood essence and a 4th-rank blood essence in the amount of 10 copies. He sold most of his equipment to get these valuable enhancements for his insects. Jian opens the first flask and saying, "Eat, insects," begins pouring the 3rd-rank essence onto his hand. This essence is equivalent to a human's level 60, and the guy had to work hard to obtain such a valuable attribute. The queen, who is next to him and has taken the form of a baby, tells the master that she also wants to eat the essence. The guy says that it's too early for her and asks her to wait until next time, which causes the baby to cry hysterically. This begins to get on Jian's nerves, and he allows her to try some of the essence. The little girl greedily pounces on the flask and tells the guy that he is the best owner in the world. While the insect queen drinks the essence, the guy pours out a 4th-tier liquid, which is equivalent to a human's level 90. A system message arrives that active reproduction of insects is taking place, with each individual creating from 40 to 60 of its own kind. Their numbers are rapidly approaching 100,000 individuals, and at the same time, a sharp evolution of their abilities is taking place. Jian is alarmed to see a huge amount of poisonous mist begin to emerge from his hand, much more than before. The fog grows larger and thicker. It turns into a giant funnel that rises to the ceiling. The young man wonders what it is. A giant cloud of toxic nanoparticles begins to make strong, chaotic movements. The guy loudly screams that this is his house and orders them to stop destroying it. He orders the poisonous fog to return to its place immediately, as it does not know how to behave at all. The poisonous fog obediently disappears, after which Jian begins to look around the destroyed room with irritation. His gaze falls on the baby, who is greedily licking an empty jar of essence. He is very pleased that the combat power has grown to 197 units. This is quite good. They have almost caught up in strength with the owner of the third awakening. The aura around the boy begins to glow with a bright purple light. He thinks about how the trip to the training camp will raise his level to 30 units. After this, he begins to enthusiastically imagine how he will be able to find a few more attractive insect queens. These pleasant thoughts make him forget about everything in the world, and he completely immerses himself in his joyful fantasies. The old man asks questions in a rough voice. He is interested in how the guy got out of the secret kingdom alive. The girl, in turn, understands that the circumstances of what is happening are very serious and require careful study. The commander of the night guard suggests not jumping to conclusions just yet. The event at the training camp must proceed as expected. He believes that one should be careful with the young man. His incredible strength greatly surprises the experienced man. He tells his deputy that not everything is so simple, and the guy may be the owner of a forbidden specialization. Ever since the Devourer's specialization caused a stir 600 years ago, forbidden professions have been born and defined, and as soon as a forbidden profession is discovered in someone, the bearer is immediately and mercilessly destroyed. The deputy commander believes that if the guy has a forbidden profession, then he will have a very hard time in the future. She tells the commander that he might be paranoid, and the man replies that he really hopes so. Jian moves along a deserted forest path, looking at the map. He begins to think that he might have gotten lost in this area again. Suddenly, the guy is torn from his thoughts by a loud cry from a stranger, who is loudly calling for help from somewhere above. He notices a man at the top of a tall tree who loudly asks for help and declares that he is afraid of heights. Jian silently approaches the tree and wonders what the poor guy is doing there. The guy activates the growth skill. Huge vines begin to grow quickly and head towards the man. They carefully wrap themselves around his body and very carefully begin to lower the frightened man onto solid ground. The man tries to catch his breath and says how scared he was. He wanted to see the bird's nest and didn't think it was so high up. Having come to his senses, the old man begins to thank the young man. He believes that the boy saved his life and asks him to tell him how he can thank him. Jian asks the old man if he knows the way to the training camp, to which the man happily declares that he is also heading there and offers to go together. The guy is interested in the question of why the old man does not put the blade in the spatial storage, to which the man replies that he is not awakened, but simply a master of weapons. He begins to tell his story about how he doesn't have any special talents, and that he used to be very sad about this and thought that there was no place for him in the city. He talks about how he once wanted to commit suicide somewhere in a remote place, reached an abandoned hut, but at the last moment saw a battle sword. He simply decided to train with this sword, but it turned into more than 30 years of persistent practice, and then the truth about its purpose dawned on him. After which the old man asks the boy if he wants to train with him and boasts that he knows a secret sword technique. He starts laughing good-naturedly and says that he is too impatient and hopes that they will still have time to train together. Jian notices something ahead and happily tells his grandpa that this is most likely the training camp. The guy turns around and notices with surprise that the old man who was just next to him has quietly and mysteriously disappeared. Attack helicopters constantly fly over the training camp to ensure security. Getting into the camp is not easy. You first need to register and then receive a special identification bracelet. After registering and receiving a bracelet, the young man heads inside the camp through a huge guard wall. At the entrance he is met by girls. They joyfully greet the guy and call him their savior. After which the girls begin to argue among themselves. The guy wonders in bewilderment what these strange names Savior and Master are. The insect queen explains to him that girls compare him to the hero of a famous popular drama. The guy quickly gets tired of this discussion and realizes that it is unnecessary and redundant information, of which there is a lot. Lo tells Han-Q that she is very shy around the guy, and her cheeks even turned red from embarrassment. After which the girl asks the young man if they are not in great shape. It seems to her that they are just what she needs as rivals. The boy's thoughts are interrupted by a loud noise and thick clouds of rising dust. He wonders what it is, to which the girls reply that there is a serious fight going on somewhere nearby. The huge instructor rolls up his sleeves. He is very angry because someone started a fight in front of the entrance to the camp, and asks who wanted to die. Jian learns that this instructor is a serious warrior with 3 awakenings and a lot of experience. However, to his surprise, this instructor receives several powerful blows that send him flying far away. The man hits the wall hard and falls to the ground, unable to get up and only quietly cursing his attackers, calling them scum. The girls fall silent and anxiously think about who could have knocked down the owner of the third awakening. Could it really have been the best warriors from the western province? After some time they see a girl named Tannen. She is a killer. Her power is terrifying. because the girl is the youngest owner of a gold card. A mysterious guy with colossal energy appears next to her. He is an assassin and a student of the commander-in-chief of the East China Sea defense line. Besides this, the girls immediately recognize elder brother Xiao and know that his specialty is a divine swordsman. Lo reminds the guy that this is the same bastard, and his blade is the thing that was stolen from her house. Jian watches the fight closely and wonders who these three strong warriors are fighting now. The girls say that this is a guy named Jian, and there are rumors that he has a hidden profession. The guy thinks that Jian is incredibly strong, since these three cannot kill him even with their combined efforts. He continues to watch the fight closely and seriously wonders if his insects can handle it. At that moment, Xiao lands next to them and strikes with his sword. Jian grabs the girl and miraculously saves her from a fatal blow. Xiao is very upset about what is happening and thinks that he will have to sweat a lot against this opponent. He immediately turns his attention to Jian standing nearby and says that he heard that his younger brother died at his hands. In a loud voice, Xiao declares that it is time for the guy to die. Initially, he wanted to kill a strong opponent and then settle accounts with the others, but apparently, he will have to change his plan. Jian responds by telling the master that all members of his family are rotten. This infuriates the young master, even though he promised his uncle not to do this. But he has no choice. Jian activates his skill, and a thick poisonous mist begins to flow from his hands. The girl watches, fascinated, as the young man transforms into a dangerous fighter. At that moment, a loud order is heard to get out of the way, and something rushes between the young people at great speed. The dust clears and everyone immediately realizes that the training camp's chief instructor is here. The old man draws his combat blade and says that if anyone dared to cause inconvenience, he will have to pay the full price. Jian is surprised to learn that the head instructor is the same old man he met on the road. The officer reports to the chief instructor that all 300 people have arrived at the training camp and asks him to lead the opening ceremony. The old man slowly walks to the podium. People begin to discuss him, because the man lived in seclusion for a long time and now decided to go out into the world. Everyone falls silent as the ceremony begins, thinking about how they will continue the fight afterward and make a good impression on everyone. Jian clenches his fists tightly and thinks that since this legend is here, he needs to show off his best. Jian asks the girls if they know this old man, to which they answer that of course, since they have heard various legends about him since childhood. This old man is capable of defeating even a seventh awakening person, and is a living legend of martial arts. The girl tells that he has the eighth awakening, and once he even killed a dragon with just one blow of his blade, which amazed all the witnesses. Lo tells the boy that the old man only accepted 2 people as students in his entire life, and that happened more than 20 years ago. Jian clearly remembers the words of the old man who offered to practice with him, claiming that he knew a secret technique. The guy takes a deep breath and wonders if the legendary overlord is really the same old man who climbed the tree. It seems very strange to him. Meanwhile, the solemn ceremony begins. The old man coughs loudly in order to restore his hoarse voice before the important speech. He solemnly announces to the numerous people present that this year he will be the one performing the important role of chief instructor for this event. In recent years, the event had been held in too easy a form, which he was not happy about. He felt that if the candidates were sent to a real battlefield, they would die immediately. He firmly states that the world is rapidly changing and becoming much more dangerous, so they are in dire need of truly strong and prepared people. The old man beckons the officer over with a commanding gesture and says that this year he is introducing a new innovation called a death indicator. These ominous words fill the officer standing behind the old man with genuine horror. He sincerely believes that this dangerous innovation could inevitably lead to a real tragedy. However, the head instructor calmly says that in each round there must be at least 10 deaths to achieve the desired result. The old man invites those who wish to leave the event right now, and many begin to seriously think about the fact that they will not cope with the test. Xiao casts an angry and meaningful glance at Jian, thinking that these cruel conditions were as if specially created for him. The guy, in turn, also thinks that this will definitely benefit him. If he kills someone, nothing will happen to him for it, and the commander of the guards need not worry. The head instructor carefully notices that none of the candidates leave the site and loudly says that this is simply excellent, after which he thanks everyone present for their courage and solemnly announces the start of the long-awaited entrance exams to the academy. In the first round, out of 300 people, exactly half must be eliminated, and in addition, 150 flags are randomly scattered throughout the camp. The old man declares that he doesn't care what methods anyone uses, since only people with flags will advance to the next level. With a sharp blow of his sword, he easily cuts the massive platform in two and asks the candidates not to worry if they need to kill their opponents. All the participants immediately scatter in different directions to look for the flags, while Xiao confidently approaches the group of young people. The guy calmly asks the girls to run around the area and look for flags while he personally deals with the annoying Xiao in a fair fight. The girls reluctantly begin to move aside, but the young man loudly orders them to run and sternly says that this is an order. A bright and powerful aura instantly flares up around Xiao, and he mockingly asks the guy if he really thinks that a newbie with a second awakening can handle him. Jian activates his skill, realizing that the enemy is very powerful, but he dealt with his brother and hopes that he can deal with him now. Xiao arrogantly declares that he has no business talking to the dead, and then decisively launches a furious attack on his opponent. Suddenly, their intense battle is interrupted by someone's sudden movement. Someone runs at great speed right between the fighting opponents. The guy quickly turns around and sees Tannen, who is in an extremely angry and irritated state after a long search around the camp. Xiao is very unhappy that his powerful attack was suddenly interrupted and rudely asks the girl what it all means. The girl asks the young gentleman if he has forgotten about their important agreement. They plan to deal with more serious opponents first. During this quick conversation, the girl manages to convince Xiao. He gets angry, remains very dissatisfied, and orders her to show where their enemy is hiding. Jian is left standing alone in complete surprise, thinking that it seems like the situation is suddenly changing for the better for him. And indeed, Tannen quietly turns to the young man, winks mysteriously, and puts his finger to his mouth, signaling him to remain silent. In fact, the girl is the niece of the deputy commander of the Night Guards. She personally asked her to protect this mysterious guy. Tannen is completely unsure of her own abilities, and constantly thinks that her abilities are clearly not enough to defeat such a powerful opponent alone. One of the loyal warriors respectfully kneels before the young master and proudly announces that he has obtained 3 valuable flags for him at once. Xiao indifferently replies that there is absolutely no need for this, and if the man really wants to curry favor with him, he should do it differently. The warrior continues to humbly kneel and solemnly promises that he will unquestioningly obey all his instructions and orders in the future. The girl silently watches this humiliating scene and clearly understands that it looks like she will have a very difficult time from now on. Lo loudly calls the young man her savior and joyfully informs him that she has 2 hard-won flags. Jian rightly believes that this number is small, so he plans to split up and look for flags in other places in the camp. Their calm conversation is suddenly interrupted by a furious and unexpected attack from an unknown enemy. Jian deftly blocks a sharp arrow flying straight at them at the very last moment and loudly orders the attackers to come out of hiding. Hankyu resolutely draws his combat daggers and expertly takes a stable fighting stance, preparing for the upcoming battle. A dangerous archer suddenly appears in the sky, slowly pulling the string of his powerful bow, and with a sinister laugh announcing that he has no need for these flags at all. After which the treacherous archer informs the young man that he will certainly take his life, and decisively releases the taut bowstring of his bow. It makes a distinctive, piercing sound, after which the deadly arrow begins to move rapidly towards the young people at great speed. A second into the flight, the arrow suddenly transforms into a huge energy field, and the guy realizes that this is a very cunning level 39 shooter. Jian activates her combat skill, loudly orders the frightened girls to immediately hide in a safe shelter, and resolutely rushes at the enemy. With a sharp movement, the guy quickly throws his hand up, and instantly dense streams of deadly poisonous fog are directed towards the flying archer. The attacking man is extremely surprised by what is happening, since he did not expect at all that the guy from the life support class could possess such a dangerous skill. Huge streams of toxic particles instantly envelop his body, and within a second they begin to mercilessly corrode his flesh and bones. A huge toxic explosion is clearly visible even in the neighboring block, and people watching what is happening loudly declare that it is a dangerous poison. The head instructor watches the fighting guy from the control room closely. He sincerely praises the young man and believes that he uses the life support system well. The officer standing nearby is unable to hide his intense excitement, as the guy killed a dangerous level 39th representative in just a few seconds. The senior instructor asks the officer to make an urgent announcement and bring several officers. The old man says that they do not need too many casualties. The officer immediately rushes to carry out the order. The old man insistently asks him to hurry, because there could be a lot of unnecessary deaths in the camp. Suddenly, the old man abruptly stops the officer, and the man wonders if he has suddenly changed his original decision. The chief instructor orders that 10 third-level beasts be immediately prepared and released individually, with a flag placed on each beast. Xiao and his allies surround the man, who remains quite calm in the current situation. The man continues to arrogantly claim that they cannot defeat him, and threateningly says that his opponents are forcing him to kill them all. Xiao gloomily reflects that he found it much more interesting to fight in the war. But this enemy is very boring. Suddenly, they learn from an announcement that participant number 91 has dropped out of the competition, and Jian wins the fight. The young gentleman is surprised to think that, despite the fact that the guy is only in his second awakening, he dealt with an opponent 50 points higher. The girl considers this completely impossible, because the guy was somehow able to fight and defeat a powerful representative of the 39th level. The candidate standing nearby smiles broadly and contentedly, loudly declaring to those around him that the situation seems to be getting more and more interesting. Jian firmly tells the young people that this mysterious guy is their main enemy, and asks in surprise if they won't go look for him immediately. Their tense conversation is suddenly interrupted by the next announcement that 10 ferocious beasts will be released into the camp. Those participants who manage to capture the flags of these dangerous beasts will receive additional points, and the top 10 players will receive special valuable rewards. A satisfied and predatory smile appears on Jian's face as the opponents immediately rush to actively search for the released beasts. Jian learns from the announcement that the first in the ranking will receive 100 million, and thinks with interest that this is a really tempting offer. The huge beast opens its gigantic mouth threateningly and lets out a deafening cry that echoes throughout the camp and frightens the competitors. Jian quickly realizes that this is a dangerous third-rank creature, and the girl worriedly asks him to be extremely careful. The girl notices that the beast suddenly stops moving and seems to plunge into a state of strange numbness. She cautiously asks if they will attack now. Jian informs the girls that this is a cunning trick of a dangerous predator, and firmly orders them to immediately run to a safe place. The beast strikes with lightning speed with its huge clawed paw, but the boy deftly jumps to the side, successfully dodging the fatal blow. Xiao's eyes blaze with furious anger, as he knows full well that the boy not only killed his loyal henchman, but has now decided to capture the beast. Jian asks the young master to stop talking nonsense, and immediately begins to spray thick clouds of deadly poisonous fog around himself. Jiu suddenly jumps high into the air and activates his powerful skill, decisively using his famous technique called Dragon Slash, after which the young master deals a devastating blow, and from the powerful explosion, stones fly in all directions across the camp. Xiao, with undisguised surprise, points out that the guy may actually have a hidden skill, since he has a poisonous mist. The girls are very worried. A strong wind has dispersed the poison, and they rightly believe that Jian is now in mortal danger. Jian intensely concentrates all his internal strength in order to continue his decisive attack on the powerful enemy. A huge dragon suddenly appears behind the young master, opening its gigantic mouth menacingly and predatorily. He is deeply indignant that this despicable scoundrel is once again insidiously using his vile poison against him. Xiao is about to use her forbidden technique called Lotus Blade, and thinks that poison is completely powerless against it. He laughs loudly and confidently says that now everyone will watch how this weak opponent will try to break through his impenetrable blade. Jian is completely confident in his own abilities and calmly reflects that the blade's energy will actually be easier to handle. The guy sends the little one into attack, and he receives numerous system messages about receiving additional points for successfully absorbing energy. Jian suddenly throws his hand high into the air, from which dense streams of deadly poisonous mist immediately begin to burst out. A moment later, a huge energy flower appears in the sky and explodes powerfully, spraying out huge clouds of corrosive fog. This concentrated poisonous mist viciously attacks the young master, mercilessly pushing his body back and slamming him onto the hard ground. Xiao is shocked and wonders agonizingly how such a thing could be possible, and how a simple poison could break his mighty blade. He quickly realizes that he needs to defend himself urgently, and using his secret techniques, he creates a dense protective energy ring around himself. The young master laughs loudly and confidently, as he firmly believes that this pitiful poison will not be able to break through his defense. Jian worriedly asks the girl to try generating a protective shield, and excitedly asks her if she can handle the task. A powerful, brightly shining column of pure energy quickly strikes the sky, Lo successfully activating his defensive technique called Earth Shield. The young gentleman is extremely surprised by what is happening. He curses furiously and does not understand at all what these despicable scoundrels are planning. Jian continues to emit thick clouds of poisonous mist and mockingly asks the opponent how exactly he wants to die, just like his brother. Xiao contemptuously asks the guy if he really thinks he can handle him, if it's not too naive of him. The insect queen suddenly appears nearby, and the guy confidently thinks that it is too naive to compare his current self with his past and weak self. His body begins to be tightly enveloped in thick layers of dark, poisonous fog, and he resolutely orders his faithful little one to immediately attack the enemy. The next second, the insect queen furiously and swiftly launched a merciless attack on the young master's powerful protective dome. She quickly and deftly flies around it from different sides and methodically delivers crushing blows to various vulnerable points of this energy dome. Jian watches the opponent's perfect blade technique with surprise and thinks to himself, who would have thought that the young master was so strong? A huge, ferocious beast suddenly appears next to the attacking insect queen and menacingly opens its terrifying, toothy mouth. Despite the most powerful and continuous attacks, the young master's protective energy cocoon remains completely unharmed. Jian sees that the dangerous beast has finally awakened, and now he will definitely have to give it his all. He commanded his poisonous creature to immediately devour all the enemy's energy and reliably cover the little one during her decisive attack. Xiao calmly watches as the two huge monstrous monsters converge in the sky, smugly thinking that these vile insects will inevitably become food. However, he suddenly notices with extreme surprise and alarm that all the energy in his blade has evaporated, and he can no longer deal damage. The mystical beast throws back its huge muzzle and lets out a terrible cry, full of impotent rage and death agony. Meanwhile, the insect queen methodically continues to deal furious and crushing blows to the weakening protective dome of the young master. Jian firmly believes that the loyal little one will definitely tear this protection apart, and it's just a matter of time. The officer watches the intense battle with concentration and reports with alarm that due to the powerful energy surges, he cannot see anything at all. The senior officer immediately gives the order to conduct a detailed investigation of what is happening, and in case of extreme danger, to immediately return to headquarters. The old man begins to think that the representative of an influential family, who protects the state, might actually die in this unequal battle. The officer categorically does not believe that a powerful representative of the noble Xiao family could shamefully lose to some upstart, after which he worriedly says that, despite the strict ban, compromising information may still surface. He asks the head instructor a disturbing question. Can anyone really destroy Xiao, since his strength is considered absolutely unrivaled among the youth? The huge, wounded monster falls heavily onto the hard ground with a deafening roar, and the guy is very happy, because the insects heroically survived. The insect queen smiles demonically and triumphantly, continuing to methodically attack the protective sphere behind which the frightened Xiao is located. The gentleman begins to feel a strong and uncontrollable fear, mentally trying to understand what kind of incomprehensible and frightening devilry is happening around him. Jian carefully observes the numerous cracks that have appeared on the dome, and understands that the barrier will definitely not be able to withstand such an onslaught for long. Suddenly he clearly hears an unfamiliar voice, which warns that the boy should not play with fire, since the master of the faculty is already here. Someone gave him an important warning in time, and he immediately orders the insect queen to return to him urgently. There is only one powerful and decisive blow left to finally destroy the weakened protective barrier, but we must return urgently. Xiao watches with sheer horror and panic as the nightmarish creature circles around his crumbling cocoon, watching as the protection finally crumbles. The protective barrier rapidly becomes covered with an increasing number of deep cracks, after which a powerful and deafening explosion occurs. Thick clouds of smoke and dust after the giant explosion slowly dissipate, leaving numerous bright flags scattered on the ground. Next to them, on the ground in a pool of blood, lies Xiao's severed arm, still clutching the hilt of his sword. Jian calmly approaches the bloody, severed arm and loudly, triumphantly asks those around him who is the strongest here. The young man picks up the sword of his fallen opponent and indifferently tells the girl that it is her blade. A loud, aggressive voice of an enraged man is heard. He is unable to contain his violent emotions and slams his hand hard on the table. The officer loudly swears and angrily asks his subordinate why he did not help the representative of a powerful and influential family. The instructor justifies himself by saying that he did not want to die senselessly, since the poisonous fog was too dangerous for any living creature. The man categorically does not believe these pathetic explanations, and wonders how the poisonous fog could harm the soul of his subordinate. They continue to argue loudly among themselves, but are suddenly interrupted by the loud shout of the head instructor, echoing throughout the room. He tells the officer that the reason he is stuck on the fifth awakening is because he is not listening to his heart. The old man firmly declares to those present that the junior officer is not lying about the danger, and that any participant there could have easily died. The officer is in great fear and anxiously reminds those present that they are talking about a powerful and influential family that faithfully serves the state. The head instructor pauses for a moment, considering the situation, and then firmly orders that this news be prevented from spreading at any cost. As he leaves the premises, He strictly orders that absolutely no one is allowed to leave the campgrounds until 6 o'clock in the morning of the following day. The contenders are notified that the third-ranked contestant has been eliminated from the competition, and that the winner of the match is Jian. They feel great surprise and disbelief, wondering if they have misheard. Because we are talking about a representative of a family that protects the state. Tannen pushes off the ground sharply, and in a jump delivers a powerful crushing blow to the huge, ferocious monster. The monster lets out a terrible death roar, and falls heavily to the ground with a deafening crash, raising thick clouds of dust around itself. The girl is very nervous and worried when she learns the shocking news that Jian unexpectedly defeated the young master in a duel. At that moment, in the neighboring block, another huge monster also falls dead with a dull thud. Jian sits calmly on the huge, defeated animal and laughs loudly and triumphantly upon hearing this astonishing and unexpected news. With deft movements of his hand, an unknown man carefully removes the beautiful lid from a traditional Chinese gaiwan. He greets his old and trusted friend in a friendly manner, politely asking if he has found anything interesting lately. An old man suddenly appears in the spacious room, snaps his fingers and imperiously orders the commander-in-chief not to utter a word for now. With a snap of the fingers, a powerful energy sphere appears in the air, which immediately begins to expand at an enormous and increasing speed. The commander-in-chief asks in bewilderment why such extreme caution is necessary, to which the senior instructor replies that he wants to ask something important. The old man anxiously asks his interlocutor whether ordinary poison can somehow undermine or weaken a person's spiritual strength. The commander-in-chief affirmatively answers that this is indeed the case, but warns that this is a rather complex and lengthy process that requires special conditions. Poisonous fog and destructive flames affect the human body in completely different ways, with different mechanisms of damage and consequences. After which he goes on to say in detail that it would take a very high level of toxicity to completely corrode and destroy the spirit. The man explains in detail that he heard about a legendary poisonous overlord who had reached the 4th level of awakening, but even he was unable to do so. The old man seriously answers him that he does not yet have irrefutable evidence, but the developing situation seems very dangerous. He casts a heavy and meaningful look at the commander, and asks tensely whether the poison can completely destroy human consciousness. The man categorically states that this is a frivolous assumption, and confidently replies that such a thing is physically impossible in principle, after which he thoughtfully says that this is beyond the limits of ordinary perception, and this word makes the old man noticeably tense up. A heavy and oppressive silence falls, and after a while the commander slowly says that he managed to remember something important. The man begins to tell in detail that he seems to have seen something similar in the mysterious Zero ruins during one expedition. He describes in detail a strange poisonous insect capable of such a thing, which was born without wings and initially appeared weak. The commander informs the old man that after some time this mysterious creature brought real catastrophe and destruction to the world. The commander sees that the old man has noticeably tensed up and suddenly begins to laugh loudly, mockingly asking if he is really that scared. The chief instructor silently leaves the room. The commander is indignant and says with displeasure that he still hasn't really told him anything. The old man plunges into heavy and gloomy thoughts about the events taking place and anxiously utters only one ominous word: destroyer. He begins to think with concentration and anxiety about the mysterious young man who suddenly found himself at the top of the official leaderboard, after which he clearly recalls a recent conversation with the commander of the Night Guards, who confidently assured him that he had something special. The head instructor struggles to contain his irritation, mentally calling the guard commander a bastard and thinking that he has no choice. After which the man sharply snaps his fingers in order to finally hide and remove the protective energy barrier around the room. He informs the commander that the officers can move immediately to the dangerous ruins number 0 in order to collect the necessary information. Entering the control room, the old man worriedly asks the duty officer about how the current examinations among the candidates are going. The officer begins to explain in detail that 9 ferocious monsters have already been killed by the participants, and only one last beast remains. Jian has successfully eliminated 3 ferocious monsters, and seems to be heading towards Jianshan's location for a decisive battle. The instructor worriedly asks the duty officer about Jianshan's current progress, to which he replies that the boy has destroyed 2 beasts. The huge spider-like monster slowly and menacingly moves its giant hairy legs, and makes eerie sounds that foreshadow an attack. Jianshan carefully examines this disgusting monster, and is clearly pleased with its unexpected appearance on the battlefield. A thick, poisonous mist begins to emerge from his outstretched hand, and he calmly tells the insect queen that it's time for the little one to get ready. The guy decisively begins the attack. Dark streams of deadly poisonous fog tightly wrap around the body of the huge spider-like monster from all sides. The insect queen immediately begins an active absorption process, and numerous system messages appear indicating that absorption points have been received. Within a minute, the concentrated poisonous fog almost completely corrodes the flesh of the huge monster, which falls heavily to the ground with a deafening roar. The insect queen, in the process of successfully absorbing energy, rapidly rises to the 22nd level of power, significantly increasing her abilities. The young men carefully and slowly approach the insect, which is almost completely eaten away by the poisonous fog, and suddenly stop. The girls scream loudly and fearfully that something is definitely wrong with the defeated monster, and immediately activate the defense. Lo watches with undisguised horror as the enormous destructive energy presses against her protective shield. A moment later, the defense is critically weakened, and the girls receive a powerful blow, mercilessly throwing them far away from the epicenter of the explosion. Jian decides to immediately counterattack and forcefully throws out a giant funnel of concentrated poisonous mist. The poisonous mist crashes into a massive mountain of earth at tremendous speed and stops completely for a moment, meeting with serious resistance. Jian suddenly appears nearby, mockingly telling the guy that his fog was able to repel the attack. Jian rightly considers this opponent to be a very worthy and dangerous opponent, because it was a rather powerful and destructive blow. He cautiously asks the young man what he is doing here, whether he has come to take the flag of his defeated monster to get points. A tense silence falls as Jian holds the poisonous mist tightly in his hands and prepares for a surprise attack from the enemy. Jian starts laughing loudly and contemptuously, sarcastically asking what the point is now that the guy has already finished off the monster. Jian gives him an extremely wary and suspicious look, asking tensely what exactly he means by this and what he is leading to. Jian's eyes light up with a demonic and sinister fire. He tells the young man that he is thinking correctly. Jian asks a counter-question provocatively, asking if the guy really wants to kill him, while seriously risking his own life. Jian clenches his fist and resolutely replies that everything is right, since he is going to take this pathetic and worthless life of the opponent. Jian says that he will go first then, and suddenly throws his hand forward, from which a funnel of dark poisonous fog begins to flow. Jian shouts loudly and furiously, concentrating all his internal forces to deliver a powerful and crushing blow to his opponent. The boy uses his secret technique called the 1,000 Strikes and deals a devastating blow to the corrosive fog surrounding him. A powerful energy beam mercilessly breaks thick clouds of toxic fog into small pieces, scattering the defenses to the sides. Jian is very surprised by what is happening, and begins to seriously think about whether his loyal insects will be able to cope with such an opponent. The next second, two huge destructive forces collide violently, causing a powerful explosion that throws the guy aside. Jian clearly understands that the enemy's strength is too great, and his concentrated poison simply cannot keep up with the enemy's speed. Jian worriedly asks the insect queen how high a level she would reach if she consumed human flesh and blood. The boy sees the little girl so frightened for the first time. The queen replies that she will grow up, but she is a human, and she will not be able to defeat him. Jian gloomily wonders if this powerful blow has frightened even her, and is about to quickly come up with something else to win. Jian mockingly asks the young man if it is not easy for him to fight him in this unequal duel, after which he dismissively states that this does not at all resemble a real battle between the two strongest leaders of the competition. Jian decides to use his special talent of accelerated growth. A mystical green glow brightly flashes around him. The earth begins to actively move and crack, and a large number of thick roots and young shoots quickly burst out from under it. The enemy starts laughing loudly and mockingly, sarcastically asking the guy if he really decided to create a barrier and thinks he'll fall for it. The officer, with growing alarm, reports to the chief instructor that Jian is again jamming the frequency, interfering with the surveillance system. The old man orders people to be prepared for intervention. The officer is surprised, because everything is fine with Jian, to which the instructor speaks about saving Jian. After which one of the officers timidly and cautiously asks the old man if he doesn't think he is holding double standards towards the participants. Jian screams loudly and desperately, calling upon all his loyal insects, after which a huge funnel of black fog bursts out from his outstretched hand. Instantly, a huge swarm of insects materializes in the surrounding space, so large that the sky becomes completely dark and ominous. Jian looks at what is happening around him with undisguised surprise, and now finally understands the true strength of this mysterious guy. In a moment, numerous enraged insects begin to furiously and mercilessly attack the young man from all sides simultaneously. Jian orders the entire swarm to immediately surround the enemy in a tight ring, and not to let up the pressure under any circumstances. More and more spirals of dark poisonous fog begin to tightly wrap around the body of the fighting Jian, restricting his movements. He assumes a stable fighting stance, and tensely concentrates the maximum amount of internal energy into his clenched fists. After which the guy delivers a powerful destructive blow. Powerful streams of energy burst from the cracked earth, destroying a huge number of insects. He raises his head and notices with genuine surprise that many insects have successfully broken through his powerful energy strike. Jian skillfully controls the insects at a considerable distance, quickly regrouping the entire swarm and throwing it into a furious attack again. The two giant destructive forces clash violently again, causing a deafening, powerful explosion to resonate throughout the entire area. Jian flies high into the air after a powerful kick, after which he spectacularly performs a beautiful somersault, demonstrating his skill. He launches a decisive counterattack on his stubborn opponent, and, as he descends towards the ground at great speed, he understands why the young gentleman lost. Jian delivers a powerful blow, causing the ground to crack ominously, and the earthquake sends chunks of rock flying into the air. Jian struggles to keep his balance as the blow is too strong and destructive. The entire ground around the young man was covered with a huge number of deep cracks. Both explosions caused a serious expenditure of energy from the enemy. Jian thinks that he needs to wear down his opponent even more, and is glad that he managed to get the insects out of the center of the attack in time. Jian continues to attack furiously, and the 10th deafening explosion thunders. Jian activates his rapid growth skill and charges towards the enemy, surrounded by green flashes of energy. With a casual blow of his hand, Jian easily deflects these energy currents to the side and arrogantly declares that the battle is over. Jian is noticeably tired and upset. He clearly understands that this is the first time he has met a truly serious and powerful opponent. Suddenly, all attacks stop. The guy asks in confusion what is happening. Jian declares that he recognizes him as a worthy opponent. Jian lazily declares that he will wait for the guy to level up, and indifferently says that he is tired and goes to bed. Jian asks sullenly and disappointedly, "What about the promised battle to the death?" Jian cryptically replies that he has his own good reasons for this, after which he declares his intention to go look for a place to sleep. Jian is very irritated by such a statement. He swears loudly and declares that he will not let this go so easily, and the guy will definitely answer for everything. The senior instructor praises the guy, while the concerned officer actively tries to revive his comrade, who has inhaled toxic fumes. The final 10th monster furiously engages in a brutal and merciless battle with the determined Jian. The young man looks closely at the creepy arthropod creature and resolutely orders it to come to him immediately. The action moves to a mysterious and enigmatic location called the Zero-Level Facility. The girl considers this an extremely dangerous place. If a person has not had at least 6 awakenings, it is better not to go there. She carefully tries to make her way through a swampy clearing, which is home to a huge number of wandering ghosts. Hunyao is the apprentice of the Heavenly Blade Master, and she confidently advances forward, delivering precise blows with her spear. She gets closer and closer to the strange Stella, and feels that she is radiating a truly terrible and sinister aura. The girl gets closer and closer to Stella, and understands that a divine consciousness of a higher order is opening up. A huge number of glowing screens appear around her, on which all the information about ancient insects is stored. Hunyao activates the skill of full awareness, and turns on the mode of quickly reading all available information. It sorts through a huge amount of data and quickly finds the required file with important information. Hunyao takes a close look at an insect that is a strange species of ancient natural disaster that caused great calamity in the world in the 4th century. The girl believes that it is necessary to report this immediately, because this creature has terrifying toxicity and can destroy even spiritual energy. The huge arthropod monster twitches its giant paws terribly and screams wildly, producing blood-curdling sounds. The creepy creature falls to the ground and begins to convulse. This is already the 4th monster. The guy thinks that this is a pretty good result. The girls are feeling great joy. They can lead the group because they already have 10 flags, a little more, and they can take first place. One of the applicants at this moment also destroys a huge beast. The entrance exams are almost over, and he believes that Jian is leading the group. Tannen leans against the animal and tries to catch his breath after finishing a difficult fight with his opponent. At this point, an urgent message arrives that the entrance exam is over, and it is necessary to count the number of flags earned. The next alert states that everyone must gather in the square, and that if the challengers do not leave the location within 10 minutes, they will be killed. Jian realizes that all 10 beasts have been destroyed. He orders the queen to find the remains of the beasts and eat them to gain power. Shu lost his arm in the battle, but he remained alive. The guy lies unconscious on a bed in the medical building of the academy. He slowly comes to his senses and thinks that as soon as he gains strength, he will definitely destroy this bastard. The old man loudly declares that since everyone is already gathered, they should immediately follow him to the restricted testing area. There are a total of 8 forbidden zones in the country, each of which is a land of heavenly, material, or earthly treasures of incredible value. The chief instructor states that getting into the restricted area is not so easy, and only a few will succeed in completing this difficult path. His face becomes stern, because according to the investigation, this guy possesses that very ancient insect of enormous power. After which the old man activates the heavenly blade technique, hurries the contestants and declares that it is almost dawn, and time is running out. With a powerful movement, the head instructor spins his sword and throws it high into the air, demonstrating incredible skill. The people around watch what is happening with surprise and admiration, unable to tear their eyes away from the spectacle. The huge stones begin to move slowly, after which they rise into the air under the influence of the old man's powerful technology. The old man thinks that he must prepare in advance and take into account the time difference, after which he gives the command to move forward. A huge blade, along with a giant boulder, flies into the sky. It points in the direction, and the voice of an old man is heard, who orders to go to the forbidden zone. The contestants whisper quietly among themselves. They are impressed by the old man's strength, and many are afraid of him and consider him a frightening and powerful man. Jian asks the girls if they know anything about this mysterious and dangerous forbidden zone. Although this is the least dangerous zone of all, the horror lies in the fact that time and space are distorted there. This area contains countless bubble-like spatial fragments, connected to each other in a complex system. This space is chaotic and huge, and the girl says that, in addition to this, the flow of time there is also very different from usual. She begins to tell the story of how 100 years ago an ordinary traveler, intent on a risky adventure, came to this area. In just 2 hours, he became the king of 7 reincarnations. But according to his own words, 200 years had passed in the real world. Jian understands the danger of this location and believes that it is necessary to carefully monitor time there, because in the real world, many years can pass in one day. The girl asks him not to worry and not to be anxious. She hopes that the elder will show him the safest route. Meanwhile, the old man continues to think. He thinks that soon others will learn about this important secret. He very much hopes that in the time remaining he will have enough strength to find reliable allies for the upcoming trials. A group of people are arguing over whether the Heavenly Blade Master was truly destroyed in a recent battle with a powerful enemy. The commander approaches them at great speed. He remembers the chief instructor and calls him a damn old man who dared to do such a thing. The young people notice the commander-in-chief and joyfully begin to discuss the fact that the commander is now next to them. They greet the man and start asking a lot of questions about what's going on. The commander abruptly stops them and reminds them that everyone must wait patiently for the test to end without any unnecessary talk or fuss. He notices a large crater in the ground and wonders why his old friend was in such a hurry to get into this forbidden area. After which he recalls a conversation with his friend, where the chief instructor asked about the ability of poison to corrode the human spirit. He instantly realizes that he urgently needs to see the commander of the Night Guards to discuss important security matters. Zhigang is surprised to learn that their newcomer has seriously injured Xiao and killed a 39th level master. He becomes deeply immersed in thought and sadly tells his deputy that things will be difficult for them now. The man declares that his father will come over to their side, and now they have the Heavenly Blade Master, a sister, a father, and Commander Duan. The commander of the Night Guard says that the team is clearly not weak, and it is time for him to visit his old friend for an important conversation. At the threshold, he stops, turns around and tells the girl that he must do everything to ensure that Jian has as many allies as possible. He tells the girl that they need to gather their strength and visit the Xiao family's house in the near future. The sword is magnetized to a huge stone. It slowly levitates in the air and shows the correct direction of movement for the entire group of contestants. The girl thinks that this strange insect impresses her, and she would be happy to see it alive. The old man abruptly interrupts her thoughts and demands that she become a little more serious in her attitude to what is happening around her. Hunyao asks his teacher why he doesn't want to solve the problem radically, since he can kill all the members of the Xiao family with one blow. The old man slaps the girl hard in the face with a sharp movement and angrily says that lately she's been talking too much to no avail. He calls the girl a lazy student and thinks that the guy has a divine-level talent, but it may be taboo. The girl continues to pester her teacher and asks why he is protecting this guy from just punishment for his actions. The old man accepted her as a student only because he saw her in beautiful armor, which made him feel happy. He recalls the moment when the Xiao family was in turmoil and the Night Guard commander went to battle, bravely protecting his comrades. He understands that he had no reason to accept the girl as a student, and he did everything according to the dictates of his soul. And when he saw the young man, he immediately realized that he was also his disciple. Hunyao used to think that her teacher had a cruel character, but in fact, he is a kind and generous person with a soft heart. Her eyes fill with kindness and love, and in a quiet voice she calls the old man a divine warrior and defender of justice. The action moves to a gloomy location, a dark dungeon where sunlight barely reaches. A loud scream is heard, after which the man delivers a blow of colossal force that shakes everything around within a radius of several kilometers. The ground around him is covered with numerous cracks, and his blow sends out a powerful wave, scattering opponents in different directions. Zhang Xiang clenches his fist tightly and loudly declares that he will kill every last one of them. He orders his subordinates to maintain security after the battle and guard all entrances and exits of the underground complex. He wonders where Jian is now. Isn't he at the training camp with the other students? Suddenly, an elder teleports next to him and tells the surprised man that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Zhang Xiang asks the Blade Master what happened to Jian, and believes that the boy is in some serious trouble at the academy. The old man replies that he is fine and offers a deal. He has a divine-level disciple, but he has fallen under the influence of the Insect Queen and needs help to save his life. Zhang Xiang realizes with horror that this is the same queen, and realizes that the guy could be tabooed and destroyed. After some thought, he asks the Sword Lord what the terms of the deal he proposed would be. The elder asks him if he has heard of an ancient secret location, after which he says that he is the only one who knows the way there. The swordmaster promises his friend to take his student there, because it is a legendary treasury, and his guy will achieve great success in his improvement. Zhang Xiang states that he will agree to his conditions, but only if Jianshan does not use the Insect Queen's help. The man states that if the boy uses the Queen's help, he will later meet him himself for a serious conversation, after which he declares to the elder that he has no choice if he wants to save his student's life. Zhang Xiang begins to think about insects. In ancient times they were capable of creating large-scale natural disasters. He believes that this guy is already at the 4th rank. If a taboo is imposed on him, then Zhang Xiang's disciple will easily and effortlessly take first place in the upcoming competition. The huge stone with the blade magnetized to it continues to move slowly, indicating the correct direction of movement. Jianshan wonders if they are already there and asks the girl if she remembers how she got here. The girl replies that in these constantly moving spatial fragments, it is impossible to trace the route taken and remember the way back. The young people feel like they are lost. They can't remember the route, and they are going to calm down and meditate to feel inner strength. There is no wind in the sea of knowledge, and the tree of the ancestors of all things floats with the current. The guy wonders if this is the direction in which he should move further. After some time, he notices that the tree of the ancestors of all things has begun to bear mysterious fruits. A system message arrives stating that Jianshan has received a functional card that allows him to copy various abilities and skills from other people. He is surprised to learn that he can randomly copy certain techniques and integrate them into himself, with no restrictions. At first, he thinks about using some technique, but he worries that he might get a completely useless skill instead of the necessary ability. At this time, the elder reports that they have reached the 6th floor, and this is called the middle realm of spiritual practices. Jianshan listens attentively as the old man suggests continuing on and heading straight to the testing hall to take the tests. He begins to think that perhaps he needs to copy the old man's skill, and he only has 3 hours to do it. The testing hall is located at the top of a huge mountain and is reached by a staircase that floats in the air without any visible support. The contenders begin to rejoice. They have finally arrived, and talk about how a great dreamer lived there. There are 3 tests in the hall, the first of which is climbing a staircase of 1,008 steps. The old man says that every time a person reaches a new level, he has a chance to receive a heavenly reward for his efforts. The young people immediately rush to the stairs, and the old man's voice is heard, ordering them not to touch the ancient monument under any circumstances. The girl immediately rushes to the stairs, but Jianshan stops her and asks her not to rush into climbing without preparation. He asks us to pay attention to leaders who are not in a hurry, and calmly calm their thoughts before a test. Young people begin to meditate. Each can only go up to the hall once, so they need to enter a state of harmony. The old man and his student notice that the young people are stabilizing their condition, and consider this a good start to the test. Jianshan realizes that he needs to use the old man's skills to make things work. And to do this, he needs to use the copy card he received. The guy hopes that the elder wasn't lying and that he really only has one technique. He selects the object to copy and learns from the system that the old man did not deceive, and he has only one technique. The copying process continues, and a system window appears informing you that the process is 50% complete. Jian senses a strong energy, and is surprised to realize that it belongs to the ancient highest-level heavenly blade technique. He feels special sensations. The perception of space and reality becomes blurred and unclear for his consciousness. The young man continues his studies, and is surprised to feel that this technique now belongs to him completely and undividedly, as if it had become an integral part of himself. He delivers a powerful slash that slices through a leaf floating in the air, and feels as if he has been training for 10 years. Jian strikes again. The young man feels like he has been training for 20 years to perfect his martial arts. He continues training, using the technique of opening the sky, and it seems to him that 40 years of persistent practice have already passed in these exercises. His blade glows with a bright light of spiritual energy, and he realizes that he has almost achieved perfection in mastering the technique. Jian delivers a powerful blow, and from this blow, the huge rock, under the influence of incredible force, splits into 2 equal parts. The crack from the impact continues to widen, and the huge mountain range is divided into 2 parts. The boy has mastered the technique of the sky and feels like an old man who has spent a long life perfecting the art. Jian comes to his senses and realizes that this is a great success. He not only copied the skills, but also divided the blade into 4 styles. The elder notices that all the candidates are already ascending the hall, and only Jian remains at the very foot of the wide staircase. The man finds this very strange. He didn't think that preparation would take the young man so much time. The girl notices a strange vibration coming from her weapon, and asks the teacher what is happening to her blade. The elder is surprised to discover a dramatic change in the boy's energy balance. He realizes that it is not only the student's blade that is reacting to him, but also his own blade, which is a very unusual phenomenon. Hunyao reacts to this with surprise and wonders if the young man has really achieved such incredible success in mastering the technique. The teacher senses a familiar energy, and realizes that the boy has managed to split the heavenly blade into 4 different high-level skills. Hunyao thinks that this can't be true. She thinks that perhaps this is just an illusion of the ancient trial temple. After which they watch as the guy starts moving upwards and think about how far he can go. At one time, the girl had only reached the 301st step, and the boy was already on the 290th step of the ladder. Quite quickly he catches up with other contenders, who find it increasingly difficult to move up, and each step is achieved with great physical effort. Jian confidently believes that with his current strength, he will not fall for the tricks and illusions of the testing hall. Suddenly he notices something and his eyes widen in surprise, not believing what is happening in front of him. An angry General Xiao appears in front of him and declares that he will definitely kill this impudent guy today. The man claims that he is from a clan that protects the state, and the boy dared to go against his beloved grandson. General Xiao delivers a powerful blow, causing the dense cloud of poisonous fog to crumble into small pieces. The young man misses the blow and begins to fall into an endless abyss, losing control of his body and mind. Suddenly, people from the night watch appear. They come forward and protect the guy, ordering him to run away from here immediately. Xiao's eerie laughter can be heard as he cuts the brave night guards to pieces with powerful blows. General Xiao's face takes on a demonic form as he angrily screams that he will kill everyone without exception or mercy. Jian feels Xiao destroying his insects one by one and screams loudly in fear and despair at what is happening. Suddenly, Jian came to his senses and felt his whole body shaking violently from the nightmarish vision he had experienced. The boy steps onto the next step with great difficulty. The elder knows that every step is a test of endurance and fortitude. Jian falls to his knees and tells General Xiao that he can kill him, because he doesn't want to live anyway. Suddenly, shoots of a brightly glowing tree appear on the blade pointed towards the young man. It begins to grow rapidly and tears the general's body apart, freeing the guy from the mortal threat. Jian instantly realizes that it was an illusion. He curses loudly, because he fell for the deception, and everything was so real. The young man loudly shouts that he will no longer fall for such tricks of the testing room. With confident steps he continues to climb the stairs. A message arrives that a fragment of the wishing star has been received. Jian learns that the wishing star fragment has a market value of tens of millions, and is surprised by the unexpected generosity. The guy plans to feed the resulting fragment to his insects to increase their strength and fighting abilities in future battles. Jian looks closely at the graceful tree and realizes that the ancestral tree effectively blocks all kinds of illusions from the testing hall. The people around him start to discuss what is happening to the guy. On the first steps he was moving very energetically, but now he has noticeably slowed down. Jian looks back and realizes that the old man and everyone else are watching attentively and patiently waiting for his next move. The young man looks up the stairs and clearly realizes that his main competitor is already 150 steps higher. The girl believes that Jian had serious problems because even at the 300th step, he began to doubt and got stuck for a long time. The old man suggests that she remain silent and watch, and indeed the boy begins to confidently move up the stone steps again. The onlookers are very surprised by what is happening. They understand that the guy has successfully overcome the difficult steps with dangerous illusions. Jian happily tells the girls that he will sing and dance as soon as he climbs another 300 steps up the ladder of trials. The girls watch his movements closely and think that they are unlikely to have enough strength to reach higher. Hunyao begins to worry and suggests that the magic hall was mistaken, since Jian had already gone much higher. Jian continues to outpace his competitors, who think that the guy moves fast due to his ability to control deadly poison. The young man stops, looks closely at the three leaders and thinks about why they suddenly stopped in place. The elder knows that after the 300th step, extremely difficult steps begin, accompanied by incredibly difficult tests for the spirit and body. The three leaders turn to Jian, who is catching up with them, and report that they are not disappointed in him. Jian then arrogantly declares that he will do it first and beat all other competitors in the test. The guy begins to think that Jian really has a very high divine level of strength. Jian breaks the energy shackles that bind his hidden power. The guy begins to decisively move forward to the top of the stairs. He steps onto the next step, and a huge stream of brightly shining heavenly energy pierces his chest. His comrades believe that this is a precious reward for successfully overcoming the ladder of trials of the ancient temple. The temple contains 1,080 steps, and after every 300 steps climbed, one can receive wonderful gifts from heaven. Jian warns his comrades and asks them to move more slowly, as they have never been exposed to heavenly treasures compared to him. Jian lowers his eyes shyly and takes a cautious step onto the next step, not knowing what awaits him ahead. Nothing happens. Jian looks at the guy in surprise, not understanding why there is no reaction from the magic ladder. An information message arrives that Jian has been awarded a reward called crystallization. The insect queen starts screaming loudly at the guy. She orders him to move faster and tells him that they are very hungry. Jian asks her if there is something serious in the hall, to which the queen answers in the affirmative. Suddenly, the young man feels strong changes occurring in his body, under the influence of the reward he received from the temple. To the surprise of his competitors, he takes off and starts running up the steps at an incredible speed. The young people immediately stop and look at the guy with obvious surprise, completely not believing what is unfolding right before their eyes. Jian begins to feel very angry, and thinks that this upstart will never overtake him in a fair competition. He starts screaming loudly and in a rage rushes in pursuit of the young man, not wanting to give up first place. Everyone is very surprised and thinks that Jian has greatly improved his physical abilities thanks to the award he received. His friends' eyes fill with wild anger. Everyone around him is really infuriating him with their successes. He summons a blood demon and shouts loudly that he will destroy all competitors in this sacred place. After which the young man begins to quickly move up the stairs, trying to catch up with Jian and get ahead of him at any cost. The contestants standing nearby wonder if Tannen is the same, to which the girl calmly replies that no, she is just a hired killer. The girl adds that she is far from their level of skill, after which a barely noticeable smile appears on her face. A moment later, Tannen transforms into a huge snake, which lunges forward up the steps. The girls start crying and hugging each other. The people here are too scary, and they don't want to turn into such monsters. All these actions cause loud laughter from the senior instructor, who watches what is happening with obvious pleasure. Meanwhile, Jian is getting closer to the top, and hopes to quickly become a great man in the history of this place. He climbs the last step and shouts loudly that he has succeeded. He has reached the top of the testing ladder. Hunyao's face becomes extremely serious. The girl understands that something extremely serious and important is happening up there with her friend. Jian raises his hand up, from which a dark swarm bursts out. The guy orders the insects to come out and take whatever they want. A huge cloud of black fog instantly envelops the ancient stela, hiding it from the view of the contestants watching below. Despite the fact that a giant swarm has engulfed the entire stela, the girl thinks that the monument will not fall so easily, because ancient magic is hidden within it. There is a loud bang, after which the giant stone stela completely disappears, being swallowed by a numerous swarm of insects. The elder is very surprised by what is happening, and wonders how the young man managed to absorb this magical monument. Jian stops very close to the top, and carefully watches what is happening with his main rival. The guy begins to think sadly that this time he lost the competition to a stronger opponent. Thinking that next time he will do his best, Jian starts to quickly descend the steps. The girls are loudly happy for their savior and think that the young man is simply amazing. At this point, the old man tells his student that he thought so, and no one else could have done it except this guy. Tannen continues to watch the young man closely, and wonders why he is standing still and not moving. Meanwhile, the insect queen tries to transport Stella to her dimension, and receives a huge amount of absorption points from an ancient artifact. Jian is pleased to see that the insect's absorption capacity is constantly increasing, and at this rate, the third generation will be born very soon. The guy begins to think about whether this ancient monument is somehow connected with the insect queen and her power. A barely noticeable glow appears next to the guy. The system informs him that he has been recognized as the sole ruler of the kingdom and can teleport into it. Jian begins to guess that Stella is the center of energy power, and no one can open it except him. He thinks that he will not go into the main hall for now and will do it later, because there are too many prying eyes looking at him. He pushes off sharply and jumps into the air. The senior instructor instantly grabs his hand, preventing him from falling. Numerous contestants watch the proceedings and wonder why the Blade Master grabbed the boy in such a way. The old man states that no one has ever managed to do such a thing to the monument, and asks if the boy really used the power of insects to absorb it. Jian believes that the old man has learned his secret, and wonders whether he will kill him for possessing the forbidden power. His thoughts are interrupted by a loud voice of a man. He asks if the guy really thinks that with the help of insects, he can now get away with everything. Jian begins to explain that the insects and the monument came to them from the abyss. They are clearly connected, and the monument may belong to the insects. The swordmaster replies that the boy already knows what will follow from all this, and he has only two options to choose from. A young man can remain in the temple forever and become an exile, living the life of a hermit away from all people. Or he can return home and constantly risk his life, because dozens of people on different levels want him dead. Hunyao sharply asks the boy what he is thinking about, because the mentor asked an important question and is waiting for an answer from him. The guy replies that he only killed villains, so he doesn't think he did anything bad or wrong. The old man begins to laugh loudly, and says that this young man is worthy of his recognition for his honesty and straightforward character. He reports that many refuse to confess, and even the commander of the night guards was different in the past. In the old days, the commander of the guards went to the Shiao house to confront them, but found himself on the brink of life and death. The mentor ordered him to stop this, but he did not even want to think about retreating, and later he was exiled to another city. The boy understands that the old man has a claim on this family. His thoughts are interrupted by the man's voice. He announces the beginning of training. Jian bows low and thanks the Blade Master for everything he has done for him. In the center of a huge city, on the upper floors of a large reinforced concrete building, an important meeting of high-ranking officers is taking place. The man says that everyone has gathered except for a few people, and suggests not beating around the bush. The commander-in-chief claims that, according to the investigation results, the poisonous mist of Jian was indeed created by forbidden insects. One of the officers reports that, according to the first article, anyone who starts to operate prohibited items will be killed without warning. Another man contradicts him, arguing that as long as they look after Jian, there shouldn't be any problems at all. The heated debate continues, with many believing that these laws were written 500 years ago and are greatly outdated for modern times. Suddenly, a loud sound distracts the officers from their important meeting, interrupting their discussion about the fate of the young man. General Shiao appears in the corridor and categorically declares that this guy will be destroyed at any cost. His eyes burn with fierce hatred. He warns that if anyone dares to protect the boy, they will taste his blade. The chief of staff understands that no one in their right mind would go against such a person. The officer examines the huge crater and realizes that Shiao has mobilized men to ambush the young man. The commander of the night guard says that if no one is going to act, then he and Jian will not hold back. Yun Saoki states that she enjoys carnage, and asks why they don't take her with them to the upcoming battle. After which the girl notices a bright flash in the sky and points it out to her friends. They notice a red flag fluttering on a huge mountain, which is a signal to begin action. General Shiao raises his hand and orders the heavenly team to prepare for an immediate attack on the enemy. A group of crossbowmen pull the bowstrings of their devices and take up combat positions to fire accurately. At this moment, the huge stone with the blade magnetized to it stops its movement in the air. The girl praises the young man and says that this time he showed himself 100%. She makes the assumption that the master is barely holding back from engaging in a fight with his opponents right now. After which she turns to Jian and asks the young man why he is so deep in thought. A message arrives that the third generation of insects has been created, and their number is 5 million individuals. The insect queen has reached level 27 and is entering the disaster tier with incredible destructive capabilities. However, despite this, the guy continues to worry. The girl calms him down and says that his army is quite large in number. Jian looks closely at the nearby mountain, after which he asks the girl to pay attention to something important. He declares that they still have time, and then resolutely rushes forward. Jian sighs heavily and tells his friends that, unfortunately, he never got to fight this guy, even though he really wanted to. They watch the young man and say that he is the second person in the world who was able to reach the sacred temple, despite all the obstacles. Meanwhile, Jian reaches the Night Guard team and greets them happily. He reminds him that he had previously promised the commander equipment and shows him the Crystal of Origins, which can activate the Seventh Awakening. In addition, the guy has gifts for the girl, which he prepared in advance. Meanwhile, General Xiao has lined up his squad and is preparing to attack. His eyes light up with hellish fire. He feels that the young man is somewhere nearby, and this feeling becomes more and more distinct. The officer tries to stop him. He says that there are over 100 people there, and they need some kind of plan to avoid senseless losses. She says that this is nonsense. The commander of the Night Guards cannot understand the simple truth, and therefore must die. He asks to inform the commander so that he gives the guide to them, and does not make a mistake that could cost him his life. The general claims to have trained over 150 great warriors, all of whom wielded the great power without knowing fear. Many people start discussing the situation. They don't know whether to ignore this battle or take someone's side, since the consequences can be unpredictable. The officer reports that they have little time, and it is time to decide on a side. Otherwise, they risk being left without support. The general's loud voice is heard asking everyone to rely on him, assuring them that his determination and strength will allow them to cope with any threat that arises. Xiao jumps down into the cold waters of the mountain river and draws his warblade. In a loud voice, he announces that the young man possesses forbidden techniques, and, according to the laws of the country, must die. The elder orders his apprentice to maintain the rock's energy and create a protective barrier to prevent destruction. A protective energy dome appears around the Night Guards, but Jian suddenly leaves it without explaining the reasons. The elder notices the young man and activates his magic blade. General Xiao's voice is heard asking the old man if he really intends to fight him. Xiao creates a massive barrier of ice and begins to slowly press on the Blade Master, demonstrating his strength and determination. The officer understands that if a battle starts, many innocent people could get hurt, and this causes him serious concern. After which he offers his older brother Xiao to fight the guy one-on-one, in which case no one will get hurt, and the conflict will be localized. Xiao loudly declares that this scoundrel took his arm, so today he will take his life. The officer wishes the boy good luck, and thinks that the elders will watch the battle of the younger ones without interfering in the course of the duel. Jian is very surprised by the proposal to fight one-on-one. He thinks that something is wrong here. Xiao tells the boy that he is smart and reminds him that he cannot use insect powers because it violates the established rules. The general laughs loudly and begins to praise his grandson, not hiding his confidence in his abilities. In response, the Blade Master tells him not to think that if the law is on his side, then he is all-powerful and inviolable. The old man has been wanting to finish off this general for several days. The boy stops the mentor and says that the people should not think that they are bandits. He states that if the opponent does not want him to use forbidden techniques, then he will not use them. The Blade Master asks what the boy is up to which Jian replies that the old man promised to teach him his technique, and he is counting on it. Xiao's grandson starts laughing loudly, sarcastically declaring that now the duel will have to wait another 10 years, and at the same time clearly enjoying the situation. Jian confidently states that this is not the case, and asks to give him just 5 minutes. The Blade Master angrily calls the guy a brat and asks what he's talking about. Xiao continues to laugh happily and calls the young man a complete idiot. Meanwhile, Jian reaches for the old man's sword and asks to begin training. The master is greatly surprised as he notices a vibration. The blade responds to the boy, as if recognizing his strength. The old man realizes that the blade has been reacting to the young man all this time, and this discovery makes him think. He understands that there is no choice, and tells the guy that now he will teach him a good lesson. The officer realizes that the opponents are determined to fight to the death, and begins to create the arena of life and death. He raises huge blocks of ice into the air to prevent anyone from entering the arena, completely isolating it from the outside world. Xiao asks the guy to move and says that they are just waiting for him. The commander of the Night Guards asks the boy not to fight and asks the mentor why he allows him to do this. The Blade Master activates the weapon and begins to explain that it is the Blade of Will, possessing special power and purpose. He demands that the boy experience life and death and not regret anything during the battle. After which the old man delivers a powerful blow, which causes the entire surrounding area to shake. General Xiao takes a fighting stance and a bright blood-red aura saturated with fighting energy instantly flares up around him. He uses absolute defense and wonders if the old man really thinks he can be killed so easily. The powerful blow misses and does not touch General Xiao at all, leaving him unharmed. A powerful energy wave moves further, hits a huge dragon and cuts off its massive head with one precise blow. Xiao curses the swordmaster and says that this pathetic old man will answer for everything, and he will definitely get even with him at the first opportunity. The officer instantly realizes that the black dragon has been hiding nearby all this time, waiting for the right moment to launch a surprise attack. The master believes that this monster came for the insect queen. Everyone was focused on the battle, so no one noticed it. Xiao tries to maintain his composure and cope with his emotions. He realizes that this old man is not as simple as he seemed before. Jian expresses delight, to which the master laughs loudly and asks if this is the first time the master's blade has been so impressive. The master asks the boy if he remembers anything. Jian answers in the affirmative. At this time, a bright aura flares up around his hand. The guy asks to give him the blade, and the commander of the night guards instantly throws it to the guy. The senior instructor asks the young man if he would like to use the master's blade, to which the guy replies that he will find out everything soon, after which he rushes forward. Hunyao asks the teacher to stop the young man. The girl is very worried, and says that the guy will die now if she does not intervene. The old man remains completely calm. He explains to the student that they cannot move from the spot and overcome the arena barrier. The girl understands that no one except the participants can get in there, and now the entire outcome of the battle depends solely on Jian. Hunyao tries unsuccessfully to break through the protective barrier, and realizes that it possesses incredible power, and is completely indestructible. The old man says that the commander has a broader perspective and does not want to rekindle chaos. But the girl continues to worry about the boy, who could be sacrificed. The master is very indignant and asks who said that he would be sacrificed, since he taught him a secret technique that could change the course of the battle. The young men come face to face. Xiao calls the guy crazy, who is going to use a technique he saw only once. Jian grips his sword tightly and tells his opponent that he will soon learn the hard way. A dark aura appears around Xiao. He calls the guy a brat and is going to see what he can do without his nasty insects. The guys start discussing whether the guy will be able to win. Jian thinks that if it were possible to use insects, Jian would definitely win. The interlocutor says that no, he wouldn't have managed it, and they answer that then the guy would probably die in this unequal battle. Xiao regained his strength, and his martial arts became even stronger than before, thanks to long training and prolonged meditation. Moreover, the blade in his hand is an artifact ranked 20th in the state treasure rankings. He claims that the opponent's blade will crumble under the impact of his Moonsoul sword, to which Jian replies that this is nonsense. The boy raises his sword into the air and asks his mentor to see his heavenly blade technique in action. He strikes, a powerful wave of energy crashing down on the enemy with incredible destructive force. People watching the fight are unable to withstand the intense pressure, and many close their eyes from the blinding light. Hunyao orders everyone to close their eyes immediately. The souls of these people are too weak to bear such a sight. Watching the fight, the old man is amazed that his student really learned such a complex technique so quickly, despite the fact that his blade is directed not only against the physical body, but also against the soul and consciousness. Xiao still manages to repel the attack. He says that in front of him is that very famous blade, but immediately calls it nonsense, showing disdain for the enemy's technique. The opponent attacked the soul. He did not know that all members of the Xiao family had extraordinary resistance to high-level mental attacks. Xiao infuses his blade with the energy of the stars and moon and strikes back with incredible destructive power. Jian prepares to repel the attack called Star Moon Slash, concentrating all his spiritual energy to defend. The guy states that his attack was only the first part of the technique and is called the Blade Against Darkness. He says that it is time to apply the second part, where not only the soul, but also the physical body of the enemy will suffer. The opponents engage in a fierce duel and begin to strike each other with powerful blows with their swords at incredible speed. The commander understands that things are bad. The arena is about to collapse, because two guys with a second awakening are causing incredible destruction. Xiao uses his last strength to hold back the powerful energy attack. If he fails to block it, he will die from the effects of the technique. Suddenly, all the weapons of the people watching the fight, swords, blades, daggers, fly into the air. They wonder who dared to put a curse on them. Xiao uses a powerful technique called Destroying Blades, demonstrating the true power of his martial art against the young opponent. He controls a multitude of swords floating in the air, which loom menacingly over Jian, surrounding him from all sides. The commander loudly curses and calls the young people sick. They still need people with ice magic, otherwise the arena will come to an end. Xiu believes that the young man has been defeated, noting that despite his divine rank and new technique, he remains insignificant. He continues his furious speech and declares that his magic will tear the enemy apart. Jian thinks that the young master is a complete fool if he thinks that he has no aces up his sleeve. Two powerful energies collide, resulting in a bright, blinding explosion that shakes the entire arena and the surrounding area for kilometers around. The energy blast returns to Xiao. He experiences severe overload and loudly screams that this simply cannot be happening. General Xiao begins to worry greatly about his grandson, as he is having great difficulty repelling the enemy's powerful attacks. The commander of the Night Guards is also very surprised. He tries to believe that this is not a dream, because two serious techniques were used: the Blade of Humanity and the Blade of the Earth. The elder understands that the boy has too little energy to use the skill to its full potential, but he managed to put it into practice. Jian begins to think with admiration that the guy is the strongest opponent he has ever met, because he learned a powerful technique in 5 minutes. Watching the duel, the man says that the disciple of the Heavenly Blade Lord is a very interesting guy, and suggests leaving him alone for now. Jiang Xiang tells the man that he has no plans to kill the young man yet, and does not intend to interfere in a fair fight. General Xiao begins to feel the pressure of Jiang Xiang's energy, and understands its power. He asks Jiang Xiang not to interfere in the duel, explaining that he wants to avenge the death of his youngest grandson. The invincible Blademaster replies to the general that he is already many years old, and needs to learn to lose with dignity in fair battles. Meanwhile, Jian continues his attack and activates the 4th style of Heavenly Blade, focusing an incredible concentration of spiritual energy into it. The general begins to feel that this young man can stand on par with worthy warriors of the highest level of skill. At this moment, the elder tries to stop the guy and demands that he not dare point this technique at the general. The invincible Blademaster considers the boy a moron who decided to provoke the tiger. Xiao feels very indignant, and cannot come to terms with the fact that the young man dared to threaten him. A bright aura flares around the boy's sword, and he continues his attack with redoubled strength and determination. He delivers a powerful slash, but General Xiao effortlessly deflects his attack with his legendary blade. Jian does not stop, and continues to exert powerful energy pressure on his experienced opponent. A brightly glowing energetic aura envelops the young man's body, making him look like a divine warrior from ancient legends. The observing students call the guy crazy, because this blow is equivalent to awakening the 5th rank, and now the general will not leave him alone. Xiao considers Jian to be impudent, as even his mentor did not dare to confront him in an open confrontation. He snaps his fingers loudly and directs a powerful stream of raging, destructive energy of the highest level at the young man. The general is very surprised and looks closely at the guy, not understanding what is happening to the surrounding space. The sky around him turns dark as dense clouds of insects surround him, and the general realizes that these are the 9 wings of the abyss. The guy asks the man if he ever thought about killing him with one blow without using forbidden techniques. He reports that his swarm was hidden behind the blade, and that no restrictions on technology were discussed with him. So hundreds of thousands of insects enter the battle. Jian clenches his fist and directs his insects towards the general, causing them to launch an explosive attack with maximum destructive force. A giant cloud of insects swarms around the general, followed by a powerful, deafening explosion. The smoke from the explosion clears, revealing an irritated General Xiao. The guy realizes that this is not enough, and sets off another powerful explosion, intending to finally break the enemy's resistance. After which he continues to put pressure on the general, and numerous explosions follow one after another, not giving him the slightest chance for a break. The commander-in-chief flees in horror to a safe distance and orders everyone to move away from the scene of the duel. Xiao believes that he must finish off this bastard, otherwise there will be big trouble. His determination becomes more and more clear. He directs a powerful stream of red sticky substance towards the young man, which instantly covers the space around the target. Jian finds himself trapped in a strong cocoon, and wonders what kind of forbidden technique this is that he has never seen before. Suddenly the boy starts bleeding heavily. He realizes that this old man now controls his blood, and this terrifies him. The guy feels his body gradually failing, and blood begins to seep even through the pores of his skin, depriving him of the ability to resist. Meanwhile, the general makes his way towards the guy through dense clouds of smoke and increases the pressure on him. Blood is gushing out of Jian in fountains. The guy can't do anything about it. His strength is rapidly fading. The commander of the Night Guards is very worried about the young man. He screams loudly, but is unable to break through the arena's protective dome. The elder is also very worried about the guy, along with his student, watching what is happening with growing despair. The girls quickly run and jump off the cliff to come to Jian's aid. Suddenly, elastic bands grab them and begin to quickly pull them back, preventing them from getting closer to the battlefield. They are pulled back onto the cliff. Two men ask where they are going. Do they really want to die? The girls are very surprised to see their relatives nearby and explain that they intend to help the guy, despite the impending danger. The man states that nothing will come of it. Once a person comes under pressure, he can be considered dead, and this is irreversible. In response, the second man asks the girls not to worry, and to hope that the Lord of the Heavenly Blade has already gone to help the young man. General Shiao tells the elder that it is too late. The guy will soon explode from the inside, and he can only enjoy this spectacle. To which the Blade Master swears loudly and rushes forward, not intending to put up with what is happening. The enormous pressure continues to squeeze the guy. He can't do anything and screams loudly in pain, losing control of his body. Jian bleeds and accepts that he might simply go crazy and die from such colossal overload. General Shiao laughs loudly and tells the elder that his beloved disciple is at his limit, and they will still have time to say goodbye to him if they hurry. After which he begins to use a forbidden curse called Blood Explosion. The pressure intensifies, and Jian's body expands to colossal proportions, losing its human form and turning into something unrecognizable. A few seconds later, a powerful explosion occurs, shaking everything around and leaving behind only clouds of smoke. The commander of the Night Guard screams loudly in despair, unable to contain his emotions. Tears well up in Hunyao's eyes. She can't accept this, and her heart is filled with a deep sense of anxiety. Hankyu can't believe it, and thinks that their savior is most likely joking with them, because otherwise all this cannot be explained. Meanwhile, the general begins to laugh loudly and ominously. He says that the grandfather took revenge for his grandson, and this amuses him. The elder feels very angry. He thinks that even if he loses his life today, he will take the general with him. The commander begins to think that today is not the last death. If the gods of martial arts do not intervene, then these two will also be finished off. Hunyao tells her teacher that her body is paralyzed and practically does not move. She cannot take a single step. Suddenly the general hears a voice that suggests that he change the conditions, and this causes him confusion. A huge cloud of dark, poisonous fog appears around him, which begins to slowly envelop the entire space. To his surprise, Jian moves towards him and decisively demonstrates that they will fight here, and only the two of them. The swordmaster and his student are greatly surprised and both call the boy by name. Jian asks if anyone could have thought that he would die so quickly and easily. He tells the surprised general that he is much more powerful than he thought, and now it is time to show it in battle. The students are very surprised and do not understand what is happening. They saw the boy's death with their own eyes, and do not understand how he was reborn. One of the students notices that Jian is emitting the energy of the dead, and it seems that this is a dead soul technique that no one expected to see. Jian declares that it is now his turn to kill. At the same moment a huge dark funnel appears around the guy, absorbing the light. He loudly orders his insects to attack and kill. The whole sky becomes dark. The general realizes that this is the level of disaster. The invincible blade masters are amazed by the number of insects, and consider what is happening incredible. The guy just recently awakened his ability, and they wonder where so many insects come from if he's just starting out. Jiang Xiang watches the swarm rush towards the general and realizes that he underestimated the guy. The general, in turn, concentrates his energy to impose another curse on the enemy and his army of insects. He is very surprised, and does not understand what is happening, since he cannot move or concentrate spiritual energy for protection. Hankyu is very surprised when he learns that the invincible Blade Master is helping the boy in this unequal battle. The father explains a simple rule. If someone owes 1 million and doesn't pay, he will be killed. But if a person owes 100 million, he will be treated completely differently. Jian elevated insects to the level of disaster in a short period of time, and also mastered the heavenly blade technique. Enormous pressure grips the general's body, and he screams in rage that he cannot be gotten rid of so easily, and that he has something else. He realizes that the technique being used against him is an illusion, and if he can break through it, he can escape the arena. He believes that in the face of death there is no time to think about one's reputation. The main thing now is to break free and leave the dangerous arena. With great speed, he breaks free from the energy captivity and heads towards the guy to try to hit him one last time. He has almost no control over his wild anger and wishes the guy a cruel death for all the humiliation he had to endure. Jian is very surprised, as he didn't expect the general to be able to break through the martial arts god's trap and his explosions. The general raises his combat blade and strikes, but the boy manages to jump back in time, avoiding a fatal wound. A huge stream of energy pierces the general's body, and he begins to cough up blood, losing strength from the wounds he received. The voice of the almighty blade god is heard, The man says that if the general dares to move, he will be left without a head. Jian takes advantage of this situation and sends a swarm of insects towards General Xiao for a finishing attack. The man is pierced by another wave of energy. He screams loudly that they cannot do this to him. The general claims that he is a man who protects the state and has risked his entire life for it, exterminating monsters and suppressing rebellions. Instantly, his body begins to be corroded by a thick, poisonous fog emitted by insects under the control of the young man. The general asks the guy if he's really going to kill him, and he's surprised that the half-destroyed body still has the strength to ask questions. The man falls to the ground. His body continues to deteriorate. He admits his mistake and promises to make up for everything, willing to give everything just to stay alive. Jian turns to his friends and asks them what they think of this punishment for a defeated opponent. Meanwhile, the general continues to beg for mercy. He agrees to everything, even to serve the guy in the dungeons for the rest of his life. Zhang Xiang accuses General Xiao of allowing corruption to spread within the army while he remained in office. The man is deeply outraged that the general used his power to intimidate civilians and asks if he admits his guilt. Xiao writhes in pain and confesses. Zhang Xiang announces that he will confiscate all of the general's property. A curse is placed on him, and he can no longer leave the dungeon and will spend the rest of his life there. A powerful energy flow bursts out from Zhang Xiang's hand, which leaves a divine seal. If the man tries to escape, he will die immediately. The guy understands that this is the power of one of the three gods of martial arts, and thinks about how much pressure comes from him. Zhang Xiang approaches the young man and asks in a rough voice if he is satisfied with this punishment for his enemy. Jian fearfully replies that he fully agrees with the fair verdict that was given. The commander-in-chief asks the gentleman to pay attention to the fact that the poison continues to spread and will soon envelop everything around in a deadly fog. Zhang Xiang declares that it is all nonsense, then casually snaps his fingers, demonstrating his incredible power. The instant cleansing process begins. Jian is very surprised, because in just one click he got rid of the cloud of poisonous fog. The ninth awakening greatly frightens him, while the deity informs him that if anyone dares to speak out against the state, he will become its blood enemy. He gives the boy a nasty look and says that this applies to him too, warning him of the possible consequences of disobedience. Jian falls silent and looks at the man warily, understanding the seriousness of the words spoken. The man tells the god of martial arts that the boy is very brave and talented, and his family is ready to vouch for him. Following this, the second family joins the man and agrees to provide support to the young man. Lo nudges his father and asks his dad to say something to support the young man in the face of the deity. The man is very worried and still can't collect his thoughts. He is nervous and can't say anything coherent. After this, he loudly shouts that he also supports the guy. The daughter grabs her head with her hands. It looks as if her father swallowed a fly. Hunyao is very surprised. She tells the mentor that first the god of martial arts stood up for the boy, and then the elder, and this was picked up by many others. The old man claims that perhaps the gods of martial arts had foreseen such an outcome, and deliberately allowed the general to be attacked. The girl believes that the 9 wings of the abyss have become known to everyone, so there is no point in hiding it from the public. Jian is very pleased. This is exactly what he was expecting. The guy became famous thanks to the support of strong families. Zhang Xiang loudly declares that everyone has accepted and supported the guy. He believes that everything is decided, and asks him to take care of himself. In 10 days, the Empire Day celebrations will begin, and the man would like to announce the award for the winner of the martial arts tournament. The winner will have the opportunity to develop his abilities, but in the competition the guy will not be able to use the power of insects. Jian bows his head obediently and replies that he will not resort to the help of the 9 wings of the abyss in the upcoming tournament. The young man believes that the god of martial arts wants to test what he is capable of without the help of the insect queen. Zhang Xiang is about to teleport and activates his skill to remove the remaining poisonous fog from the arena. He calls upon the Great Dreamer, and a portal forms in the air, from which a strange toy begins to peek out. Following her, a girl appears, whose name is the Great Dreamer. She yawns loudly and says that she is very tired after a long sleep. The girl looks around the area and declares that there are too many people here, after which she wonders why she is being bothered with the challenge. Numerous people below carefully examine the girl hovering in the sky, and are surprised by her unusual appearance. Zhang Xiang orders the Great Dreamer to clear the memory of the 9 wings of the abyss from everyone below the second awakening, and after that, she can return to sleep. The girl starts talking about how there is too much work here. It takes her a long time to get things done, and she is tired and wants to sleep. After which she very lazily raises her hand and slowly snaps her fingers, clearly not wanting to expend much effort on the task. Many flying creatures appear around her. She activates a skill called Butterfly Dream. People watch in amazement as a multitude of flying creatures, similar to luminous butterflies, hover in the air above them. After just a few seconds, they become very tired, start yawning, and become very sleepy. The butterfly's dream begins to take effect, and those around it slowly fall to the ground and fall into a deep sleep. Hunyao asks why they are doing this. The mentor replies that it is all for the sake of protecting the boy and their state, because people do not need to know about the ancient disaster. In addition to the well-known 8 forbidden zones, there are even more terrifying ones, including names that send shivers down your spine. Jian is unable to resist the butterfly dream and slowly sinks into oblivion, losing control of his consciousness. Hunyao asks why the guy needs his memory erased, to which the great dreamer replies that it only strengthens his soul, so that he won't die because of some powerful curse. She starts to explain that the guy doesn't have a very strong cultivation, but after a second, she suddenly falls silent, noticing something strange. She notices that the young man has a completely strange reaction to her technique, unlike the usual reaction of other people. The great dreamer angrily notices that the boy is pretending to be asleep, and immediately rushes towards him with obvious irritation. Jian feels a powerful wave of energy that puts others to sleep, but does not affect him thanks to the protection of the insect queen. The guy thinks that since everyone has fallen asleep, it will be awkward if the great dreamer cannot put him to sleep. In a half-asleep state, he begins to communicate with the queen insect, who is sad about the death of the swarm. The guy calms her down and says that they can have new offspring. Suddenly he hears the loud voice of the great dreamer. The girl orders him to stop pretending and claims that she knows about his wakefulness. She leans very close to the young man, and in a quiet voice demands that he immediately stand up and stop deceiving her. Jian shakes off the last of his drowsiness and calls the great dreamer sister, showing respect for her strength. The girl happily tells the god of martial arts that the young man just called her sister. She gently takes Jian's face and thinks that she is already 800 years old, and it is very pleasant to hear such an address. She leans even closer to the young man and says that she is glad to meet such an interesting guy. After which, the girl kisses the guy goodbye and says that she accepts him and allows him to call her sister. The girl gives the guy a magic ring that protects the mind from intrusions, and whispers that he should not forget to return to her in his dreams to play. The great dreamer silently teleports to her space, and the portal behind her disappears without a trace. Zhang Xiang declares that a tournament will be held in 10 days, and if the boy wins without the help of insects, the empire will recognize him as worthy of attention. The god of martial arts interrupts the conversation, reminding them that it is time for them to return. There is a battle with the black dragon ahead. A young man overhears men discussing plans to marry him to their daughters and granddaughters, as if he had already become the most advantageous match. Hunyao timidly asks about her chances, but the elder hits her hard on the head and orders her not to even think about it. Jian, left alone, decides to rest and engage in the reproduction of the second generation of insects. He activates a special skill to speed up the swarm's growth and increase its strength. The insect queen swells, and the guy orders her to give birth to as many babies as possible so that the swarm becomes stronger. Suddenly, a message comes in saying that the guy can move on to the second awakening, since he has reached level 30 and collected 237 stars. He thinks that it would be good to sell the equipment, and then buy blood elixir for his insects to breed more of them. Jian notices a strange fruit on the tree of life, and thinks that it is something new and unusual. A message arrives that a young man has received a fruit of ability called the Eye of the Void with unique magical properties. This fruit allows one to see what is hidden, search for additional information, and ignore the stealth skills and illusions of opponents. Jian decides to use it as quickly as possible and begins to observe Tannen from a distance, using his new ability. He sees that the girl is about to send a message to someone. The girl stops and listens attentively as someone says that they want to get a good night's sleep before a hard day tomorrow. The next day, the action moves to a magical city, to a huge celestial tower that rises above all other buildings. The main hall on the first floor is filled with students, carefully studying the leaderboards and heatedly arguing over who did well in the tests and whose progress is most impressive. Jian accidentally discovers that one of the girls did more than just meet the standards. She shattered all previous records, leaving even the most experienced students behind. When it's his turn, the system asks if he wants to go to the Sky Pagoda, and without thinking, the guy agrees. A moment later, Jian finds himself on the first floor of the Heavenly Pagoda, where the system informs him that the monster's levels will be adjusted to his own strength. He turns to the Eye of the Void for clarification, and it replies that before him are ordinary fallen elves, creatures of the 40th level. The boy mentally notes that these monsters will be excellent food for his insects. At this moment, the queen loudly screams that the babies demand food. Jian extends his arms forward and commands the swarm to begin consuming. In the middle of a blood-red underground lake, the surface of which barely ripples, a man stands motionless in the lotus position. Jian, one of the most powerful masters in the empire, whose reputation needs no confirmation. His deep meditation is interrupted by a man approaching him asking to look at the latest reports. But Jian does not even open his eyes, saying that he does not need to see anything. He adds that even among those who have reached divine rank, the gap in strength can be enormous. The uncle doesn't give up and starts talking about the young man, but Jian abruptly cuts him off, declaring that he doesn't care about the achievements of some life support class master. However, the uncle persists, reminding him that this guy not only killed the general, but also managed to survive the battle with the National Guard. A giant dragon slowly rises from the blood-red water. Jian pronounces the boy's name and regretfully notes that he will not be able to use his insects at the tournament, although his power is directly related to this unique gift. He thinks that if insects took part in fights, it would be a truly grandiose spectacle. A powerful shot hits the mechanical monster, and immediately after, the girl fires another arrow with extreme precision and force. This is Xuanyu, the second master of the empire, and her actions clearly show why she deserves such a high position. She continues to deftly fire arrows one after another, destroying the training mechanical monsters with frightening accuracy. The men watch her training and can't hide their admiration. Her level is already comparable to the best elders, and her prospects are limitless. They are confident that she is capable of fighting even 5th-rank opponents. And this is just the beginning. A man enters the gym, greets those present as dear guests, and announces a break. Xuanyu joyfully welcomes his father, the commander-in-chief of the province, feeling the warmth of his presence and the strength of his family's support. Her father asks her with concern why she is torturing herself like this, and advises her not to worry about the tournament. With a slight grin, he suggests that his daughter learn from him the indifference that helps her not take everything too seriously. After this, he hands her a phone with carefully collected data on the strongest young masters participating in the upcoming tournament. Xuanyu carefully studies the information. The father asks to take a closer look at one young man. The girl declares that this guy is not just strong, his potential is frightening. The man admits that the young man managed to unsettle many powerful masters. He adds that even the girl's great-grandfather sent a message asking her to exercise caution at the tournament. Xuanyu firmly declares that she intends to break into the Sky Tower, and if she manages to clear the 50th floor, her chances of winning the tournament will increase dramatically. Their conversation is interrupted by a subordinate, respectfully addressing the girl as mistress, and is forced to inform her that her record has just been broken. Xuanyu is seething with irritation. She got through the floor in a minute and a half, but a subordinate reports that some young man did it in 37 seconds. The girl loudly exclaims that this is nonsense, and claims that no one at her level is capable of clearing so many floors in less than a minute. She abruptly leaves the room and tells her father that this is either a provocation or someone is trying to undermine her confidence before the tournament. Jian gets a ton of rewards for completing levels of the Sky Tower, but most of them turn out to be completely useless. The young man decides not to stop, and without wasting time, heads to the 21st floor. The other participants begin to whisper about Jian, wondering what kind of monster is hiding behind his appearance that he is capable of setting such records. The girl settles down on the huge bed and lazily scrolls through the news feed on her phone, trying to distract herself from everyday worries. However, every line about the Sky Tower leaderboard irritates her more and more. She suddenly loudly demands that her friends immediately join the live broadcast, because those losers from the Magic City are throwing dirt at her benefactor. The cheering crowd chants Xuanyu's name, urging her to deal with this Jian once and for all. The girl rushes to the next level, where she is instantly surrounded by numerous monsters. She is confident that with improved equipment and skills, she can regain her leadership. Xuanyu breaks through to the 10th floor, where she is met by a huge mechanical training scorpion. Glancing at the stopwatch, she sees that 59 seconds have passed, even though she gave it her all. She's angry, realizing that the long distance and the disadvantageous position on the first 10 floors, filled with monsters, are slowing her down. The girl is convinced that as soon as she conquers the 50th floor, her name will appear on the leaderboard again, no matter how long it took to reach the previous levels. With a deft shot, she destroys the training octopus, and a message flashes on the screen. The time of completion, 5 minutes 29 seconds. This is almost twice as fast as last year's record for clearing the 10th floor, but her strength is already at its limit. Jian stands on the 50th floor, carefully assessing how nutritious the meat of a high-quality beast is for its larvae. The students in the hall instantly fell silent as soon as the princess emerged from the training room. Before that, they had been loudly discussing her achievements. Xuanyu proudly notes that she has just set a new record at level 50, expecting a well-deserved applause for her achievement. However, she suddenly finds out that some guy has beaten her result by almost a whole minute. She takes the stimulant potion without hesitation. Victory must remain hers, and she does not intend to give in under any circumstances. Jian feels a surge of energy. The larvae actively multiply, devouring the body of the huge monster. The reward for completing the game, including improved equipment, only irritates him, because the system requires him to complete levels 41 through 50 again. The queen insect happily reports that the swarm is devouring food, and requires more to continue growing. Xuanyu deftly dodges the attack and pierces the huge octopus with an arrow. The rating update flashes on the screen. The level was completed in 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Meanwhile, on the 50th floor, the insect queen is happily devouring an octopus and cheerfully notes that it has so many legs. Jian irritably pulls her away, ordering her to stop playing and finish her prey quickly. He tells the queen that she has grown strong enough, and it is time for her to increase her offspring. The little one pounces on the monster and instantly devours it, instantly raising its level to 37. One of the students loudly declares that this upstart is not fit to hold a candle to their mistress, because she is ahead of him by a whole minute. But the recording suddenly updated. Jian completed the floor in 2 minutes and 53 seconds. Xuanyu is shocked. She doesn't understand how he overtook her again and why this is even possible. The girl realizes with irritation that she urgently needs to continue training and clear the floor again. She takes a stimulant pill, at which time a message arrives that a new record has been set, and this causes a wave of discussion among observers. Xuanyu falls to his knees and begins to scream loudly from anger and hopelessness, unable to cope with the surging emotions. At this moment, her father lands next to her, appearing as if from nowhere. His presence immediately changes the atmosphere of what is happening. His face turns angry, and he loudly asks who made their little princess cry. The man declares that he will destroy this person, because he has gone too far, and now he will have to answer for his actions. After which he begins to wonder why the guy keeps clearing the same level. He makes the assumption that he found a hidden mission there. Pieces of the map appear in the air and slowly come together, and a message appears that the formation of the treasure map is complete. For ordinary players, assembling such a map in its entirety is not so easy. In order to collect all the fragments, it is necessary to complete hidden missions. A message arrives that the artifact is fully formed. It has a mythical category and opens access to treasures that were previously inaccessible. The young man likes the Emperor's sword, but the description mentions its danger several times, so he is in no hurry and decides to refrain from using it for now. Divine level cultivation occurs, after which messages arrive that the transition has been successful, and the system confirms the completion of the process. The current status is the second transfer, and the rewards for it are 100 attribute points, which significantly increases the characteristics. The spatial portal begins to open. The system informs that the guy has successfully completed the second transition and can choose a random female insect. The extraction is completed, and a female disaster-level insect appears in the air, a red weevil beetle with rare properties. Jian is greatly surprised when he learns the numerous characteristics of this insect, as he did not expect it to be so effective in combat. He looks closely at the small bug and is surprised to think that, judging by the description, it is on the same level as the queen insect. Jian activates his skill, and the process of divine evolution instantly begins, accompanied by a powerful energy pulse. There is a bright flash of energy, after which the small bug takes on a human form. The boy looks closely at the insect and thinks that it looks good, older and calmer than his queen, and this arouses his interest. The system reports that the creature contains hellish sorrow, which is capable of purifying the power of the sky, the moon, and the sun, and turning them into the source of its life. The girl tells the guy that if he helps her complete her first transition, he will get the opportunity to rise to level 35. To do this, she only needs 10 drops of blood essence. The guy suggests meeting and getting to know his sister first. The commander is visibly nervous. He says that we need to hurry and teleport there immediately. He informs them that they have little time left, and the king is not interested in anything except his daughter, which could lead to unpredictable consequences. At this point, Jian finishes completing the levels and moves to the main hall, where other participants are already waiting for him. The guy looks around carefully. He doesn't understand what's going on and why everyone is staring at him as if he'd done something impossible. He notices the elder and the commander-in-chief next to him, and asks them what they are doing here. The men ask not to ask unnecessary questions, promising to explain everything on the way. But before they can, the king deals a crushing blow. A huge wave of energy crashes down on them, and the king's voice thunders through the air, asking if they really thought they could escape by bringing his daughter to tears. The king is furious and shouts that this scoundrel will crawl on his knees, begging for forgiveness for everything he has done. Jian and his patrons still manage to leave the heavenly tower, and the girl, having calmed down, asks her father to return home. After some time, Jian, accompanied by his patrons, is forced to return to the residence of the powerful king. The influential man irritably inquires about the purpose of their appearance within the walls of his castle, to which the elders explain that they have arrived with an important request. The elder hopefully makes a plea for his disciple to receive just 10 drops of a unique essence that only this royal family possesses. The king declares that this substance is an extremely valuable raw material, and is ready to grant 10 drops of the essence, but puts forward his own condition. The monarch categorically declares that as payment, the young man must marry his daughter, which causes a violent reaction. The elder, in a fit of anger, explodes from his seat, calling the king a scoundrel, an intriguer, and a dishonest merchant. The king demands that the elder watch his words and show respect. The monarch offers a compromise, saying that if they are not ready for marriage, then let them at least meet and get to know each other. But the daughter shows extreme dissatisfaction. The proud girl resolutely refuses to accept the humiliating offer, and leaves the huge room in irritation. The king invites his new young friend to stay for a couple of days, and try to improve relations with his rebellious daughter. Jian thinks that he can agree to this idea, because the girl can't stand him anyway, and therefore staying for a couple of days is not a problem for him. He reasons that he can endure these 2 days, and then he will get the precious essence and get out of here as quickly as possible. This blood essence has incredible power, because an ordinary person, having taken it, can turn into a real monster. Jian recalls the king's instructions that the essence was extremely powerful, and that one must be extremely careful with it. The young man notices the weevil's strange, depressed state and asks her why she looks so sour. The girl reports that the insect queen dislikes her and is trying in every way to drive her out of her nest. Jian believes that there is no point in interfering in these matters. They will sort everything out themselves sooner or later, after which he suggests having a snack. Loud pops are heard as the tight stoppers are ejected from the small ampules containing blood essence under pressure. The weevil greedily snatches up the drops of precious blood essence flying through the air. The entire room is filled with a bright red mystical glow, and a message comes that the transformation has been successfully completed. The guy clenches his fist tightly and rejoices that the activation of new abilities is finally complete. His body is engulfed in a bright, bloody glow of a powerful aura, and he hopes to gain truly hellish power. The human body consists of 840 million particles, and now each one is equal in strength to an elephant. And most importantly, the red weevil is capable of fully integrating into the body of its host. The weevil asks its owner if he is satisfied with the transformation that has taken place. The action moves to a mountain valley, where there is an ancient temple of a powerful deity. A man sitting on a stone throne asks if his subordinates have any news. The servants report that information has emerged that the boy has discovered a new sword. After which, he talks about how the guy is extremely strong, and it turns out that a conflict was deliberately provoked between him and the general. One of the priests states that everything must be kept strictly secret, and that they must correct the list as quickly as possible, and place Jian in 4th place. The terrifying monster blinks its many red eyes, and the priest's voice is heard, saying that the time has come to act in the name of the ancient gods. After this, the priest continues to slowly move through the gloomy cave, thickly covered with cobwebs hanging from the ceiling. After which the priest informs the Spider King that he is the 7th elder of the temple. He came to the huge monster to discuss with him the creation of a future alliance. The creature begins to move and says in a loud voice that it does not trust people, since their vicious bodies remain human. The priest begins to flatter the creature, claiming that it is one of the most powerful creatures in this world. The monster rudely interrupts him, demands that he stop talking nonsense, and asks why he came. A hellish glow lights up the priest's eyes as he asks for help in destroying the city located on the southern coast. The huge spider starts to move, and a human voice is heard saying that they will make a great sacrifice to the ancient deity, and the spider can ask for any favor. The massive creature continues to listen to the cultist, then lets out a loud cry that echoes throughout the cave. The next day comes. Xuanyu knocks loudly on the door and demands to open it immediately. Jian opens the door and wonders why she came. The girl rudely orders him to come with her. The guy claims that they weren't even on a date, and yet she bursts into his room in such a rude manner. Xuanyu holds back her anger with all her might. She orders the guy to follow her, as her father is waiting for him. The king is at the training ground, lying on a comfortable lounge chair and protected from the sun by a huge umbrella. The guy pays attention to the young people. These are young talents that the king is proud of. He thinks that in a couple of days they will become his sworn enemies. The king lazily informs the boy that the young man standing next to him has a hidden profession and is able to perform spirit sacrifices. Jian wonders why the man would just go and lay all his cards on the table, since it's no different from simply giving up. After this, the king reveals that there are only 8 days left until the end of the competition, and he has opened the emperor's treasure vault so that everyone can try their luck. Xuanyu is very surprised and asks his father if he is really going to do this. This is one of the powerful places in the possession of this family. The treasure is the corpse of an ancient deity, inside the body of which anyone who is worthy gets. Weevil tells the boy that she is very hungry and that this corpse looks extremely tasty. The king offers to go to the treasury, while the boy thinks that the man did not mention any conditions. The guy standing nearby reminds them that Jian is an outsider, so how can he go with them? To which the king reminds the young man that he must protect his daughter once they are inside. A gloomy monk is inside this dangerous place. He says in a quiet voice that he is eagerly awaiting guests. The king greets the monk and says that he is the head of the family who has arrived here with his descendants, after which he asks permission to enter. Jian knows that this family is very powerful, but even they have to be careful when dealing with the guardians of the emperor's treasures. The guy approaches a huge creature from which a stream of bright energy is emitted and wonders what is happening. He states that the energy coming from within is very unusual, to which the king replies that they only know 20% of this creature. He warns against jumping above one's head if one values one's life, and reminds one of the possibilities of instant teleportation. Xuanyu gets fed up with her father's boring instructions and orders her men to follow her. The group goes inside the corpse. This is the calf part of the body, through which the ancient meridians pass. Jian carefully examines the insides of the huge corpse. He realizes that the height of this creature is at least 30 meters, and its width is probably the same. Weevil continues to pester the guy and asks if this is really the food he made for her. Jian asks the insect to be careful and under no circumstances to be seen by other people, and so she can eat as much as she wants. Suddenly a loud roar is heard, and a terrible creature appears next to the young people. The girl instantly draws her combat blade and reports that they are being attacked by a bloody beast. Her men immediately rush to attack. Jian notes that the girl's level turns out to be quite decent. One of the students concentrates a powerful stream of energy and deals a crushing blow to the monster. After this, he approaches the defeated animal and notes to himself that the girl is quite capable of defeating a dozen of such creatures. Jian compliments the young man. He says that his technique is amazing, but in his mind he thinks that he is just a strong man and has no brains at all. Xuanyu calls his subordinate a blockhead and orders him to stop bragging immediately, after which the girl declares that she is going to lead the squad to the heart of the ancient god. Jian learns from her that there are more blood beasts there, and they are more powerful. The structure of the corpse is different from a human one, and they say it has 3 hearts. The boy learns that the divine being has 4 hearts, and any one of them can revive him. He orders the weevil to return immediately. The insect tries to dissuade the young man, but Jian sternly orders him to return, and promises to make her next meal unforgettable. The guy tells those around him that it is becoming too dangerous here, and they need to return immediately. The girl is surprised by such statements, and Jian's voice is heard, suggesting that she immediately use teleportation. One of the young men accuses Jian of cowardice, asking if he was really afraid of the bloody beast. Jian tries to restrain himself when the young man declares that they will sacrifice him. However, he cannot restrain himself and delivers a crushing blow to the offender's jaw. The guy misses a blow and flies back. Jian asks the offender what he can tell him now. Xuanyu is shocked by the young man's behavior and asks what he is doing. The offender wipes the blood from his broken face and declares that he has never liked this guy. A powerful energy aura erupts around him, and he summons the hero spirit skill. Jian watches calmly as something huge and ominous begins to transform above the young man's head. He hears the voice of the weevil, who asks eagerly if this is his food. The young man threatens Jian and declares that he is about to die, after which he swiftly attacks him. Jian believes that the time has come to test the power of his new skill and show it in action. He swings his hand sharply, and with amazing dexterity deflects the enemy's powerful energy blow. Just one blow is enough to destroy the giant structure that rose into the air. Xuanyu watches what is happening in amazement and wonders what kind of monster is hiding under the guise of this guy. The enemy is left in great confusion, and Jian immediately takes advantage of the moment to deliver another crushing blow. Unable to parry this attack, the enemy misses the blow and flies back several dozen meters, losing his balance. Xuanyu shouts loudly at the young man and asks him if he has gone completely crazy. The people around him look at the unconscious body of the guy in amazement, amazed that Jian managed to knock him out with just one punch, without even touching the weapon. Jian smiles broadly, and calmly explains that the injury is not fatal, but without timely treatment, serious consequences cannot be avoided. Xuanyu is perplexed as to why he acted this way. Was he really scared and decided to give up? The team concludes that they have no choice but to return, and prepares to use teleportation. However, the attempt proves futile, and they anxiously wonder how this is possible and why the transfer did not work. Jian speculates that perhaps the insect queen has found the monster's heart, and has decided to act in her own way. At this time, the young people discuss among themselves that they have found themselves face to face with something truly powerful and incomprehensible. Jian realizes with horror that if this is true, then it means that they will all die today. The guy tries to calm down and thinks that maybe someone else was trying to stop them, rather than attack them directly. He believes that urgent action must be taken and the stranger must be killed before he tries to do anything. Xuanyu begins to think that the young man is acting strangely because he might want to save them. She tells her team that something is about to happen, and orders them to catch up with the guy. The girl decisively gives orders to her subordinates, and without hesitation rushes into pursuit. Meanwhile, Jian engages in battle with unknown creatures. The system reports that their level is no lower than 70. All further paths turn out to be blocked by bloody beasts, the level of which is almost twice that of those they encountered before. He orders the insect queen to stop these bloody monsters immediately. The queen rushes towards the huge gathering of creatures and loudly announces that it is time for dinner. Xuanyu is going to clear the way and continue moving forward. However, Jian orders her to stay put for now and wait for his return, after which he unleashes a powerful blow. He fails to break through the bioorganic wall. Many consider this a pointless endeavor, since the substance quickly regenerates. Despite the setbacks, Jian does not give up and continues to strike, intending to break through the barrier. The guy thinks that if they don't have a way to get out, they will break through inside, after which a powerful explosion occurs. After a while, he manages to make a small passage, and he orders everyone to move forward. The guy gets inside. The bioorganic wall begins to shrink and tightens the passage. As a parting gesture, the girl asks him to be as careful as possible and take care of himself. She orders her two subordinates to control the left flank and hold the defense. After which, Xuanyu sends 2 people to be in charge of the next entrance. The girl clutches her bow in her hands and notes that their future fate now depends only on themselves. The huge monsters are on the move, but the girl still hopes that her family will soon come to her aid. The king rises abruptly from the table and demands to know how control was lost. The monk reports that there was a sudden fluctuation of energy inside, something that had never happened before. He adds that he tried to get inside, but the corpse was sealed and completely isolated from the outside world. The man thinks sadly about how it took them many years to get inside, and now even all their strength does not allow the squad to return. Meanwhile, Jian is fighting an unequal battle with a huge number of bloody monsters. Relying on an artifact called the Earth Sword, he slowly moves forward. The weevil angrily declares that it has no intention of eating all that junk, since there is much tastier prey nearby. Jian cuts a small passage in the biomass, and notes with surprise that he did not expect such a surprise. In front of him stands a strange man who did not think that such talents could exist among people. A creature appears next to him, who suggests that his brother faked his death and hid his heart, and now this boy accidentally found it. His brother advises him to take a closer look, because this is no ordinary boy, and the insect he released is of the level of a natural disaster. Strange creatures find more and more mysteries in the guy. They wonder if he can reach the heart. The creature replies that all it can do is create blood beasts, but it doesn't think that will stop the guy, and if he destroys the heart, they will all disappear without a trace. Jian notices that the blood beasts attacking him are getting stronger, and a level 150 creature is about to appear. The weevil asks the guy to step aside. She decides to go forward herself. The guy thinks that this ancient god is very cunning, since he managed to hide his heart for so long. He decides to run across a small open space, but everything around him instantly becomes dark. He turns around and sees nothing, at which time a huge creature begins to stretch its clawed paw towards him. At the last moment, Jian notices him and tries to escape. However, he fails to do so. The creature grabs him with its giant paw and squeezes him tightly. It starts laughing loudly and telling its brother that this boy will soon meet his end. Jian tries to resist and wonders why he can't move and fight back against this creature. He feels very cold and starts to want to sleep. The weevil starts shaking the guy and asks him to come to his senses. Jian is unable to make a single sound. At that moment, the ring on his hand, once given to him by a great dreamer, begins to glow. The huge paw that had been restraining his movements instantly shatters into many small pieces, disappearing into the air. The system reports that he was cursed by an unknown entity and was saved by a magic ring. A satisfied smile appears on the guy's face, because he just realized that it was this artifact that gave him a chance to stay alive. The ring is severely damaged, and Jian realizes that his opponent is truly powerful to be able to damage such a powerful item. The brother orders the strange creature to take immediate action, not believing that the boy will be able to avoid the second wave of the deadly curse. The creature replies that its soul has become greatly depleted over the years, at which point the weevil attacks with fury. The creature asks its brother with displeasure why he is standing motionless and doing nothing, wondering if he is going to help or is ready to sacrifice him. The brother does not react in any way, and continues to silently watch as his ally gradually loses strength and weakens. A moment later, his eyes flash with a bright red glow, and his loud voice echoes throughout the space. He commands the entity to fight or die, otherwise he is of no use. After which the brother declares that he came up with a much better idea. He asks the young man to destroy this creature, and it does not matter whether his heart is destroyed or not. The creature plans to use the dragon's power to lure the boy and then take his soul. Jian asks the insect how long it will take to remove the blockage. The weevil declares it's as easy as pie and directs its swarm towards the giant heart. Enormous insects gnaw through the vessels with alarming speed, and at that very moment, the magical protection completely disappears. The boy is amazed to see that his own heart begins to beat in the same rhythm as the heart of the ancient god. The insect's face distorts into a demonic form, and she informs the young man that she is about to consume him. The huge heart starts beating strangely, and the guy wonders in confusion what is happening. The ancient god's heart gradually slows down. Jian clutches his chest with his hand and feels an unusual sensation inside himself. Dense spirals of dark energy begin to surround him, while an ominous whisper is heard, ordering him to head towards the brain. The ancient god's heart returns to normal, but the guy can't understand why he should go to the brain of the ancient creature. Jian wonders if it's safe and whether such a move will have consequences for his team. At this point, the weevil reports that it is full and is no longer able to continue consuming. Jian decides to turn the rest into essence and take it with him. A bright blue flame erupts in the strange creature's hand, and he casts another spell. The entity is sure that there is no way to escape from here, but it is going to play with the guy a little. The young men are using their last strength to hold back the energy barrier, and the girl asks them to hold on a little longer. They gather all their remaining strength and begin to use a skill called piercing arrows. Another group of bloody beasts begins to approach from their left, but the young people have no strength left, and many of them are wounded. Xuanyu notes that the enemy is not only difficult to kill, but even difficult to wound. She is alarmed by the fact that the monster is somehow able to heal itself, and the thought has crept into her soul that no one will come to help. The huge monster opens its terrifying mouth and lets out a loud scream, launching a deadly attack. Xuanyu prepares to repel the attack and begins to wonder if they will all die here. A huge wave of energy hits the girl and throws her aside, leaving her no chance to stay on her feet and continue the fight. Suddenly, Jian appears next to her. The guy delivers a series of powerful and precise blows, demonstrating confidence in combat training. The beast begins to squeal loudly and flies far to the side, unable to withstand the onslaught and losing control of the situation. The guy manages to repel this attack. Xuanyu happily declares that she is glad to see him. Her voice sounds relieved. Jian, in turn, apologizes for being a little late and activates his Star God ring, preparing for the next stage of the battle. The artifact was heavily damaged, but it retained its healing properties. A wave of life-giving energy envelops the wounded and restores their strength. Jian gives a mental command to the insect queen. She must immediately withdraw the swarm, because it is already exhausted to the limit and needs an urgent respite. Suddenly the insect queen starts to get hysterical, loudly scolding the guy for taking that nasty weevil beetle with him, and completely forgetting about her, tired and beaten. The weevil hides in the guy's thick hair. The queen of insects, boiling with anger, declares that sooner or later she will beat this creature to death, and no one will stop her. Jian says that he is going to make a hole, and orders everyone to follow him and move quickly. He then lunges forward, delivering a series of powerful and precise blows to the wall, which is made of dense biomass. He makes a small hole into which the young people immediately throw themselves. Their lives depend on it. Xuanyu was stunned by this attack, because before the guy needed at least 10 hits, but now he managed with just one, as if he had become much stronger. Jian grabs the girl and loudly asks why she froze, because the passage is about to close. In a moment, the biomass begins to regenerate, is completely restored, and tightens the narrow passage. The group begins to run faster, because they need to get out before the animals catch up with them. The young people break away from the chase and find themselves in relative safety, albeit briefly. Jian wants to know what part of this huge monster is connected to the girl's family. She replies that this is the center of the magic circle, The guy goes into meditation and declares that he will make a breakthrough, and they will try again. He goes into a deep trance, and then commands the weevil to release its babies. The weevil lands on the magical stela in parallel space and quietly declares that this is now her territory. She wonders why she still doesn't have her own place, to which the guy promises to arrange everything once they get out of here. The weevil calls its insects, and a large number of beetles appear around. Jian continues deep meditation. He activates growth and then acceleration skill. The second reproduction process takes place, and the number of copies reaches 150 units. After this, accelerated evolution takes effect, but it will take about 30 minutes. The guy thinks that the swarm is multiplying very quickly in this dead divine monster. At this time he notices how the queen insect is trying to devour the weevil. The guy starts loudly scolding the insect queen and demands that she immediately release his sister. To which the queen throws a tantrum. She cries loudly and says that Jian loves his little sister more than her. Jian feels that the weevils have entered the divine monster's body, and there are already more than 300 of them. He glances at the young people standing behind him and thinks that this time everything might work out. Jian is about to make another hole and insistently asks everyone to be ready for action at any moment. Yinzhen states that once a blockage has formed, it is almost impossible to break out. Attempts can be made to do so from within, but there is simply not enough strength to do so. They ask him what to do then. The man with a serious look asks to prepare for the worst. The king reminds him that his daughter is still inside, to which the man calmly replies that the life of one person cannot be more valuable than millions of others. The elder confirms his words and adds that if the contents of the corpse come out, it will be the end of the whole world. After this, he declares that no matter who his opponent is, anyone who dares to touch his student will be immediately destroyed. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a loud sound, a powerful vibration emanating from the blocking shield. Yinzhen is very surprised and wonders how this is even possible. The young men take shelter from the powerful energy bursts and watch as Jian attempts to disperse the dense biomass. Xuanyu realizes that the recoil is colossal and asks his men to move away to avoid being killed by the shockwave. Jian manages to tear apart the dense biomass a little. He realizes that their chance has come. However, the hole made quickly closes up and prevents the captives from escaping. Jian still doesn't give up. He accumulates all his strength and is going to attack this wall again. The guy summons a huge swarm of insects, after which he strikes, immediately followed by a powerful explosion that shakes everything around. Xuanyu believes that things are still bad because the biomass is recovering too quickly and becoming overgrown again, leaving no way through. Jian realizes with irritation that the rate of biomass recovery has only increased, and this is beginning to seriously worry him. A second later, another powerful explosion occurs, creating a small gap from which silhouettes of people begin to appear. The fog gradually clears, and the young people are amazed to see the swordmaster rushing inside. Following him, Yinzhen appears in the huge corpse of a divine being, his appearance causing a wave of hope. In a loud voice, he commands the young people to get to freedom as quickly as possible. One of the students falls to the ground, choking, but he is very happy, because the guy already thought that he would die there, never seeing the light again. The hole begins to shrink rapidly, and the young men speed up their pace, trying their best to get through before it closes completely. Xuanyu shouts loudly that the passage is too narrow for two, to which the guy orders her to go first. Jian activates the growth skill, after which powerful vines wrap around the girl's body and begin to move. They quickly push her out, and the last thing she sees is the opening closing up. Once outside, she falls to the ground. The old man sends a curse as the passage is sealed again. The king rushes to his daughter and prays to the gods, at the same time thanking them for the fact that she remained safe. The blade master asks his comrade to prepare. They have one more blow to deal. Suddenly, the body of the huge divine monster begins to pulsate and emit strange energy. The old man understands that the protection of the ancient god's body has become stronger, or rather, someone is consciously strengthening it. He informs the master that the mind of the ancient god has awakened and is now in control of his body. The master declares that in this case they will never be able to break through, to which the old man silently rushes forward and strikes. The master asks the old man not to waste his strength in vain. The mutation of the ancient god's body is serious, and the plan must be followed. The blade master tries to calm down and maintain his sanity, not allowing his emotions to take over. Xuanyu begins to cry heavily, as she experienced powerful psychological pressure and fear that she could not cope with. The young people standing nearby understand that Jian sacrificed himself to save them and will not return. Jian slowly moves through the body of the divine being, thinking that now there is no need to rush and needs to get to the brain of the ancient god. The creature lets out a loud laugh, happy that the fish has swallowed the bait, and by taking over the boy's body, it will be able to return to life and escape. Jian finds himself near a huge gate, and a distant voice echoes, calling him and haunting him. This inscription was scratched into the wall nearly 100 years ago, but its meaning remains stunning and disturbing. The guy thinks that the sword god left her when he first came here, and then with a sharp movement he opens the gate. Upon entering, the young man immediately clutches his head as he is attacked by a loud sound, similar to the whisper of 1,000 voices. He falls to his knees and experiences severe pain, as the vibration could drive him crazy and destroy his consciousness. Gradually the vibration becomes weaker, and a vague silhouette appears high above, hovering in the air. Jian summons a magic blade, at which time a voice is heard saying that the child is finally here. The guy hears a voice that begins to tell him that he had been waiting for him for an endless time and had not lost hope. Jian feels a strong vibration, and notices a silhouette slowly approaching him. After which a voice is heard. His name is Duanshu, and he is an ancient god who awakened in the body of a monster. The ancient deity tells the boy that they are one, and that their destinies are now linked forever. He is enveloped in warm streams of energy and lifted high into the air. A voice is heard that says, "I am you, and you are me." Jian observes the deity that has taken his form. The creature offers to merge together and become a single being. Jian is greatly amazed at how similar this divine being is to him, and cannot hide his surprise. After which, the guy suddenly declares that he will not fall for these cheap tricks, and delivers a powerful blow with a magic blade. The divine being takes the blow, but it does not kill or destroy him, but only pushes him slightly to the side. It takes on its natural form, after which it praises the guy for an interesting attack worthy of respect. The deity says that he did not expect at all that modern martial arts could surprise him and force him to defend himself. Jian is very surprised that the creature was able to reflect his blow. The deity says that his strength is running out, and the guy makes him waste it. A huge number of strange creatures appear around the young man. The weakest of them have reached the 6th level of transformation, and the rest, the 9th. Jian knows that even if he tries his best, he won't be able to defeat them. But desperate times call for desperate measures. He orders the insect queen to summon the swarm, and is surprised to find that he cannot contact her. The deity approaches the guy and begins to laugh quietly, declaring that he is caught. After this, it grabs the young man tightly, and every cell of his body is pierced by unbearable pain. A tree of life appears behind him, and the voice of a deity is heard, promising the guy to significantly improve his life. A strange, brightly shining fruit appears on the tree, from which drops of blood begin to flow. Suddenly the pressure eases. Jian falls to the ground and realizes that he has found himself in a sea of reason. The ancient god tried to take possession of his body, but something happened, and the tree of life bore even more fruit. Jian begins to wonder why they are shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. At the current level this shouldn't happen, which means the soul of the ancient god has turned into this exotic fruit. Suddenly the boy hears the voice of the weevil, and she feels joy that he has finally woken up. Jian turns around and sees a weevil sitting on the back of a huge monster. She declares that she has taught all the monsters a lesson, and asks the young man to pay attention to her steed. Jian is very surprised and cannot understand how his insect managed to ride the Sea of Mind monster. Weevil begins to tell that her horse is very obedient, but her little sister doesn't like her. She throws the young man onto the back of a huge monster and asks if he wants a ride. These monsters are called ethereal demons, and according to inherited memories, hell is full of them. Luckily, they are quite trainable, and this 9th level ethereal demon can prove very useful. There is very little time left, but there is nothing we can do. We will have to make do with what we have. Jian recalls that if his memory serves him correctly, there should be 4th and 5th level bodies. To which the weevil happily replies that she spent a lot of energy and got hungry, after which she ate them all. Jian starts to praise the insect girl, but his thoughts are focused on getting out of here as soon as possible, and having some time alone with himself. The guy understands that this creature has squandered someone else's property, although on the other hand, at least something is left here. He feels a powerful vibration coming from the heaven-piercing blade, and realizes that it is his teacher. The ancient god has been neutralized, the monsters have been devoured, which means all the other barriers will soon collapse as well. Jian asks the bugs to quickly finish eating and hide. He begins to think that the reason why Yinzhen became the sword god is related to this place. The weevil holds up a huge sphere and announces that it has packed up all the remaining uneaten monsters. Jian thanks her, then says that the insect queen will deal with it, which greatly irritates her. The queen carefully examines the prey and asks with disgust what these disgusting smelly balls are that cause her dislike. Jian reports that the job is done and orders the insects to return, as it is time to find the teacher and leave here. The elder boasts to his comrade and asks to look at the hole he made, The swordmaster wonders why it does not heal. After this, the old man takes a few steps forward. He understands that most likely the protection of the ancient god has weakened, and he needs to scout out the situation. At that moment, a young man appears in the doorway. He makes a sharp jerk forward and extends his hand. Xuanyu hugs the guy tightly. She loudly declares that thank God everything is okay with him. However, the young man pushes her away and asks her to stop her calf-like affection, since they have no time at all. He tells the teacher that they need to get out as quickly as possible. If they don't leave here this very second, they will die. The teacher says that the green hills do not crumble, and the green streams flow forever, and very quickly leaves this place with his student. The king calls the guy a vile brat, because he shared precious blood with him, and he didn't even deign to look at his beautiful daughter. The girl insistently asks her father to calm down and reminds him that the guy actually heroically saved her life. She begins to think that the guy does show concern for her, and wonders with bewilderment why he behaves so coldly and distantly with her. After which she concludes that the guy is afraid to reveal his true feelings, fearing that this could hinder her in battles. Yinjin casts a stern glance at the place where the divine monster was, and in a quiet, worried voice says that something is definitely wrong here. He comes to the conclusion that the guy was behaving rather strangely, after which he realizes with horror that his precious treasury is completely empty. Yinjin clutches his head. There were a huge number of monsters here, and not a single one remains. Now it becomes clear to him why he and the teacher left this place so hastily. After this, the master wonders how something like this could have happened, since he almost said goodbye to life the last time he was here. He comes to the conclusion that this boy is definitely hiding something from them, and thinks that for now, he will magnanimously turn a blind eye to it and not ask unnecessary questions. The elder asks the young man if he really managed to plunder the legendary treasury of the sword god. The man remains silent and thinks about how he has always been an honest citizen. He wonders why fate rewarded him with such a shameless student. The guy asks if he will be able to successfully compete with the leaders of the competition, since the Battle of the Heavens will take place in just 3 days. The old man confidently replies that he will be able to defeat any opponent, and thinks about the fact that his eldest son has become known as a notorious Casanova. One of the strongest masters slowly sinks into the bloody lake. He reflects on the fact that it is not for nothing that the guy is called the strongest warrior of the current generation. He was recognized as the greatest talent in the last 800 years, as it takes ordinary people at least 18 years to accumulate enough spiritual power and awaken. The great master became an awakened warrior when he was only 3 years old, and at 9 years old, he had already obtained the legendary divine weapon. When he was 12 years old, he bravely entered a deadly forbidden zone and returned from there as a grown-up 15-year-old boy. The master spent most of his time diligently studying the most complex techniques of the highest level, and he reflects on how exactly Jian awakened so incredibly early. Jian asks the teacher if he can try to learn the technique of the mysterious Black Clan, which is shrouded in legends. The teacher honestly admits that he has not the slightest idea about this, since no mortal has ever attempted such a daring act. He says with regret that although the boy has rare abilities, he cannot teach him the secret techniques of the Black Clan. After some time, Jian returns to the walls of his home and believes that the journey to the body of the ancient god was incredibly fruitful and truly useful. That night, the queen insect's offspring rapidly multiplies again, and a mysterious and unusual fruit appears on the sacred ancestral tree. The boy is genuinely struck by the bright emerald green color of the fruit, and he thinks that the noticeable increase in insects may be the cause. A message arrives that a thunder fruit has been obtained, which is a powerful source of energy and is capable of increasing the swarm of insects by hundreds of thousands of individuals. Then a new message comes in that the swarm has grown significantly. Jian feels the colossal power that he now possesses. He carefully studies the system window, which says that due to the increase in the number of insects and reaching the second class, his stats have become much higher. Although he cannot use insect powers in competition, his sword skills will help him defeat his opponents. The action moves to a remote mountain province, where the silence in the Silent Night Mountains is suddenly broken by a strange and ominous sound. A group of people ask a man standing next to a huge dragon in bewilderment why it is taking him so long, since everyone has been impatiently waiting for him for a long time. The girl smiles faintly, and with a touch of irony, tells the man standing next to her that this mysterious guardian appeared before them very effectively and theatrically. The brightly dressed man says he can't help himself, as residents of this province have long been accustomed to caring about their impeccable image. The men angrily demand that they stop their ostentatious show-offs, but the old man firmly stops them and says that it's enough of this pointless arguing. The competition will take place very soon, with participants coming not only from the capital, but also from the legendary magical city, famous for its masters. The old man demands that special attention be paid to two dangerous people from a neighboring province, because together they are stronger than all the city's cultivators. The girl reminds them that last year they fought together against powerful cultivators from the capital, and suggests joining forces again. After long and intense discussions, everyone unanimously decides that the 6 borderlands must unite against the capital. All that was left to hear was the opinion of the man who had arrived on the dragon. He was torn from his thoughts, and asked in surprise if they had already finished the negotiations. Suddenly he declares that he did not come here to join their union. He says that this year the winner of the competition will be their province. The officers cast stern glances at him in bewilderment, and indignantly ask what kind of utter nonsense he is talking, and where he gets such self-confidence. After which, the man declares that it was very pleasant to make this solemn announcement, and politely asks to be allowed to take his leave now. He jumps onto the dragon's back and asks not to worry, as he is not going to tell anyone about their secret plans. Those who remained began to vigorously discuss the man. Many were perplexed and thought that he had either hit his head hard, or had probably been kicked by a mad donkey. The old man says with disdain that it doesn't matter at all and angrily wishes him to go to hell. The man believes that their combined efforts will be enough to come up with some kind of cunning plan. On a huge hill on the outskirts of the metropolis there is a group of monks, and an ominous voice is heard asking how the great Son of God is doing. The man declares that thanks to his incredible strength, he will definitely take first place in the upcoming competition. He clenches his fist tightly, and declares that their evil plans are about to come to fruition, and all they need to do is wait patiently for the competition to begin. The man stretches his hands towards the sky, and instantly, ominous streams of dark energy begin to flow around him. The numerous priests behind him instantly fall to their knees in religious ecstasy, and they all begin to repeat together that they will sacrifice this city. In the city center, near a huge screen, a lively group of people is standing, and a voice is heard that announces that the competition will begin tomorrow. The instructor reminds the young people that he will now repeat all the rules in case any of them have forgotten important details. He explains that the competition involves 8 combat zones and more than 80 people, and is divided into 2 intense stages. The first stage is a team fight, and Jian immediately understands that strong cohesion and mutual understanding are essential. The instructor sternly states that if anyone decides to hide and shamelessly shirk mandatory classes, they will be severely punished. Jian is genuinely impressed by the lightning bolt's incredible power, meaning he can effectively use it to recharge his insect swarm. The second stage of the competition will be a brutal fight format, and by this decisive moment, only about 30 participants will remain. After the briefing, the officer announces that it is time to select a worthy team captain. The girls standing behind the young man begin to fool around and make faces, loudly and cheerfully declaring that only Jian will be their captain. Despite their frivolous behavior, many serious young guys sincerely support the guy's candidacy. Jian remains silent for a while, but after some thought, he declares that he has nothing against his comrade's decision. Jian begins to noticeably become shy, as many admiring girls loudly say that he is a real handsome man and a hero. He asks the boys with bewilderment why they decided this, because he doesn't even really know their names. Jian starts laughing loudly, and with a sly grin tells the young man that he is voting for him purely for fun and amusement. The officer begins to wonder with surprise why the young man is not at all happy about being elected captain of the team, and shows no enthusiasm. Jian states that he is in fragile health and may not be able to withstand the psychological pressure, but the officer abruptly interrupts him and orders him to stop fooling around. The man demands that his loyal comrades not be let down, since they have sincerely trusted him, and bitterly reminds them that their team has been cruelly ridiculed for years. He points to a strange staircase, which is the last valuable gift. The officer enthusiastically says that an experienced person will be waiting for them at the top, who will become their reliable guide and mentor. The action moves to a secret kingdom, where a huge platform is filled with a large number of outstanding masters and distinguished guests of high rank. The girl notices the Blade Master, and excitedly tells the guy that he is sitting in the honorary front row among the most influential people. Xuanyu is surprised to see her father, and she immediately realizes that the city's combat zone is currently critically short of personnel. The sky above the arena is suddenly illuminated by a blindingly bright flash, and a huge battleship emerges from the shimmering spatial portal. Many viewers are genuinely surprised by the incredibly strong aura emanating from the capital's elite combat zone team. After all, the ship's combat power is 8 times greater than that of a regular patrol, and the capital's combat zone is accustomed to demonstratively flaunting its untold wealth. The Dragon Lord, with haughty arrogance, declares that they are no match for the warriors of his powerful province. A terrifying dragon opens its huge toothy mouth, and a man's voice is heard, claiming that it is these capital dwellers who show off the most. Suddenly, someone decisively stops him and says that his performance for today is finally over, and it is time to end the show. The young men brazenly attack the Dragon Lord and confidently declare that they will definitely win first place this year. At the end of the competition, only 4 of the strongest teams will remain, and the area of the Secret Kingdom will inexorably shrink with each passing hour. Jian's team carefully enters and settles into the mysterious Secret Kingdom. The guy carefully looks around. The young man anxiously asks Jian if he has any plan, as each of the 8 teams is unique and inimitable in its own way. Many of his comrades strongly advise him to strike first and quickly destroy dangerous opponents. Jian opens his spatial storage and tells the guys with a smile that he is going to get something extremely interesting. A moment later, a comfortable sofa, a camping barbecue, and a huge table with an impressive amount of delicious food suddenly appear in the clearing. Jian begins to explain that there is fresh meat, new potatoes, ripe beans, hot chili peppers, and high-quality charcoal. The astonished students wonder in confusion whether this is really what is needed now, since they are literally on the brink of life and death. One of the girls covers her face with her hands in despair, thinking bitterly that this strange guy turned out to be a completely lousy captain. The boys anxiously remind Jian of the strict rules. If they stay here and do not move actively, they will be struck by lightning or end up outside the dangerous exclusion zone. Jian states that he remembers this very well, but a fragrant kebab will not hurt anyone. Jian with a grin calls the guy a sly one. Jian joins the captain, and the disgruntled voices of the other participants are heard, who say with condemnation that they have 2 fools on their team. After a while, a girl joins the festive meal, and other team members gradually follow her. One of the guys says that they must obey their commander without question, and suggests that they all pounce on the fragrant shashlik. One of the main reasons is that he was incredibly hungry. Since the insects began to actively reproduce again, his appetite became simply frantic. Secondly, he is not afraid of lightning strikes, but on the contrary, wants to recharge with its help. Hankyu, with a sly smile, tells the guy that she has long understood everything. However, she didn't want him to guess about her insight, and therefore she deliberately looked stupid and naive. Jian sincerely admires the captain's trick. For the first time in his life, he sees such an open-minded and relaxed attitude towards such a serious event. The captain wants to accumulate strength, patiently waiting for the enemy, and then mercilessly tear him apart like a tiger, a helpless pig. He curiously asks the captain if he really has no fear of powerful opponents. They continue to barbecue together while Jian thinks that in many ways he is truly far from the level of a captain. The elder watches what is happening with displeasure. He does not understand why this reckless boy decided to have a picnic. The master begins to worry about the student's reckless behavior, and the neighboring masters sarcastically tease him and claim that the student is well prepared. They confidently state that their talented contestant has already gone to check out the situation and single-handedly cut down an entire enemy reconnaissance squad. Masters speak enthusiastically of the legendary swordsman, stating that his cruelty, bravery, and determination are worthy of sincere admiration. An influential man sitting nearby says bitterly that hundreds of years have passed, and no one has achieved any outstanding results. Instead, only pathetic scum appears. The king says that it is not for him to decide who is worthy of honor and who is not, and asks the swordmaster not to be angry with him for these words. However, the old man remains irritable, and bitterly declares that this time the team members are truly strong and talented, and they have serious competitors. Suddenly, everyone learns that it seems the 4 teams are not trying to capture the strategic center at all, but are moving purposefully in a westerly direction. One of the participants reports that he has spotted the enemy 10 miles to the northwest, and they appear to be calmly grilling kebabs. The comrade replies to him incredulously that this seems like madness, and suggests that perhaps the enemy is catching them with bait, setting up a cunning ambush. The stern captain orders the conversations to cease. He believes that it makes no difference what the enemies are doing, and orders them to act according to a pre-planned plan. He reminds us that there are other dangerous teams besides them that need to be dealt with quickly and effectively. After which the guy says that it will be much more difficult to deal with the leader of one of the teams than with the other opponents. He asks the master of space warping to begin the ritual immediately, and orders everyone to prepare for the operation to begin. The elder watches with irritation as the boy sits on a soft sofa and leisurely eats shashlik, even though the enemy is already only 500 meters away from them. He wonders why he continues to eat, because one more piece could be his last. One of the representatives starts laughing loudly, and declares that the old man's team doesn't have a single chance. The elder on the huge screen watches tensely as the enemy teams inexorably approach Jian, the distance between them rapidly decreasing with each passing minute. Jian didn't expect the enemies to reach them before the first lightning strikes. Jian anxiously asks why they don't do anything. With less than 10 meters left, Jian wonders in bewilderment whether the guy really doesn't feel anything, and anxiously thinks that this simply can't be true. Suddenly, a spatial portal opens nearby, and someone loudly shouts that Jian is about to die. Jian angrily throws a huge roasted leg towards his opponent, and begins to loudly and colorfully curse for the whole area to hear. The attacker suddenly freezes in place, and is very surprised to learn that their effective disguise has somehow been discovered and exposed. Jian resolutely rushes into a swift attack. In ancient times, cups were broken as a battle signal, but now they throw pieces of fragrant meat. Even though the enemy was able to set up a triple void barrier and create a complex illusion, Jian, thanks to a clever trick, identifies the enemy and delivers a precise blow. The enemy detachment is in complete confusion. They intended to suddenly and treacherously attack the enemy, but they failed completely. Team Jian was not caught off guard, and they are going to give a worthy and decisive rebuff to the impudent enemy. The girls begin to enthusiastically praise the young man, and admiringly tell him that his cunning plan was simply brilliant. Jian rushes forward and insistently asks the girls to reliably protect their temporary camp from other enemies. The rival squads watch tensely as Jian deals with the attackers with brutality and mercilessness, and seriously consider whether they should intervene. One of the fighters with great difficulty deflects Jian's powerful blows with his reliable sword. He loudly shouts to the captain of the neighboring detachment that their enemy is too strong and dangerous, and without their help, they definitely won't cope. The captain of the neighboring squad concentrates a huge energy ball and agrees to help in this brutal battle. However, he suddenly notices Jian above his head. The guy loudly declares that he will never allow him to use space warp. He delivers a powerful blow that sends the enemy captain flying, and confidently declares that they have no chance of winning. The captain understands that the situation is escalating, and that serious troubles may await him. He is already seriously considering hiding in the deserted space. The girl expertly parries Tannen's blow, thinking that they are both killers who are constantly compared, called number 1 and number 2. Another team member enters the fight and challenges the enemy, declaring that if they were planning to destroy his comrades, they would have to deal with him first. He deals a powerful blow to the enemy healer, deciding that he will eliminate her first and then move on to the rest. Meanwhile, other squads enter the battle, using the golden fire technique and activating the tiger blade, increasing the tempo of the battle. A bright blue aura flares around low. The girl concentrates her energy and creates a powerful protective barrier, using the earth defense skill. She commands the other girl to hide behind her shield and fire her bow, using the cover as a tactical advantage. Hongqiu orders the prince to cover her flanks, then summons a battle blade and decisively rushes into the attack. She deftly dives towards one of her opponents and delivers a fatal blow with a sharp knife. The captain of the enemy team understands that things are bad. If this continues, they will soon come to an end. Jian notices that the opponent likes to hide in the dark space, and seems to enjoy playing hide-and-seek, thinking that he will then play with him. The guy decides to take advantage of the situation, and cut the spatial portal in order to use it against his enemies. The opponents are receiving serious resistance from the Jian team. Many of them are seriously injured. Jian's body is engulfed in powerful streams of magical energy, and he declares that the enemy cannot cope with him even with 5 of them. The enemy captain curses loudly. His plan has gone wrong and this young man is too strong for him. He raises his head up and, looking at the dark sky, still does not want to accept that this is the end. A girl who possesses the technique of Thunderspell appears in the sky. She instantly enters the battle and unleashes numerous energy attacks on the Jian people. The enemy captain instantly perks up and summons a mirage of chaos. He uses all his magical energy against the guy and creates an illusion, but realizes that he cannot hold him back for long. One of the participants rushes into a duel with the heavenly girl. He needs a little time to break his people out of the shackles. The celestial girl continues her furious attacks and begins the dance of the water dragon. The boy summons his skill called Divine Demonic Energy Defense, seeking to repel this furious and destructive attack. The celestial maiden screams loudly, calling upon a dragon to rise from the blue depths. Jian feels this strong energy and understands that he is facing a truly serious opponent. The energy forms into a huge dragon, and voices are heard asking what it is, if it is a thunder formation. The girls instantly fall to the ground and realize that they are under the influence of a thunder spell. This is a 7th level power, and they have no way to escape. Tannen smiles predatorily, as she has cut her opponent in 3 places and believes that from the last blow she will soon die from her wounds. Xuanyu categorically disagrees with this and defiantly declares to her opponent that they will continue to fight, and her team will not be the loser this year. The young men look tensely at the sky, quietly swear among themselves and think that they have almost won the battle. At this moment, the young prince rushes at the heavenly girl and demands that she stop running and fight him face to face. One of the participants grimly declares to his friend that it looks like they will all die today in this brutal battle. The girl begins to become very hysterical and screams loudly, desperately asking where her master is, who is supposed to protect her. Jian deftly dodges the powerful blow and confidently declares to the enemy that such lightning cannot kill him, and as soon as he gets rid of the illusions, his end will inevitably come. At this time, Jian carefully looked at the huge energy dragon and wondered whether this was really the thunder punishment. The enemy team's fighters ask the guy why he's standing there and not moving, and whether he really wants to be struck by lightning as quickly as possible. Jian doesn't react to their statements and wonders if this is really his enemy's main trump card. The energy dragon lets out a loud cry and then resolutely rushes at the guy. Other dragons join him, and they form a huge ring of 9 thunder dragons around Jian. The Sky Girl realizes with horror that she has lost control and can no longer control her spell. Much to the surprise of those around him, Jian concentrates the energy of all the dragons in his hands. Instantly, powerful bolts of lightning pierce his body, and he begins to subjugate the Lord of Thunder. The boy rises into the sky and tells the Sky Girl that she has failed this time. Jian loudly declares that it is now their turn to attack and summons Thunder Sword, opening the sky. He deals a powerful blow to the enemy squad's fighters and wants to see what is faster, their spatial transition or his lightning. The enemy commander orders his men to leave immediately, as the guy has lured the thunderous punishment to his side and he cannot be stopped. The Celestial Girl is astonished to realize that she is no longer able to control these powerful energies. The girl is going to stop the fleeing opponents and decisively declares that no one will be able to escape until they destroy her powerful barrier. She creates an enhanced energy shield, and a huge dome covers a gigantic space. Hankyu calls his comrades idiots and demands that they not allow the enemies to break the barrier together. Tannen, brandishing his blade, does not let the girl go further and asks where she is going. The young prince tries to stop the heavenly girl and tells her that he is her opponent. The celestial girl calmly tells the boy that he is indeed a brave young man, but in terms of strength and skill, he cannot even come close to her. The bloody battle continues, and members of various squads fight to the end. Hankyu tries to inspire his comrades and states that they should not lag behind the master and show what they are capable of. The guy says she's right and tries to detain at least one fleeing enemy. Meanwhile, Jian cuts through the hidden space and enters inside it. The enemy captain tries to perform a spatial jump and grab the guy in the twilight space. However, Jian deftly dodges the blow and moves forward, destroying 2 opponents on the move. 2 enemy captains attempt to consolidate and are determined to link their consciousnesses into a single whole. However, it's too late. Jian approaches them and raises his blade to strike. The enemy captain realizes it is too late and thinks that the end has come for them. Jian uses the Great Thunder Sword skill and delivers a powerful blow, causing a gigantic explosion that blinds the entire surrounding area. Jian states that he enjoys lightning energy and doesn't want to deprive everyone of that fun. Jian asks the guy not to interfere, calls the enemy captain a bastard and asks him to leave him to him. The captain cannot hold back the most powerful attack. At this time, numerous subordinates come to his aid. Jian starts screaming loudly and launches a furious, determined attack. Jian is glad that his comrade is back in action. He sees that he has almost caught up with him in the number of enemies killed. The Sky Maiden loudly declares that the opponents are celebrating too early and are planning to use the water element. A huge column of water turns into a deadly whirlwind that engulfs and begins to mercilessly strangle the young prince. Jian, escaping from the energy strikes of the heavenly girl, resolutely rushes to his aid. Using the heavenly blade, they manage to destroy the water shackles and carefully pick up the unconscious prince in their arms. Jian uses his enhanced growth skill and uses the vines that instantly appear to redirect the prince to a safe place near the girls. The enemy captain suddenly realizes what his opponent's strength is. Their arena is an energy field and acts as a conductor for him. He demands that the celestial girl instantly find a way to destroy the enemy's electric field. The girl instantly turns her attention to Jian and creates a powerful isolated barrier of water. The young man believes that some wall of water cannot stop him, and delivers a powerful blow with a heavenly blade. However, he soon realizes that he has failed. The girl asks if he knows the proverb that water wears away stone and will find its way. She says that he won't be able to cope. Despite the fact that he has a strong blade, the guy declares that then he will do without a weapon. The girl starts laughing loudly and asks the young man to show his strength. Jianchen's eyes light up with a bright demonic glow, and he challenges the girl to test which of them is more stubborn. The guy pounces on a huge wall of water and begins to strike it repeatedly with his bare hands. The Sky Girl remains calm, as the water technique is one of her strongest abilities. However, suddenly she is hit by a huge number of blows. She feels severe pain and does not understand why this happened. Jianchen, with fury and determination, tells the girl that all consequences are entirely the result of her own actions and choices. The Sky Girl gets a lot of bruises and abrasions. The guy asks her not to die and starts to mock her, asking if she can conjure some water to wash her hands. At this moment, Jian notices that the powerful opponent has been neutralized and continues to furiously attack his enemy. He is very unhappy because only a little time has passed, and Jianchen has already finished the fight, and he is still hanging around here. He shouts loudly that this is not right, and with redoubled fury continues his most powerful attacks. The captain of the enemy team begins to become noticeably nervous. He thinks that there is no way out, and they are all going to die now. He begins to use his final trump card, casting a soul ignition spell. Jian laughs loudly and tells the enemy that it is useless. He will not fall into his trap again. Jianchen feels strong energy fluctuations and thinks that under no circumstances should he give in to these illusions. The enemy captain screams loudly and rushes into the attack, believing that even if he dies, he will take his opponents with him. He clearly understands that without these two leaders, his team will have at least a small hope of winning. Jian delivers a powerful blow that sends large clods of earth flying into the air, repeating that none of the opponents will remain alive. Jian notices that his comrade has already overcome the illusion and says that it was amazing. In response to this, Jianchen asks the guy not to rejoice too much and says that the secret kingdom is beginning to narrow. The mighty Thunder class is showcased on huge screens and is currently the only fully hidden class in this location. Jiang Xiang watches the fight closely and then says that this young man is indeed quite interesting. The man states that with his potential he can reach great heights in the future. His interlocutor reminds him that there are other capable students, after which he clutches his head and says that his team is lost in the woods. The king shouts loudly and angrily asks the old man why he didn't tell him earlier that the boy had a hidden Thunder class. However, after a while, his mood improves dramatically, and he joyfully tells the elder that he is incredibly lucky to have a lightning master among his students. Many masters are discussing with amazement how a young man single-handedly eliminated half of the personnel of the 4 strongest leading teams. They calculate that there are still 2 hours of testing left, and they say with hope that many participants can still be saved. One of the men abruptly interrupts them and declares that first place rightfully belongs to his team, and not to some losers. He points to the screen and suggests that instead of wasting time on gossip, it would be better to concentrate on watching this impressive and captivating spectacle. The master suspiciously asks the Dragon Lord if his team has also decided to take advantage of the situation. The man smiles broadly and thinks to himself maliciously that he will still show these bastards real strength. Meanwhile, the bloody competition continues, with the surviving students waging a fierce, merciless battle to the death. A mysterious man in white robes looks around the battlefield, thinking that it looks like he won't have to intervene. These scum will handle it just fine on their own. He recalls with satisfaction that the Church of the Ancient God recently gifted him with a truly remarkable person to carry out the mission. Although these students were initially distrustful of him, they fought with amazing strength and demonstrated outstanding discipline and outward politeness. He looks lustfully at the girls on the team and thinks that as soon as he takes first place in the ranking, they will all belong to him. After which the girls ask the captain where they should go next. They have just finished clearing the secret kingdom, and it is starting to narrow. The commander of one of the squads cunningly suggests setting up an ambush here for the other teams. He loudly declares to his subordinates that they will mercilessly destroy all other teams, and insists that they will definitely take first place this year. He carefully studies the statistics and notices that 4 combat squads quickly suffered a crushing defeat, after which he decides to check the losses of the remaining teams. After some time, he frivolously decides to change tactics, as he believes that taking victory in such a banal way will be extremely boring. A huge red dragon materializes behind him, and he commandeers his men to immediately follow him into the attack. Meanwhile, in another location, Team Xuanyu is anxiously discussing the latest news. 4 teams were completely wiped out in less than an hour. The girl angrily orders her subordinates to immediately shut their filthy mouths, and says that the captain knows perfectly well where he is leading them. She promised to show everyone what she was capable of, but the guy had already destroyed 4 teams on his own. At this time, a powerful explosion occurs somewhere nearby, which immediately attracts her close attention. The girl abruptly stops the squad and orders everyone to stand still. She demands maximum readiness, as this could be a cunning ambush. Suddenly a spatial portal opens, and an enemy team emerges from it, its captain possessing a divine profession combined with a divine weapon. He smugly tells the girl that she doesn't have the slightest chance, and if it weren't for these circumstances, he would be extremely gentle with her. But they are on the battlefield. Xuanyu responds by cursing furiously and telling the enemy captain to go to hell. The girl pulls the bowstring with lightning speed and releases a deadly arrow in the direction of the enemy squad. The magic arrow quickly reaches its target, after which a bright, blinding explosion of incredible power occurs in the sky. A powerful energy wave instantly reaches those around them, and a bright light completely blinds them for several seconds. However, the enemy captain repels this attack without any problems, and condescendingly says that it was quite good. He mockingly tells the girl that she has forgotten one very important thing, namely that he is her opponent. The girl is extremely surprised by how her magic arrow was stopped by some mysterious energy thread. This captain has two hidden skills. One is called Heavenly Weaver, and the other is Great Divine Cloning. Instantly, a dense ring of numerous clones of this captain forms around the girl's squad. She looks around warily at the numerous clones and is very surprised, as she has never seen such a skill in action before. Xuanyu understands that her opponent is quite serious since he has two divine skills. She didn't think that he had such aces up his sleeve. The girl orders her subordinate to determine where the enemy's real body is, to which the guy replies that his body can move into any of the clones at any time. She firmly declares to her subordinates that they must follow the previous plan. If someone can fight, then he must fight, and if not, then flee. After which she releases another magical arrow, which in flight turns into a huge fire dragon. The captain watches the flight of the huge clot of plasma with undisguised delight, and wonders what kind of skill this girl has. Some of the clones are instantly engulfed in all-consuming flames. The captain laughs contemptuously, and says that their clones are countless, and cannot all be destroyed. He calls upon 1,000 threads and, laughing ominously, says that this is an extremely sad sight. Instantly, a huge number of thin energy threads surround the fire dragon in a dense network, capture it, and mercilessly pull it together. Many students are surprised at how this captain took complete control of the huge phoenix. The captain continues to control the 1,000 threads, and the huge net rapidly and inexorably contracts around the target. The students struggle to maintain protective energy shields, and anxiously inform the girl that the enemy is surrounding them. Xuanyu orders everyone not to panic, and to hold the all-round defense together until the last. She fires another arrow towards the fire dragon, hoping to further fuel it with destructive energy. Jian sees strong flashes of fire behind the neighboring mountain, and wonders with concern what is happening there. After which, he says with concern that things are bad, and they need to help these guys as soon as possible. The Thread Lord has two hidden skills, and this is definitely an exceptional case among all the participants. The Master, standing on the podium, pointedly tells the Dragon Tamer that it is now clear why he did not even consider their proposal to form an alliance. The Dragon Tamer stands up and starts laughing loudly, after which he triumphantly declares to the other masters that it looks like one of the teams is in mortal danger. The girl, with growing horror, informs her commander that the extreme flame arrow is gradually dying out, and she was unable to feed the fire dragon with additional energy. The guy next to him desperately shouts to the commander that he can no longer hold back the protective barrier from destruction. Xuanyu prepared long and hard for this competition, and wanted to make a lasting impression on everyone. She doesn't want to accept the fact that they will lose shamefully. She decides to make a sacrifice to the ancient gods, and loudly shouts that they will not be destroyed, and she will fight until the very end. Meanwhile, the thin energy threads inexorably increase the pressure and begin to methodically destroy their protective sphere. The enemy captain laughs loudly and contemptuously. He considers these people complete fools because they want to break through 1,000 threads with the help of their pathetic offering to the gods. He is reflecting on the fact that talent alone is not enough to win, when something unexpectedly catches his attention. One of the young men begins to scream loudly in pain. His body is engulfed in a blindingly bright glow. He burns himself from the inside to become much stronger. The girl watches with growing horror as the boy is engulfed in bright flames. The last thing she hears is the boy's words that he will sacrifice his life to the gods. A huge burst of energy instantly transforms into a colossal arrow, which rapidly heads towards the master of 1,000 threads. However, he moves deftly, hovering in the sky, and skillfully manages to completely destroy this colossal attack with his threads. The captain continues to manipulate his strings in cold blood, and thinks with disdain that these madmen have decided to resort to self-destruction to escape from the trap. He coldly declares to his opponents that he is tired of messing with them, and now they will all die, every single one of them. Under intense energetic pressure, the girl helplessly falls to her knees and quietly asks for forgiveness, saying that she is very sorry. The western sky suddenly becomes covered with menacing clouds, and many students pay close attention to this with alarm. Suddenly, their bodies are pierced by powerful lightning bolts. They fall to the ground and begin to scream loudly from unbearable pain. The Threadmaster sees his people being mercilessly destroyed, calls them pathetic losers, and thinks that these are clearly unusual lightning bolts. A few seconds later, he notices Jian rapidly approaching and wonders in surprise who else has appeared. Xuanyu feels incredible joy and is relieved to think that the young man has come to save her from certain death. A huge number of clones are instantly struck by dozens of powerful lightning bolts descending from the stormy sky. They scream piercingly and, under the influence of divine energy, are irrevocably disintegrated into small pieces. The enemy captain looks closely at the guy hovering in the sky and is amazed at how pure thunder energy it is. Jian lands confidently on the ground and sets out to destroy the massive energy thread grid that has trapped his comrades. He instantly launches a furious attack and delivers several powerful, crushing blows to the energy grid. However, after some time, he notices with growing surprise that this ingenious network has the ability to self-repair. Jian decides to test what is faster, the grid recovery or his merciless attacks, and begins to deliver powerful blows at incredible speed. Having broken through the defense, the guy points to the hole in the net that has formed and states that it is recovering much more slowly than his attacks. Xuanyu desperately screams at the guy that she has no strength left and can no longer withstand this colossal pressure. At this point, the captain tells the guy that he is quite capable, but underestimating him is a fatal mistake. After which the man directs a huge destructive energy field of incredible power towards the guy. However, Jian skillfully blocks it and spins the energy into a deadly vortex that flies back towards the Thousand Threadmaster. The enemy captain is extremely surprised and wonders with bewilderment what this new skill is that was able to break his impenetrable network. Jian takes advantage of the favorable situation, quickly approaches the weakened girl, and insistently asks her to follow him immediately. The Master of 1,000 Threads feels that his strength is rapidly running out, and he thinks that he needs to get out of here as quickly as possible. At this critical moment, another hostile team appears on the horizon, joyfully announcing that they have finally found them. Jian hears the angry cries of their captain, who threatens that they will not leave here alive. Jian turns around and sees Jian nearby with his loyal comrades. The guy is glad that they got here just in time. Jian confidently declares that he will personally deal with the enemy captain, and asks his comrades to take on the rest of the enemies. The enemy team's captain laughs loudly and contemptuously, mockingly asking if the guy really thinks he's worthy of being his opponent. After which he deals a powerful blow to Jian. The guy with great difficulty and tension repels his deadly attack. He breaks the energy chains that imprison his divine power and limit his true might. His hands are filled with colossal destructive energy and begin to move with incredible, inhuman speed. The enemy captain watches with growing horror as his opponent begins to rapidly transform into an invincible god of war. However, he quickly calms down and smugly tells the guy that he heard that his grandfather once killed a dragon. He is interested in how brave his grandson is. The next second, the huge dragon furiously pounces on Jian, knocks him down and begins to mercilessly strangle him with its body. The girl insistently asks Xuanyu to leave here immediately and deal with the rest of the enemies, so as not to interfere with the powerful guy's fight. The captain slowly turns around. Outwardly he looks calm, but his pupils dilate treacherously with fear. Jian stands motionless behind him, asking in an icy voice if he has seen enough of this spectacle. The man declares with undisguised joy that all 4 representatives of divine talents have gathered here, and this will be a truly magnificent battle. He arrogantly tells the guy that he is only using 30% of his true potential. After which powerful energy wings appear behind his back. He demands that everyone see the true form of the Azure God. Jian watches the unusual energy transformations closely and wonders anxiously about what is happening to the enemy. The captain of the neighboring team realizes that things are catastrophically bad. He orders his subordinates to leave immediately and leave this location. Jin realizes with growing horror that his muscles are bound by some force, and he cannot make a single movement. The man laughs loudly and ominously as he floats through the sky, declaring that it is too late. The secret kingdom is now under his control, and they are powerless to change anything. He begins to laugh hysterically, after which he threatens to take their immortal souls as a trophy. The masters watching the competition cannot understand how a dangerous member of the Azure God clan ended up inside the closed arena. A member of this sinister clan possesses the terrifying ability to forcibly extract souls from living beings. The man delivers a powerful blow that destroys the surrounding rocks and shouts loudly that his opponent has betrayed their great empire. The Dragon Lord desperately fights off the blows and tries to justify himself. He says that he knew nothing about this, and is even ready to go to the trials. However, this does not stop the enraged man. He continues to swear furiously and threateningly tells the Dragon Lord that he will certainly kill him. Suddenly, their fierce duel is interrupted by a powerful energy beam that crashes into the ground at tremendous speed, scattering rocks and pieces of soil. The mysterious man who appeared contemptuously declared that they had raised a panic over some trifle, that too long a peace had made them hopelessly soft. Zhang Xiang asks the men what they will do when a horde of bloodthirsty monsters comes out of the dungeon, whether they will be able to fight or will they immediately go over to their side. He asks the old man how many thousands of individuals the guy has under his command, and if they were all united together, they could create an explosion of such force that everyone would be able to escape. The Blademaster replies that he has never asked this question to a newbie, and more than a week has passed since the last explosion. A man standing nearby begins to sadly tell him that he feels very sorry for the children who fell into this trap. But what worries him most is that this is definitely not an accident. Zhang Xiang understands that penetrating from the depths of the dungeon is not such an easy task for the Azure Dragon clan. He feels that something more large-scale is coming. Linju's true body guards the entrance to the dungeon, and everything is calm there. The man states that most likely they were too late in preventing the threat. Zhang Xiang responds by stating that if a disaster were to happen anywhere, it would definitely be in the capital, and suggests that the Temple of White Bones is involved. The Temple of White Bones has its own sinister projection, and absorbs images of other living beings and various life forms. The rector of the temple delivers his gloomy sermon. He says that the image of oneself is not the image of other living beings in this world. The eerie abbot loudly and solemnly announces that only by renouncing all worldly images can one unite with the great Buddha. Linju draws his battle blade and menacingly asks the creepy monk why he came here, if it was to start a bloody turmoil. The eerie temple abbot begins to laugh hysterically and smugly announces that these young souls have listened attentively to his sinister sutra. A magical fog envelops the hypnotized cult followers, and the monk's voice is heard triumphantly proclaiming that his disciples are about to achieve long-awaited enlightenment. Zhang Xiang understands that the monk's target is talented people. He firmly orders them to wake up immediately and not dare to reflect on this damned sutra. For a moment, people come out of the hypnotic state. They are very surprised and wonder with bewilderment what is happening around them. The monk, observing this, begins to curse angrily. He declares that the masters are hindering enlightenment and therefore angering the heavens, and asks them to beware of heavenly punishment. He fanatically declares that many have already ascended and achieved enlightenment, and that just a little bit more, and there will be many more followers. Linju realizes that there is no time to waste. He quickly rushes into attack and decides to deal with this demonic monk by destroying his incarnation. Zhang Xiang watches as thick black smoke rises from many points, and it looks like the empire is facing imminent disaster. He orders all defenders to return to their posts immediately, and intends to defend the empire at any cost, even at the cost of his own life. The master furiously declares that if his disciple dies, he will gladly follow him into the dungeon and slaughter all the members of the Azure Dragon clan. Suddenly Zhang Xiang stopped in place. A very strange thought suddenly came into his worried head. He looks at the strange transformations of space happening around him, and wonders with bewilderment what it is. After a while, the man starts laughing loudly, and declares that he understands very well what happened there, and considers it an extremely unexpected turn of events. The action moves back 5 minutes. Jian concentrates all his strength and launches a decisive, deadly attack. The Azure Dragon clan warrior soars through the sky and mockingly asks the boy why he is wasting so much energy in vain. He condescendingly informs his opponents that they should not rush to the next world. First, he intends to complete the transformation of these beautiful ladies, and then take on the boys. Thin energy threads insidiously envelop the girls. The Azure Dragon warrior wants to first completely destroy their spiritual protection. Jian hears the voice of the insect queen. She says that she smells a very delicious smell, and tells the guy that she wants to eat. Jian asks her to be patient for a little while, but the guy says that now is not the time to open up. She needs to think of some other way. Meanwhile, the dragon warrior begins a powerful spell to open the Eye of the Void and absorb their souls. A system screen appears, informing the young man that the enemy's technique is an offshoot of the 3 original divine clans. He asks if they have any blood of the ancient deities left from the treasury, to which the weevil replies that she ate it all. After which the weevil says that she is able to extract a drop of divine blood from herself if her master needs it for victory. Jian believes that the cleansing effect will be identical to the original, and the side effects will be much weaker, which means that he will be lucky, and his body will not burst into flames. He uses a drop of blood to throw off the magical shackles, and saves the rest for a joint attack with his comrades. After some time, he frees himself from the bonds, which greatly surprises his self-confident opponent. The Azure Dragon Warrior is surprised that the boy can move again and concentrates a powerful acoustic barrier around himself. After which the warrior calmly lands next to the young man, and coldly asks him why he dares to interfere with his divine plans. He notices a powerful aura emanating from the guy. At this time, Jian calls out his real name and true origin. The warrior approaches the guy closely and with growing horror asks who he is, whether he is a representative of the Clan of Darkness. The Azure Dragon Warrior begins to become noticeably nervous. Fear flashes in his eyes. He begins to think that the guy's status may be higher than the head of his clan. Jian's appearance takes on a demonic form, and he believes that it is time to activate the divine blood. He threateningly asks his opponent if he really doesn't feel his powerful energy that is about to grind him into dust. Jian continues to bluff coldly and reports that the Azure Dragon clan is significantly weaker than his ancient clan. However, the young man thinks to himself that if it comes to a real fight, the enemy might reveal his weak points. The deception is completely successful, and the Azure Dragon Warrior falls to his knees in humiliation, admitting that their clans are of the same blood. Jian informs the warrior that he has revealed his true identity, and therefore he will no longer be able to escape from the Empire so easily. The guy says that they have the same goal and invites the warrior to enter his sea of consciousness to form an alliance. The Azure Dragon Warrior agrees and says that he will never forget the boy's kindness, to which Jian replies that he will help him escape. Having thus deceived the warrior, Jian instantly summons the Insect Queen to deal with the enemy. The queen, sitting on a huge monster, begins to menacingly approach the dragon warrior, who is trembling with fear. She licks her lips greedily, then calls the Azure Dragon Warrior a fool and says that dinner is served. The queen thanks her master, after which she transforms into a terrifying monster and instantly pounces on the defenseless warrior. Jian lets out a sigh of relief, then looks around and asks his comrades in surprise why they are still kneeling. Jian remains completely perplexed. He does not understand why the Azure Dragon Warrior suddenly knelt down in front of the guy, and what he said to him. The girls immediately rush to the young man. They begin to joyfully hug him and enthusiastically declare that he saved their lives again. Hankyu tells the guy that from now on he will always be her absolute number one. The subordinates of the neighboring detachment tell their commander that they are a little scared, and ask fearfully if they really need to fight them. The commander calls his subordinate a complete idiot, and adds that there can't be any fight, because this guy just saved them all. Jian declares that they still have an hour left, and since no one wants to fight, he invites everyone to have some shashlik. The girl watches in surprise as Jian consumes a large amount of food, and tells him that he has a great appetite. A system window appears, and the young man learns that he has risen to level 48, jumping over 2 divisions at once. He believes that this happened because the Insect Queen devoured the Azure Dragon Warrior. The queen reports that she has something stuck in her teeth, and pulls out a 1,000-string soul thread from her mouth. It is a divine weapon, but its creation is not yet complete. And now the boy understands why the Azure Dragon Warrior needed time and resources. He decides to continue the transformation and send the thread to the divine tree so that it can be fully restored and ready for sealing. Jian is amazed by the incredible speed of the Tree of Life, as it can protect his soul, block illusions, and transform divine items. Jian begins to dream that one day he will obtain the Emperor's Tiger Blade and also pass it through the magical tree to strengthen it. Meanwhile, new fruits appear on the Tree of Life, although they are of a low level, but there are a lot of them. The guy opens the green fruit and receives 3 experience cards, which can be used within 3 hours of receiving them. Blue fruits have a long duration, but they only give 1 release card and the ability to change skills. Jian is happy with these artifacts, as he can free himself from the quest at any time, and even transform his skills. The action moves to the hall of the Church of the Ancient God. The 7th Elder watches through a magic ball a recording of the fight taking place in the arena. He watches the Azure Dragon Warrior closely, then quietly says that he is a complete fool. The 7th Elder angrily destroys the magical screens and declares that there is no point in watching any further. He realizes that the time has come for them to make their move and orders all units to raise a storm in the Empire. The 7th Elder throws off his huge hood, revealing himself to be a girl who intends to engulf the entire Earth in the flames of war. She loudly declares that very soon the capital will be left without protection, and then the dirty blood of humanity will be finally cleansed. On a huge skyscraper stands the commander of the Night Guards along with his subordinates. They are carefully looking at the evening city spread out before them. He reports that 8 military districts are in a state of full combat readiness, so they need to be extremely vigilant. The deputy asks him not to worry, because their protective barrier is already being launched and will be operating at full capacity in half an hour. After which the girl says that his favorite will most likely not only be in the top 3, but will also take first place. Suddenly their conversation is interrupted by deafening, destructive explosions that simultaneously rumble throughout the city. A minute later, the Night Guard commander's subordinates run up to him and excitedly tell him that the transport hub has been completely destroyed. Communication is completely lost, and huge hordes of monsters surround the city from all sides, creating a tight siege ring. The commander replies that the situation is extremely bad, because without teleportation and communication, they will find themselves a completely besieged fortress, deprived of any support. The man orders his subordinates to hold the defense on the walls and speed up the activation of the barrier, after which he gives the command to initiate the emergency protocol and jumps down. The competitors leave the arena. They go beyond its boundaries and wonder in surprise where everyone has gone. Suddenly Jiang Xiang appears next to them. He says that he has 2 pieces of news. Firstly, the 9 zones, the sea people and the dungeon have rebelled in the empire. And secondly, half an hour ago a distress signal was received from the capital district, which means a critical situation. Young people learn that neighboring cities are already attacked by hordes of monsters and are under threat of complete destruction. Jiang Xiang says that all the teachers and mentors have gone towards the southeast coast, where the main forces of the monsters are concentrated. The boys learn that if the defense falls, the entire region and perhaps even the entire empire will be under threat. One of the captains realizes that the powerful masters have decided to sacrifice one province in order to divert the monsters' attention from the capital. However, he does not yet know that there is no guarantee that the capital is the true target of this insidious enemy. Jiang Xiang relays his master's words to the boy and asks what his final choice will be in this critical situation. Jianshan firmly declares that he will not back down at any cost, despite the fact that the masters sacrificed the defenseless city to the monsters. He is supported by the surviving students and team captains. They are also going to go with the guy and not leave the city in trouble. Jianshan thanks the young people for their noble choice, but reminds them that they are not obliged to do so. Jiang Xiang also warns the young people, reminding them that even masters barely survive in this terrible battle, facing such huge hordes of monsters. He declares that the boys are the future of the empire and asks them if they are ready to go where certain death awaits them. Many become afraid and refuse to participate in the suicide mission. Yinzhen angrily declares that these students are not comrades to them, but a disgrace. Jiang Xiang asks the guy if his decision is final. Jianshan confidently replies that he doesn't care how many monsters there are. Yinzhen also resolutely agrees. He respects the emperor and knows that his ancestors would approve of his choice. The remaining guys support their decision and tell Jiang Xiang that they all agree and will not show cowardice. The man replies that this spirit is worthy of respect and that before him are the true future leaders of the generation, and he orders everyone who is afraid to get away. Bracelets appear on the young men's hands. They wonder what they are. The man explains that they will record their combat achievements and final rating. Jiang Xiang reiterates that the empire is unshakable and will continue to stand even if they perish. He continues to talk about how one should not rely on luck, and that one can only save oneself by relying on oneself. When suddenly the man realizes with surprise that there is no one next to him. Jian calls the man grandpa and says that they need to move, that they have had enough of moralizing. The guy declares that they don't need these grandpa's offers. Jiang Xiang thinks about being called grandfather. He thinks that whoever returns, he will personally drag them to the dungeon and show them how he cuts down enemies left and right. The frightened students fall to their knees and begin to cry bitterly. They are in great pain because they made a mistake and disappointed everyone. The action moves to the southeastern coast, where a border combat district is attacked by a huge horde of terrifying monsters of unprecedented strength. The swordmaster loudly declares that these monsters simply do not end, and notes that their attacks are quite unusual. If we talk about the scale, then this is one of the largest waves in history. The level of brutality of the battle does not correspond to the number of enemies, and the officer suspects that this is all just a diversionary tactic by the Sea clans. The men realize that there are still 5 cities in the empire that have been attacked, and it is not yet clear where the main blow will be struck. Afterwards, the officer receives news that Jianshan and the other young disciples were successfully teleported out of the base. The men learn that the students are heading specifically to them. Where the largest horde of monsters is, they gave orders not to tell anyone about this horde. The Blade Master quickly leaves the coast, cursing loudly and announcing that he must urgently return to his students. For the sake of one student, the master would not even move. but now there are 2 of them in one place, and he sends them all to hell without hesitation. They notice the attack of a huge giant monster, and realize that the 8th rank Sea Emperor has arrived. They cannot leave, otherwise the enemy will launch an offensive, and if the front falls, the entire province will be under mortal threat. The huge monster continues to attack the borders. Reports are coming in that they have broken through the defenses of the southeastern part, and then the situation worsened in the northwest. The garrison commander gives loud orders, directs the 4th Battalion to the left flank, and orders the 8th and 9th to follow him. The Night Guard commander uses the deadly Heaven's Blade technique and, with a deft move, severs the giant monster's enormous head. He informs his deputy that they must buy at least a little time so that their friends in the rear can prepare to repel the attack. One of their fighters uses a technique called Wolf Soul Armor and tears off the giant monster's paws with his bare hands. Yun Saoki not only protects his comrades with an energy shield, but also instantly heals their severe wounds with healing magic. She warns the boy and asks him to dodge sharply, as devouring death crows appear in the sky. A shooter comes to the rescue, accurately hitting the monster with an arrow fired from a huge gun turret. The guy sighs happily and tells his friend that he came to the rescue at the perfect time. At this point, the shooter turns to the commander of the Night Guards with a request to take command. Otherwise, the scattered detachments will completely perish. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a new wave of monsters, including several rank 5 vultures and 2 rank 6 Titan apes, charging straight at them. The guy is anticipating a real mess and is getting ready to give these creatures a real bloody hell on earth. The commander tensely asks if everyone remembers the sacred oath they took when they joined the ranks of the Night Watch. He solemnly repeats the oath: "When the long night comes, I will become the light of dawn." And with these words he furiously rushes into a deadly attack. The man unleashes a series of crushing blows and grimly thinks that if the barrier collapses, he will have to detonate 8 nuclear charges simultaneously. His team attacks the huge vulture in a coordinated attack. The archer pierces it with an arrow, and the girl mercilessly finishes it off in a furious hand-to-hand fight. The healer, who is protecting the team, suddenly freezes and anxiously asks the guys to pay attention and be extremely careful. From the left flank, a giant 6th rank Titan ape is menacingly advancing towards them, shaking the earth with every step. The monster unleashes a crushing blow, and the Night Guards desperately try to block its devastating attack as a group. The commander orders them not to panic and demands that they hold on at any cost. However, they fight for too long and are mortally exhausted. The giant's next blow throws the defenders far to the side. Having routed the ranks of the Night Guards, the huge monster tries to crush them with its giant paw. Zhigang slowly draws his combat blade from its sheath and despairingly wonders if this is really the end. Suddenly, there is a sharp whistling sound, and the head of the huge monster instantly flies off from its powerful shoulders. The Night Watchmen are confused as to what has happened, and watch in shock as the giant monster falls to the ground with a crash. Jian appears next to them, enveloped in lightning, and with triumphant pride declares that he has returned to save them all. He asks his friends to remain under the protective dome to recuperate and heal their wounds, confidently declaring that he can handle the rest of the monsters on his own. The commander turns to his deputy in shock, trying to figure out whether the guy has actually returned or if he is hallucinating. Jian reflects on how they have already forgotten about the incident in the arena, where he fought with opponents, and then all the participants had their memories erased. The next second, a huge swarm of bloodthirsty insects quickly destroys the giant monster and begins to greedily devour its remains. The commander of the Night Guards is shocked by what is happening. This is a 6th rank beast, comparable in strength to a 7th star level professional. Jian, in turn, proudly declares that this time he did not come alone, but that his many loyal comrades were with him. This is not just a rescue mission. It is the final battle for the top of the celestial rankings and the right to be called the strongest. To kill one beast of the 4th or 5th rank, the rest of the guys have to fight for several grueling minutes. Many guys are wondering if they will rise in the merit rankings, because Jian destroyed a 6th rank monster in less than a minute. After the last team battle, Xuan Yu was in a bad spot, and now is the time for her to shine and prove her strength. Jian concentrates a huge energy field around himself and induces the state of an invincible warrior. He is determined to prove himself worthy and lead the top of the rankings. Despite the fact that Jian is ahead of him on points, the guy is not going to give up and unleashes a crushing blow on another monster. Yinzhen takes out the Imperial Blade. He thought that he would not need to use this weapon in this battle, but there are too many opponents, and they are incredibly powerful. The Night Watchmen watch the unfolding battle in amazement and conclude that the new generation of Celestials amazes with their incredible power. The commander cannot believe that in such a short time the boys have become such stronger and more powerful warriors. Jian asks the night guards to pay close attention to his attack. Today, he will not just stop the beast horde, he will top the rankings at any cost. The situation gradually comes under control, and the commander urgently orders the restoration of the city's protective barrier. The seventh elder's face is twisted with anger and hatred. She wonders why those damned bastards are still alive. At this moment, a powerful, destructive explosion occurs in one of the city's districts, shaking the foundations of buildings. She knew about Jian's cursed insects, but she had no idea how long he had been using them, or what level of power they were currently at. She believes that everything did not go according to plan, and is going to go to the rift in order to personally report everything to the ancient god. She orders her subordinates to go to the Spider Queen. The elder wants her to intervene, as her venom effectively suppresses insects. The Insect Queen is in the terrifying guise of a monster. She thanks her master, and reports that she had another delicious meal of monsters. The guy praises the queen and says that this is great. The more monsters she eats, the better it will be for them all. System messages about increased experience are coming in. The guy thinks that with a double experience card, they will very quickly rise to level 50. He is distracted from his thoughts by a weevil. The girl tells him that there are many dead souls here, and asks the guy if he would like her to collect them for him. The boy asks the weevil why she doesn't eat these souls. The girl replies that he promised to feed her gods and demons, so she's not interested in these things. The tree with rainbow fruits needs feeding, but you must not let the insects catch anyone's eye. Jian starts to occupy the 300th place in the imperial ranking. Yinjin is very worried about this, because even with the emperor's sword, he is stuck at the 400th place. He believes that this won't work to overtake Jian. He needs to find another path to merit. It's important to make a contribution, so the guy decides to attack the portal from which the monsters appear. The subordinate reports to the commander that the barriers have been fully restored, and now there is no need to worry about the city's safety. The man realizes with growing surprise that the guy is actively leveling up and possibly preparing for the third awakening of the force. After the third awakening, the initial skills are greatly increased, and the skills can evolve into more powerful forms. The Guardian knows that this is a hellishly difficult task. The Great Masters have reached the 6th and 9th awakenings, and now they are like insurmountable mountains that not every warrior can conquer. The commander thinks that the new generation is a completely different matter. These guys prepared for the third awakening even before the tournament. A powerful explosion occurs, and a destructive energy wave knocks the guards off their feet. They don't understand what happened, and are surprised to start thinking that perhaps the guy has begun a dangerous transformation. The guards don't believe he decided to increase his skills without a quest, and wonder if he really has a legendary item that allows him to skip quests. If a young man is drawn into the space of the beginning, he will be extremely vulnerable there, and this is mortally dangerous for him. The disciples notice a tree of life next to them. They think Jian is a complete psychopath, since he decided to awaken right on the battlefield. The young men immediately head towards the tree and stop attacking the monsters, because their benefactor is in the process of transformation, and they are obliged to protect him. At this moment, the portal is remotely activated, and a terrible beast appears, capable of burrowing into the ground. Yinjin has found a portal from which monsters appear. He believes that he only needs to destroy at least one during the transition, and then the portal will collapse. The monster tries to drag the young man into a world of chaos, but he firmly declares that he will not succeed. Even though the monster is a level 7 monster, the guy believes that he can resist it, because he is the heir of the Emperor of Humanity. He begins to activate 13 scrolls of powerful spells, but at this time another spatial portal opens behind him. The ritual is suddenly interrupted. Yinjin shouts loudly and asks who is here and dares to interfere. A creepy monster emerges from the portal, blinking its many red eyes and telling the boy that this baby smells very appetizing. Yinjin froze in place and immediately realized that the Spider Queen in front of him was from the 8th level of the abyss. The monster slowly moves towards the young man, covering him with its huge shadow. Yinjin knows that its strength is incredible. Forbidden spells won't work against the monster. The boy understands that resistance is futile. He needs to warn the others. He delivers a powerful blow and tries to escape pursuit, because he needs to get to Jian, who is already beginning his transformation. The Spider Queen slowly raises her creepy paw, covered in chitin and spikes, demonstrating superiority. She considers it naive that this guy decided to run away from her. A huge spider spits out a sticky thread that tightly wraps around the young man's arms, preventing him from moving. The guy begins to use the ancient technique of the Emperor, and with a sharp, powerful blow tries to break the sticky bonds that bind him. The spider strikes mercilessly with her sharp legs, causing serious injuries to the young fighter's legs. Yinshin rushes with all her might towards the brightly glowing energy pillar in order to heal her bleeding wounds. The Spider Queen lets out a piercing scream and thinks about how this stubborn little one turned out to be a surprisingly resilient opponent. The monks standing nearby quietly say among themselves that Jianshin has now begun the process of awakening and is unconscious. This is the perfect moment for a surprise attack. At this very moment, on the rocky coast, the Blade Master continues his furious attack and deals a crushing blow to the enormous sea monster. He cuts off a giant tentacle with one blow, but the cunning monster deftly avoids the next deadly attack and disappears into the dark depths of the sea. The officer tells him great news. It seems that the brave students, with the support of the insects, were able to hold back the furious onslaught of the first enemy attack. After this message, he proudly tells the Blade Master that his talented student has officially entered the prestigious ranking of the 300 best fighters in the country. A brightly glowing ancient hieroglyph suddenly appears in the sky, and the old man is surprised to think that this is the same legendary warning. The men look up at the dark sky in amazement and understand with awe that this is a sign created by the great emperor. The sacred hieroglyph slowly begins to dissipate into the air, and in its place appears an ominous image of the Spider Queen. The huge sea creature again furiously breaks out of the foaming abyss. The Blade Master immediately strikes it again. He urgently informs his loyal officer that he must immediately protect the brave guy and get him out of there alive and unharmed at any cost. In one of the dark dungeons, a huge number of warriors line up and take up a defensive line at the ancient dragon passage. Clad in durable metal armor, the stern warriors march in orderly rows towards a narrow mountain pass. Suddenly, a huge energy portal flares up, and a voice is heard warning that those who dare to cross the sacred boundary will be instantly destroyed. The measured sound of the marching warriors' steps can be heard, shouting in chorus that the great empire was and remains invincible. Jiang Xiang watches what is happening and grimly thinks that all who dared to challenge the empire will be cruelly punished. A huge 9th-rank demon with eyes burning with malice suddenly appears next to him. The demon mockingly asks Jiang Xiang if he is afraid that all the races of the dungeon will unite and wipe them off the face of the earth. Jiang Xiang's body erupts with a bloody aura, and he contemptuously asks the demon if he believes his own words. The man doesn't believe that enemies will abandon their centuries-old feud for the sake of a couple of million pathetic insects. He deals a crushing blow to the demon, and at the same time notices how the ancient warning of the Emperor appears menacingly in the dark sky. The demon dodges the blow and jumps to the side, declaring to the man that this time victory will be his. Jiang Xiang tells him not to dare dream about it and delivers a powerful crushing blow. The man continues his relentless attacks and loudly calls for the Legion commanders to come to his aid immediately. In response, the demon begins to laugh loudly and cynically says that his people will not have time to help and will not even have time to come to his funeral. He summons legions of bloodthirsty monsters, and huge winged creatures appear in the sky. On the rocky ground, squads of fanatical demon worshippers line up and begin to move in rows towards the passage. The demon laughs loudly and declares to the man that today they will break through the defenses of the great empire. The terrifying horned creature screams loudly and commandingly orders its loyal legions to rush fearlessly into the bloody battle. Meanwhile, the Spider Queen, having received the information, suspiciously asks the monks if they have blocked the warriors and threatens to wipe their cult off the face of the earth. The monks respectfully ask the spider not to worry and report that the old monk has already set off for the forbidden lands of the 10 sacred mountains. The Spider Queen summons a multitude of small poisonous spiders and thinks that she cannot take unnecessary risks anyway. Jianshin is unconscious at this time, his body softly enveloped in the healing warm aura of the powerful Tree of Life. The commander of the Night Guards and his comrades build a tight defense around the boy so that the enemy cannot get close to him. Fierce battles begin at the front lines as the boys desperately hold back the onslaught of bloodthirsty monsters. Jian notices the wounded commander and anxiously asks his comrade why he is covered in blood. Yinjin suddenly appears on the battlefield and tells the guys that a terrible spider from the 8th rank Cursed Abyss is rapidly approaching here. The commander of the Night Guards immediately understands that the boy is undergoing a critical transformation, and they cannot leave here. He resolutely tells his loyal comrades that they will have to stay here in any case and accept an unequal mortal battle. The commander orders all soldiers to immediately take cover under a powerful protective dome, restore their energy levels, and patiently wait for reinforcements. One of the fighters asks in bewilderment why his stubborn comrade is in no hurry to go under the reliable protection of the dome, since there is absolutely no place for them here. In response, the young warrior takes out a strange flask and decides to summon his powerful grandfather here for the upcoming battle. He raises the ancient artifact high above his head and screams desperately loudly that he is in mortal danger. An eye appears on the surface of the pumpkin, and a voice is heard speaking of an 8th-rank spider, saying that even he is not up to such a confrontation, and advises him to leave. After this warning, the pumpkin flask suddenly begins to suck its terrified grandson inside itself. The girls, looking at this shameful spectacle, curse and call the guy a worthless piece of work who lets everyone down, and decide to stay on the battlefield. Jian catches himself with the unpleasant thought that he, too, is terribly afraid of this opponent, but he can't leave now. The commander of the night guard slowly turns to the unconscious boy, and in a quiet, heartfelt voice begs Jian to wake up quickly. The action is transferred 5 minutes back to the mysterious space of the beginning. Jian never thought that the mysterious quest pass card would mercilessly drag him straight to this mystical place. He thinks with concern that everything must be perfectly fine with the million faithful insects who remained outside to fight. Bright glowing spheres begin to circle mesmerizingly around his body. They are skills. After a while, a message arrives that the selection is finally complete. One of the pulsating spheres penetrates the guy's head with a thin stream of energy, and his Thunderlord skill rapidly evolves into Thunder God. An information screen appears, informing you that a menacing eye of wrath is forming in the cold void, inflicting devastating mental damage on enemies. The young man then learns that this is an extremely rare skill, and most warriors only develop it after their 6th awakening. Suddenly, Jian notices with alarm that many of the bright stars are gradually beginning to fade, but one of them begins to shine brighter and brighter. The complex processes of skill evolution continue, and the divine patron is transformed into a powerful skill with the mysterious name of the beginning of all things. The voice informs the young man that by diligently studying the techniques of emptiness, there is a unique chance to activate a simplified training mode. After this, the skill of growth of all living things is significantly improved. Now he can accelerate the growth and reproduction of living beings 50 times faster. The guy is excitedly thinking that with such skills he can get 1 billion insects next time, when a girl suddenly appears next to him. At this time, the terrible spider continues to inexorably approach the Tree of Life, her numerous army significantly outnumbering all the guy's insects. The insects furiously attack the superior enemy, but they cannot withstand the onslaught and are forced to return to their original weak form. Jian resolutely activates all his available skills and mentally prepares himself for a final, desperate battle. The main thing now is to stop the spider at any cost. The insect queen takes on the terrifying and frightening form of a monstrous monster, and patiently tries to wait for the best time to launch a surprise attack on the spider. Jian is still unconscious, and slowly rises up in a bright, pulsating column of energy enveloping his body. The girl uses her defensive skill and forms another powerful energy sphere around the defenseless guy. The Spider Queen continues to move forward slowly and menacingly, contemptuously calling the defenders pathetic ants, and extremely displeased that they dare to challenge her. She delivers a powerful, crushing blow that mercilessly scatters defenders in all directions. The Insect Queen plaintively asks her master to wake up quickly, and excitedly reports that this terrible monster is simply unbearable. Jian is still in another mystical space. He asks the Insect Queen to calm down, and confidently says that he will definitely return soon. After which the young man summons his combat blade and decisively activates the skill growth of all living things. He plans to send all his comrades to a safe city and fight the spider one-on-one. The girl resolutely declares that she still has the strength to fight bravely, and if she has to die, then she will die together. Jian sternly demands that they stop their idle chatter, and that they immediately move to a safe zone, as he cannot fight at full strength while they are here. The spider begins to laugh loudly and maliciously, thinking mockingly about how funny human pride and blind ignorance are. The Insect Queen asks the boy if he will sacrifice all the babies again, because it hurts her to watch it. A huge, terrifying monster tells the boy in a creepy, hoarse voice that even the legendary 9th-level sword god couldn't handle her in battle. Jian believes that he should let this overconfident monster laugh at him, as underestimating an opponent is always a fatal mistake in battle. The spider is surprised by the guy's impudence, because she knows for sure that he is only at the 3rd level of awakening and nothing more. The monk standing next to her respectfully calls the spider Your Majesty, and politely asks her to stop mocking the enemy and get down to business quickly. Jian orders the weevil to give him a drop of pure blood from the ancient god. This time he wants to take the brunt of the blow. The weevil anxiously asks its owner if he is sure about this, to which the guy answers in the affirmative. Jian absorbs a particle of divine blood, after which he feels as if his body is exploding into tiny pieces from incredible force. He was very nervous before consuming divine blood, as at the 3rd level one could simply explode from overexertion. Jian feels a tremendous energy filling his body and resolutely rushes into a desperate attack on the enemy. He gets closer and closer to the huge monster and thinks that today he will definitely destroy her once and for all. The spider understands that the guy consumed divine blood, and now she understands where so much confidence and strength comes from. She throws a stream of sticky web at the young man and hopes that this trump card will not be enough to defeat her in a fight. Jian smirked at this pathetic attack and wondered if this stupid creature had really decided to tie him up in such a primitive way. He deftly dodges a stream of sticky web, much to the surprise of the overconfident Spider Queen and her minions. The spider is very irritated and believes that this cannot be true, because she calculated the trajectory of her attack very well. Jian continues his furious attack. He jumps high into the air and decisively activates the skill Thunder God. Powerful lightning bolts appear around him, which quickly merge into one brightly shining energy sphere of enormous power. A menacing eye of evil radiance suddenly appears in the dark sky, and the commander of the Night Guards orders not to look at it, for it attacks the very soul. Jian orders the eye of evil radiance to find the Spider Queen and mercilessly destroy her. A devastating attack of the soul begins, and the entire massive body of the huge monster begins to be struck by the most powerful electrical discharges of deadly force. She desperately tries to hold back this deadly attack and creates a protective shield from 1,000 bloody strong threads. She manages to repel this attack, but her soul is noticeably weakened. The human weapon played a significant role in this. The spider delivers a powerful blow, sending a huge amount of soil and rocks flying into the air, but the guy manages to deftly jump to safety. The monster is greatly surprised that Jian once again deftly dodged, and at the same time showed incredible movement speed. She finds it completely impossible that the guy could have the gift of foresight or any other system of perception, and thinks that he is just a lucky bastard. Jian continues to attack relentlessly, using the thunder field to instantly move across the battlefield. The spider releases a large number of energy lines that create a dense grid and cover the entire battlefield in order to predict the guy's next trajectory. She contemptuously calls Jian a small human freak and confidently says that now he will definitely not dodge her attack. Jian responds by firmly declaring that the only one who won't return alive here is the damned Spider Queen, not him. The boy summons the full power of the legendary Heavenly Blade and delivers a powerful slash with enormous destructive force. With one swift, lightning-fast movement, he deftly severs the giant Spider Queen's enormous paw, sending blood flying everywhere. The commander of the Night Guards is greatly surprised by such a powerful blow, because its strength is not inferior to that of a Grand Master. Jian severely wounded the huge monster with his blade, but she still stood firm and continued to resist. The spider loudly declares that she is a level 8 demon queen, and the guy is just a pathetic ant with a temporary boost. Jian tries to get to her core, and mockingly asks why she is so weak at the 8th level, and why she hid in the abyss for a whole century for a reason. This bold statement sends the monster into a violent, uncontrollable rage, and the spider furiously asks what he just dared to say. It concentrates all the energy of the 8th level, and directs many deadly energy threads into space. Jian believes that the provocation was successful, and now the spider has decided to use her true source of power to its full potential. He realizes that the decisive time has come, and decisively activates the skill called Thunder God. A huge amount of lightning mercilessly presses the giant spider to the ground. She wonders in bewilderment where the 3rd level can get such incredible power. The guy says that everything is simple, the monster is very slow, and secondly, his source of power is much stronger than her energy. Jian declares that he is tired of engaging in dialogue with the enemy, and now he will finally finish off this monster. He gathers thousands of lightning bolts into one concentrated beam and deals a powerful, crushing blow to the Spider Queen. The wound turns out to be catastrophic. The spider gives in, she pitifully asks for mercy and meekly admits her complete defeat. The spider desperately promises that she will no longer sow chaos in the world if the guy generously sets her free. However, the young man does not succumb to her cunning tricks, because even the dead remains of her soul pose a serious threat to the living. It will take a little more time for the destructive thunder to finally destroy her damned soul. The guy tells the insect queen to make sure the monster is completely safe before he can eat her. The girl who appeared in the Tree of Life senses that the guy is getting sick and instantly materializes next to him to help. She guiltily asks for forgiveness and says that it is her fault. The guy asks not to say that, because if it were not for her ability to foresee, he would not have been able to win this fight. After his sincere words, the girl plunges into deep thought and quietly says that this is not true at all. Jian reassuringly tells Xiaoxiang that he is perfectly fine. He just needs to rest a little and everything will definitely be fine. The Night Guards and young disciples observe the huge energy sphere, and are surprised that Jian has his own domain, even though he is only at the 3rd level of awakening. The subordinates ask the commander if such areas only appear after the 6th level, or if it is all because of the 2 divine skills. This really hurt Yinzhen's pride. The guy was fighting a rank 8 spider alone, and he was standing here helplessly on the sidelines. This really infuriates him, because they are all divine level, and he is the descendant of the emperor and cannot tolerate this humiliation. The girl standing next to him increases his irritation. She states that with a guy around, all their efforts will not even be noticed or appreciated. Meanwhile, a huge glowing pentagram flares up in the ritual hall, and the priest standing in the middle of it calls upon the great ancient god for help. The 7th Temple Elder reports that serious problems have begun on the surface due to a sudden invasion of monsters. A huge eye appears in the sky, and is informed that a mysterious man has appeared in the Empire who is capable of controlling millions of insects. The deity is greatly surprised, as such an ability has been considered an absolute taboo since ancient times. The deity watches as the girl shows him the queen insect and becomes angry, not understanding how the boy dared to breed them, risking becoming an enemy of all races. The deity declares that his anger has reached its limit, and orders the immediate destruction of the entire human race, leaving no one alive. Suddenly, the priestess is overcome with excruciating pain, and the deity orders her to open her mind, as he is about to grant her some of his power. For a short time she gains 9th level power, and is ordered to destroy all 9-winged insects, as well as kill their master. The deity demands that the girl sacrifice all the inhabitants of this city, and open the way to the surface for him. The 7th Elder tells Ai that she is a loyal servant, and will carry out the order at the cost of her own life. The deity tells her to talk less, reminds her that the spider has already been defeated, and orders her to take action immediately. A day passes, but in one of the dungeon's passages a fierce battle still continues, not letting up for a minute. For many hours, Jiangxiang fights with a powerful demon. Jiangxiang laughs loudly, and tells the demon that his men don't have time to collect the enemy's corpses. The battle is going so fast. A bright light appears in the sky. The demon laughs and asks the man if he really thinks that the mother spider was their only trump card. The area is illuminated by flashes of numerous lightning bolts, and a level 9 enemy appears in the location. The demon begins to laugh loudly, declaring that now they will fight for real, without mercy, and without the right to retreat. He offers the man a deal whereby if Jiangxiang loses, the demon will lead his army to the city and destroy all life. Jiangxiang seethes with rage, raises his spear above his head, and orders the dragon's soul to be awakened immediately to turn the tide of the battle. Numerous knights, hearing the order of their commander, fearlessly rush into battle, not thinking about the consequences, and not sparing themselves. Jiangxiang reports that their target is the territory of the primordial demons, and none of the enemies must escape alive and hide. The demon believes that the man has gone mad, because he held the defense for decades, and now he himself declares war and attacks his clan. He asks if Jiangxiang is afraid that a full-scale war will break out, but he replies that he doesn't care anymore. He strikes repeatedly and proudly declares that at any time, anyone who has encroached on the empire has always been destroyed. The 7th Elder floats in the air, and the energy around him flashes like bright lightning, illuminating the entire space. The girl notices the residual thunder zone and immediately understands why the Spider Mother lost in the previous battle. She watches the massive Spider Queen and loudly orders her to disappear. Jian felt that his entire body was stiff, and he couldn't move, and he realized that he might have encountered a 9th level power. The girl smiles at the guy and, remaining polite, asks permission to introduce herself, saying that she is the 7th Elder of the Temple of the Ancient Gods. She raises her hand and decisively declares to the guy that in honor of their meeting today, she will personally escort him to the underworld. The entire sky is illuminated by multiple explosions, each of which destroys tens of thousands of insects, turning them into ashes. The insect queen, sitting on the guy's shoulder, begins to cry loudly and beg him to save them. The young man is unable to move, and, with difficulty pronouncing words, asks the queen of insects to hide in a closed space and not stick her head out. The disciples are about to help Jian, but they are unable to move as their bodies are completely paralyzed by the 9th level aura that has enveloped everything around them. Jian loudly calls for the weevil beetle and asks her to bring the dark demon immediately. The next moment, a powerful energy wave runs through the entire space, and after it, a huge monster appears, radiating threat. The elder girl was very surprised that the boy was hiding a 9th level dark demon in the corners of his mind. A huge monster grabs the elder and begins to crush her with colossal energy. Jian frees himself from the energy bonds and angrily says that the girl should not have touched his insects. A dense energy sphere flares up in the mouth of the enormous monster and begins to rapidly approach the 7th Elder, threatening destruction. Jian tensely counts down the seconds. knowing that the demon can only withstand this impact for 10 seconds before the heavens will destroy him. At that moment, one of the night guard girls frees herself from her bonds, and with determination plunges a blade into the elder's body. One of the heavily armed knights rushes to her aid to deliver the finishing blow and finish off the enemy. Together, they simultaneously deliver a powerful blow, causing a bright flash that spreads across the entire area as an energy wave. The weevil, sitting on the young man's shoulder, begins to scream loudly with joy, not hiding its delight at what is happening. The seventh elder's face is distorted with wild pain. The girl loudly asks not to kill her, begging for mercy. She continues to persistently plead for mercy and claims that she has something truly interesting to tell. The guard pins the priestess to the ground and demands that she speak immediately, promising to leave her alive only on condition of complete frankness. The elder begins to tell that deep underground there is a rift over which an altar is built, and if living creatures from the city are sacrificed, their blood and souls will be absorbed into the ancient body of the primordial demon, awakening its power. Jian asks if the girl has said everything, and then without hesitation orders the weevil to devour her. The beetle transforms into a huge, terrifying insect and, with its entire massive body, falls upon the seventh elder, completely consuming her body. The Spider Queen, taking advantage of the fact that no one is paying attention to her, tries to quietly disappear, hoping to avoid the fate of her ally. Jian says that he will not forget about her, after which he turns to the insect queen and informs her that it is time for a snack. The queen immediately gives chase, catches up with the spider and forcefully knocks her to the ground. After this, she begins to tear her body apart and greedily bite off huge pieces, not hiding her hunger and rage. The girl watches the huge insect queen and wonders in horror what kind of terrible thing her little brother has summoned. Meanwhile, Jian is engulfed in a powerful energy flame and falls limply to the ground. The deputy night guard immediately rushes to the guy, fearfully asking what is happening to him. Jian's body continues to burn brightly with a powerful energy flame, and the guard commander runs up to him. The man lifts the weakened boy and says that this looks like the effects of exhaustion caused by contact with the blood of the ancient god. He informs his deputy that the young man needs to be urgently delivered to the base's main hospital and orders that the best doctors and necessary medicines be prepared. The deputy is about to transport the guy, but the commander stops her, saying that first they need to deal with the rift. The man asks insects to save their owner, show their speed and deliver him to the hospital as quickly as possible. The guy is enveloped in a thick dark fog, and the commander orders the healer to immediately clear the entire surrounding area to avoid new threats. Meanwhile, the girl starts to cry, worried about the guy. Her friend calms her down, saying that he is incredibly strong and everything will be fine with him. The guys believe that they are far from Jian, but they understand that now they have a real chance to prove themselves in battle and prove their worth. Together, they rush into the attack to open the portal leading to the underground altar. An ominous field appears, calling them bastards, and angrily asking how they dared to destroy His Majesty's portal, violating the ancient order. Tianjin curses loudly and furiously delivers a powerful blow to this energy field. The creature tries to resist, but the Knight Captain summons a huge heavenly axe and deals a crushing blow to it. The creature remains alive. It contemptuously says that these people are ill-mannered, and it is tired of messing with them. It begins to seep into the ground and says that even though the sacrifice failed today, there will still be plenty of opportunities to return. Tianjin is about to give chase, but the knight stops her and says that they are not able to deal with this enemy. A week passes unnoticed. Jian finds himself in a huge bathtub, regains consciousness, and notices that the surrounding area smells very strongly of medicine. The guy comes to and sees the joyful queen of insects nearby, after which he begins to think about how much time has passed while he was unconscious. The queen states that she feels a surge of energy and is ready to continue breeding the swarm. He understands that they don't have enough hiding space and promises to increase it, as very soon the number of insects will reach billions of individuals. He promises the weevil that she too will have her own place, and hopes that the tree will have time to grow a new hive of at least 10 billion cells. In the meantime, he asks the weevil to wait a little, and reminds her that he remembers his promise to feed her divine creatures. Weevil complains that time is passing, and she still only makes promises, without any real action. After this, she turns her attention to the healing water in which the guy is located, and asks if it can be eaten. Jian gives his permission, after which the weevil begins to greedily suck in the medicinal water. He asks how it tastes, to which the weevil replies that it tastes like his father's old socks. Suddenly the weevil goes silent and a huge number of newborn beetles appear around the guy, filling the entire space. Jian calls up the information screen, remembering that there was something he forgot to do on the battlefield, and decides that now is the best time to address it. He summons the third entity that appeared during the last contact with the Tree of Life, hoping to obtain the necessary information from it. A second later, a brightly glowing insect appears next to him, respectfully calling the young man Sir. A moment later, it transforms and turns into a girl, taking on a form more convenient for communication. Xiaoxiang approaches the guy, who becomes visibly nervous and asks the girl if she is too close to him. Xiaoxiang feels awkward and begins to apologize. The guy says that he has an important question for her. The creature was born only recently, and he wants to know if she underwent divine evolution or a leap of fate. The girl responds by saying that all living things grow under the influence of time, but she is not like that, and her path is arranged differently. Suddenly, she stuns the guy with an answer, saying that she is time itself, and her nature goes beyond ordinary understanding. He extends his hand to her, realizing that to reveal her talents, a leap of fate will still be required, which is inevitable. Jian activates the divine evolution skill and wants to see what resources are required to successfully use it. The information window states that 10 drops of the water of time, 1 tributary of the great river of time, and 3 fragments are needed. The guy is puzzled by this answer, as he has never heard of such artifacts, and then presses a button on the control panel. A girl enters the room and calls the guy a major, because he made it into the top 10 of the Empire's Pride rankings and was promoted. This greatly surprises Jian, and his face immediately reflects genuine amazement at what he heard. The girl starts laughing joyfully, and tells the guy that when he was delivered, all the tissues of his body were on the verge of necrosis. She receives a response from the guy, he feels better, and says that he is going to remove the nutritional essences from the capsule. The girl notices that the bathtub is empty, and asks where the essences are, to which the young man replies that he was thirsty when he woke up and drank it all. Jian looks at the weevil, which only he can see, and realizes that he will have to take all the responsibility and all the blame on himself. The swordmaster notices the guy in high spirits, and loudly declares that he already said earlier that he definitely has 9 lives. At this time, the officer quietly asks the girl again whether the guy really drank a whole bath of healing elixirs. The elder asks to leave the young man alone and thinks that there is nothing wrong with it. Well, he drank a little. So what? He hugs the guy and says that he did everything right, because an ordinary person only needs to bathe in this thing to get 100 years of life. He squints at Jian and asks if he now understands the true value of merit. The old man says that everything that cannot be bought with money can be exchanged for merits, at which point the guy asks if it is possible to exchange them for the water of time. The officer, hearing this, says that the water of time is a rare thing, mentioned only in the legends of the underworld, but no one has ever seen it. After this, the boy asks the man about the time fragment, and he explains that it is the remains of an ancient dimension that was destroyed long ago. Jian learns that there are only 2 such fragments in the Empire, and each one is worth 150,000 merits. He says that perhaps the Great Dreamer has fragments. After the collapse, time crystallizes into a solid form, and it is quite possible that she also has 1 copy. Jian, lying on the sofa, thinks about how he already has a large swarm, a red weevil ready to reproduce, and Xiaoxiang, who will soon gain new abilities. The guy thinks he should start with the weevil, at which point an energy vortex appears next to him. He learns that she has a new skill, absolute attack, and realizes that his house definitely won't be able to withstand that level of destruction. After this, the young man goes to the Tree of Life, observes a small fruit, and hopes that this is a hive for 1 billion beetles. This turns out to be true. Jian begins to rejoice, and tells his insects that they are moving to a new spacious house. He had dealt with the houses and children. Now all that was left was to wait for the fruit filled with the collected souls to ripen. A magical sign appears next to him. The system asks if he wishes to merge with it, and offers a new stage of development. The boy is impressed by the colossal energy emanating from this divine core. He understands that without the Tree of Life, his soul and the Sea of Consciousness would have been torn apart long ago. Jian agrees to the merger, and the next second his body is overcome with unbearable pain. The guy's entire body begins to shake violently, and the space around him is illuminated by a blue glow. A message comes that a new skill called Heavenly God of War has been acquired. He clenches his hand into a fist and feels his enormous power, because now he has 3 divine skills at his disposal that can change the course of any battle. He is distracted from his thoughts by the news that the queen insect has completed reproduction, and the total population is 800 million individuals. The weevil has also increased its swarm, and its population now stands at 6 million. Suddenly, a swordmaster appears in the room and announces that they have brought the Great Dreamer. The girl rudely tells the men that they have no business here anymore, and orders them to get lost immediately. The master obeys her, leaves the room discontentedly, and thinks that this girl clearly has a very bad character, with whom it is difficult to get along. The dreamer slowly approaches the guy, quietly greets him and calls him a nasty little brother. It seems the young man is beginning to understand what the master meant when he winked at him. Jian feels a powerful divine aura pressing on him, and realizes that in reality, the great dreamer looks completely different. The girl comes close to the guy, calls him a nasty little brother again, and asks how he managed to become a god. She starts laughing out loud when she finds out that the guy took a drop of divine blood, and all that was left was an energetic background. The dreamer continues to smile and asks the guy why he is so tense. She heard that he needs time shards. The girl says that there are no more of them in the Empire, and asks if he has heard of 3 islands located beyond the Northern Sea. The great dreamer continues to explain that these islands are located on the outskirts of the Empire, originally being a relic of ancient times. Later, 500 years ago, they merged with reality, and it was then that the first level 9 invincible appeared, changing the course of history. 50 years later, a powerful energy surge occurred and a second human appeared, reaching the 9th level, changing the balance of power. These 2 men sought to conquer the dungeon and were constantly arguing with each other. Eventually, one of them left the Empire and went with his followers to the islands. The girl dives into the spatial portal that has formed above her head, and says that this man took with him many of the Empire's treasures, including the time shard. She explains that the 9th level gives 3,000 years of life, so dying is not as easy as before. The guy wanted to know if these people could ever attack the Empire, to which the girl replies that they are well protected. Jian tries to find out how to find the time fragment. The girl says that the best talents of both sides have been dueling for a long time. However, this method does not work now, because for the last 50 years the Empire has closed its borders and stopped letting anyone in. After this, the great dreamer says that it was a shame, because for 100 years they were constantly losing, and it is better not to remember it at all. The girl tells the surprised young man that he has now appeared, but only those who are 30 years old or older can participate in duels, and this clearly does not play into Jian's hands. He replies that it doesn't matter, because for the sake of the time shards he is ready to do anything, even if it means breaking the rules. The girl says that ambition is good, but one should not underestimate the enemy, especially those who live for hundreds of years and master ancient techniques. She suggests that the guy sit quietly at home, because recently several top killers began hunting for his head, and taking risks now is extremely dangerous. A huge crowd of people gathers in the huge stadium, because such a large-scale awards ceremony has never been seen in the history of the Empire. Tianjin asks the commander if he really plans to retire and go underground. The young people say that everything has already been approved, and not only he will go, but they will all go together, as one team. The commander replies with displeasure that he was actually planning to go alone, but it seems his plans have already changed. The girl tells the man that his younger brother has inspired him greatly. Yinzhen believes that he will no longer be able to catch up with Jian in the Empire, so he too is going on a dangerous journey into the dungeon, hoping to find his way there. Jian decides to join him, as killing outsiders gives divine-level rewards, and he doesn't want to miss out on such a chance. The commander begins a solemn, hour-and-a-half-long, pompous speech in the best traditions of superiors, not missing a single pompous phrase. After a boring speech, he finally moves on to the most anticipated moment, the awarding of the heroes. He begins to slowly list the names in front of everyone present, carefully focusing on each participant. At this time, the girl firmly grabs Jian's hand, asks him not to be shy and calms him down, explaining that everything is fine and he should not be nervous. Within a minute, a brightly shining insignia is emblazoned on the young man's chest, sparkling in the spotlights. Tianjin tries to hide her excitement, because there is too big an age difference between them, and she thinks that it is impossible to fall in love. Hengqiu calls the young man master and doesn't even notice how drool is flowing from her mouth. Xuanyu restrains herself with all her might and blows kisses to the guy. The girl looks closely at Jian and frankly tells him that he is really good-looking, causing him a slight embarrassment. The commander proposes to put aside all the bureaucratic red tape and officially appoint the boy the title of Insect Demon. Jian clearly doesn't like this title and doesn't even react to it, looking away in irritation. However, the girl raises her hand and loudly declares that, by the will of the people and on behalf of the Night Guards and the army of the Empire, she awards the boy the title of Lord of Disasters. Jian happily tells her that he likes this title because it sounds much more epic and reflects the essence of his path. A minute later it becomes known that the young man also receives the title of Lord of the Deep Sea, and all 4 seas are now officially considered his domain. A voice is heard claiming that the boy now has the right to govern the state, and the commander immediately asks what this last phrase of the great dreamer means. The king immediately understands what these titles mean. It could be a sign that the authorities have decided to resume cooperation with the three islands that had previously separated from the empire. He asks the elder why he is so calm, because his student is now as if being put through a meat grinder, and he doesn't even flinch. After which the old man proudly declares that what others could not do, perhaps his student will accomplish, and he believes in him without a doubt. Jian at this time receives a distinctive state insignia called the Heavenly Command, a symbol of power, recognition, and great responsibility. Suddenly, the ghost warrior from Japan appears in the sky, sitting on a huge animal. He informs the surprised onlookers that he has come solely to congratulate Jian on receiving the title. The great dreamer begins to get angry. She doesn't like at all that someone dared to so unceremoniously interrupt the solemn ceremony. Jian asks the girl to calm down and not to dirty her hands with this flea, declaring that he will deal with the ghost warrior himself. The warrior from Japan dared to challenge because he knew that the empire was a country of politeness and etiquette, and expected a diplomatic response. Jian firmly declares that there is enough of the haughty greetings. Mercenaries always act stealthily, but this one has arrived openly, which arouses suspicion. The guy calls him just cannon fodder, to which the ghost warrior replies that they will find out in battle, and reminds that Jian cannot use his insects. Jian flashes a bright evil aura, tells the warrior that he has disgusting ways of escalating the situation, and summons the thunder god skill. The next moment the arena erupts in a bright flash of energy. Dozens of powerful lightning bolts instantly strike the huge monster on which the envoy from Japan arrived. The beast begins to roar loudly in pain and rushes to attack Jian. Jian's eyes flashed with a bright red demonic light, and he prepared to deliver a powerful blow. The impact sends the giant beast flying back several dozen meters, spitting out its huge fangs. Suddenly the giant predator disappears into space without a trace, and the young man immediately realizes that it was just an illusion. The ghost warrior has a special skill called isolation, which can suppress divine thunder and hide the true nature of attacks. He quickly approaches Jian and intends to deliver a fatal blow. The warrior carries out his lightning attack, causing a powerful explosion with a huge release of energy. Jian notices that the attack has affected him, and he is now poisoned with a poison for which there is no antidote. Without intervention, he may soon meet his end. The Blade Master is deeply worried about his apprentice, while the Great Dreamer sends a curse. The ghost warrior mockingly asks what the guy will do now: break his promise and release his insects, or drink the blood of the ancient god and pass out for a week. Jian gets very angry, tells his opponent that he's had enough of his chatter, and is about to use a new skill. A warrior from Japan is very surprised why a young man continues to stand on his feet, despite being poisoned with a powerful toxin. Jian concentrates a cloud of dense dark fog in his hands, and tells the enemy that he was previously called a poisonous demon. He declares that this second-rate poison has no effect on him, and then decisively rushes into the attack. The Japanese warrior deftly dodges the devastating attack, and is greatly surprised that the boy has rare dark abilities. He understands that he cannot cope with such a powerful attack, and believes that it is necessary to leave the battlefield as quickly as possible. Jian laughs loudly and tells his opponent that he really thinks he can just up and leave here unharmed. The Japanese warrior is very surprised, as the guy was able to break through his energy defense, and his blows seem to have powerful energy. He desperately tries to hide, but a dense dark stream of energy relentlessly pursues him. The warrior is unable to dodge the constantly moving stream of dark energy, and after a while it pierces his body through and through. Jian draws in a stream of energy, and loudly declares that this annoying flea has been finally swatted away. The people in the stands are very surprised, as the guy finished off a level 5 assassin with one blow, and didn't even use his insects. The king tells the elder that he seems to have jumped to conclusions and knows his talented student very poorly. He has seen a lot in his life, but he doesn't know what kind of black energy spear Jian used in this battle. The Great Dreamer praises the guy and asks him to consider this fight his solemn coronation. The guy declares that next time he will try to kill the enemy with one blow, at which time a celebratory fireworks display begins. A huge crowd of people loudly greet the young man and call him a powerful master of natural disasters. The crowd continues to chant enthusiastically, and then calls the young man a formidable ruler of the deep sea. A representative of the trading guild appears. He wants to thank the guy and gives him a divine-class weapon. The elder hears the nearby craftsmen arguing. They wanted to be the first to thank the boy, but the representative of the trade guild got ahead of them. The gifted blade glows with a bright red energy emission, and contains a very fierce and dangerous spirit. Jian grips the blade tightly, but the weapon tries to subjugate his will by force. Jian loudly declares that he is not so easily frightened, and grips the hilt of his sword even tighter. At this moment his body takes on a demonic appearance. The guy delivers several chopping blows, and sternly tells the combat blade that from now on, he is its only master. The guild representative was very surprised, because he did not expect that the divine weapon would obey the guy so quickly without any resistance. He begins to explain in detail that this blade is called Heavenly Punishment, belongs to the 4th rank, and occupies 11th place in the ranking of divine weapons of the Empire. In a quiet voice, the man warns that this blade demands sacrifice. If blood is not shed, it will turn all its power against its owner. The Great Dreamer confirms his words and says that she remembers one case when a warrior was unable to control his weapon and almost died from the backlash. The Elder is irritated by the comments of the masters sitting nearby, and he thinks that these envious people will never see such a student again. The next gift is the Pearl of the Sea God, which the king of the southern military zone gives to the boy as a sign of respect. It was obtained 30 years ago in a battle with a sea monster, and it contains the source of an entire sea, capable of flooding an entire region. The clan representatives continue to shower the boy with gifts, and the head of the Western Military Zone hands over 3 demonic pills of the 8th level of strength. At this moment, the commander of the Night Guards regretfully thinks that their organization is poor and cannot give the guy anything worthy. After which he approaches the young man. A small glass jar appears in his hands, and he asks the guy to accept this modest gift. Inside is the source of faith. Hunyao asks his teacher if this is not too simple and primitive a gift for such an occasion. The commander of the Night Guards explains that this source has been collected bit by bit from the 7 million inhabitants of the province, and it can repel a blow that could destroy the country. The elder approaches Jian and tells the boy that today is his day, so his incompetent teacher can't help but congratulate him on his victory. He hands the young man the Heavenly Blade, a talisman created from the Blade of Heaven, which, when activated, will allow the young man to fight at the level of an emperor. The talisman is capable of delivering only one blow, but at a critical moment it can save the owner's life. Suddenly, Jian bows low before the guard commander, and insistently asks him to take the talisman with him into the dangerous dungeon. He continues to insistently ask to accept the gift, and says that he no longer has a family, and the Night Guards are his new family. The guy is worried about the commander and doesn't want anything to happen to him in the dungeon. The man thanks him and says that one day they will fight shoulder to shoulder with him. Jian hands over a huge box of gifts and asks to take any equipment and artifacts he received from the guests today. The girls watching this cannot contain themselves. They are all moved and cannot hold back their tears from such a touching scene. Suddenly, the people in the stands look up to the sky. A bright red portal appears in it, and a voice is heard asking if he is late. The bright, bloody energy takes the form of a huge monster, and many begin to think that another assassin spy from hostile lands has appeared here. The dense energy field gradually dissipates, and people observe a powerful man hovering in the sky. The warrior begins to laugh loudly, and many recognize him as the invincible blade master named Lin Jiu. He destroyed the Blood Dragon pool and gave the Lord of Disasters and the Lord of the Deep Sea a huge energy dragon. The girl asks the elder when they will become as powerful as him, to which the man replies that she needs to train more. People from the stands begin to chant loudly, saying that the primordial flame of the great empire will not go out. The action moves to a chaotic space. Powerful creatures talk about the fact that someone has appeared in the empire who controls millions of insects. The demon lord is surprised that this threat still remains, since they destroyed it with the power of the gods. He proposes to unite and wipe the empire off the face of the earth, to which the representative of the celestial clan declares that they will not participate. The celestial being declares that 400 years ago, they made an alliance with humans and cannot break it. This greatly angers the demon lord, and he reproaches him for hypocrisy. The dragon god interrupts them and reminds them that they have gathered here to negotiate an alliance, not for petty squabbles. Destroying the 3 main cities of the empire is no problem for them, but the empire has a great dreamer, and she has been there since the beginning of the skill change era. This girl will give it her all and unite the will of hundreds of billions of people, in which case no deity will want to lose many 9th-level fighters. The eldritch creature states that due to the Great Seal, all beings above the 9th level will be destroyed if they use force, and attacking now would be suicide. The celestial declares to the ruler that no one will die for his stupidity, and no one wants to lose their life on the eve of victory. They intend to stick to the plan and support the human factions in every possible way, so that they can corrode the state from within. One of the creatures says that there is no need to worry about the guy who controls the insects, because he is only on the 3rd level, and he is not a threat to them. After which he states that they have already imbued the sea warriors with the true blood of dragons, and they will soon take part in the war. The boy turns to the teacher and asks if he can go out for a walk, since 3 whole days of non-stop training have already passed. The old man states that he just came to report that 3 mercenaries have been discovered who have infiltrated the Empire, and one of the powerful assassins has not yet been caught. The guy asks if he is always threatened by murderers, he will have to sit as a helpless creature under their protection all his life. He states that he has many skills and trump cards, and wants to give an example. The guy opens a portal and pulls Tannen out of there. The teacher is very surprised and asks how, and since when this girl was hiding in his spatial storage. Jian asks the old man if he knows how the boy was able to deceive the Azure Dragon representative. The young man claims that he can sense energy fluctuations, and will therefore immediately detect the presence of assassins nearby. They change the subject to the fact that the Empire is currently occupied by 3 islands and is in dire need of people. The guy offers to immediately intervene and provide his assistance. At this moment, Hankyu appears on the threshold. She respectfully calls the young man sir and says that she has brought tea. The elder notices that there are a lot of girls around the young man, and one of them is making his bed, after which he turns his gaze to the veranda, where Xuan Yu, using fire magic, is roasting a pig for him for dinner. The old man is dissatisfied and tells the boy that he has started some kind of harem here. The young man gives the girls new tasks to go to forbidden lands and exterminate monsters. The action moves to the desert thousands of kilometers from the capital. A voice is heard announcing that he has bad news. All the mercenaries sent to the Empire have died. There is also good news. The Empire's security forces have relaxed, and the Insect Lord has begun to emerge from his secure hiding place. The commander of the Knights Templar tells his subordinates not to quarrel among themselves, because if successful, each participant will receive the key to the 9th level. He is informed that Mr. Saito from Japan has also arrived here today to take part in the operation. They are joined by a level 7 assassin with his sacred relic called the Void Flute, which is designed to enhance magic. The commander doesn't argue, the flute is good, but he wonders where the legendary killer everyone is talking about is. The knight begins to accuse the man of constantly chatting. At that moment, a powerful energy beam appears next to him. Mr. Sato, who is level 8 and first in the divine ranking of assassins in the entire world, appears near the knights. The commander respectfully greets the great master and apologizes if his behavior has offended his dignity. A level 7 girl joins them and reports that the state has already sent 2 assassins to the Empire in order to lure the young man here. They begin to discuss their plan on how to lure the guy and neutralize his thunder skill, as well as who will take care of his insects. A powerful 7th level warrior appears nearby, declaring that all the dark energy that belongs to him will be used in this complex operation. Saito is satisfied, but he has 2 questions. The first is how to deal with the 9th level dark demon, and the second is that this location is close to the Empire's sacred spring. He wants to know how to prevent the intervention of external forces, to which the commander of the Knights suggests looking at the shrine of their ancient order. It uses divine light refraction, which hides the aura and any energy fluctuations from prying eyes and magical sensors. This is very different from conventional spatial cloaking methods, and is a mirror dimension of light where no one can detect it. The surrounding warriors are greatly surprised, as they are drawn into a mirror world, separated from ordinary reality by invisible barriers. The captain states that even if the strongest masters decide to intervene, their bodies will not be able to penetrate the dimension. They will pull the guy into the mirror, and no one will find a trace. He confidently states that even if the youth drinks the blood of an ancient god, and temporarily reaches the 7th level, he is still confident that he can kill him with one blow. A pretty woman approaches a little girl and asks her to watch the Lord of Disasters patrol the Empire. Jian hovers in the air high above the city, moving with the help of his poisonous mist that envelops his figure. The guy believes that in order to lure out and eliminate mercenaries, it is necessary to put on a show, demonstrating one's power. The insect queen asks Jian what he is looking for, to which the boy replies that daddy is looking for their mom. His gaze falls on a pretty woman, who is an assassin from a neighboring country. Her strength is at the 6th level, and her charming skills through seduction are unrivaled. Jian quickly moves through the sky and thinks that if these ladies want to attack him, they will have serious problems here. The killer girl tells the child that this scoundrel walks around like he's on parade, even without security, and is completely relaxed from his success. She asks her sister what she thinks about this, but she is no longer around. The small-time killer rushes in pursuit of the guy, and says that he has enough chatter. Jian asks the insects not to move so quickly, and thinks that this place is perfect for romantic dates with girls. A little girl cries loudly and calls for someone to help her save her sister from mortal danger. The girl tells them that her sister was bitten by a poisonous snake. Jian plays along with them, but thinks that this is just a terribly cheap show, and they even used a harmless grass snake. The guy turns to the charming killer and asks her not to be afraid. He says that now he will help her cope with the poison. The girl activates the seduction spell. Jian tells her that there is something strange with his heart, as if something has pierced it right through. The young man says that he will now suck out the poison. At this moment, the killer's little sister sneaks up from behind and raises her hand for the fatal blow. However, Jian had long since uncovered their insidious plan and dealt a powerful blow to the assassin. The girl takes a powerful blow, flies several dozen meters to the side, and her body painfully hits the ground. Her little sister notices a dark poisonous fog and immediately understands that it is a trap, and that she will have to follow the worst-case scenario. She starts to move quickly. The guy is surprised by her speed, because she is even faster than his thunder lightning in motion. The lightning skill is good for long-range dashes, but you need to constantly create an energy field, so it's better to use your trusty insects now. Jian hears the girl say something about treasures and wonders if she is trying to lure him into a cleverly prepared ambush. The action moves to a valley 7,000 kilometers from the capital, where a young genius of the 5th level orders his comrades to run as fast as possible. He sent a stream from the Sea of Desires here, which instantly swallowed and destroyed the dangerous opponents pursuing them. Dinshu calls his opponents pathetic 6-tiered wretches, and says that even the wind won't help them. They are so slow in movement. Once safe, his group tries to catch its breath, its comrades asking why it is acting as if it has gone crazy, and what madness has driven it to such a desperate step. Suddenly, a girl appears in the cave. She asks the guy if he really caused the flood, and wonders if he is afraid of dying in this stream himself. The girl is very irritated, and orders an immediate return to the Empire, where she must resume the competition with the 3 islands and serve for the glory of her native country. Many begin to doubt, because they think that their level is low. The girl rudely interrupts them and says that even if they fail to win, they are obliged to fight with dignity. Dinshu hears that the competition will resume because they have an incredible talent. They say this guy is number 1 in the 800th generation ranking. He tells the girl that, according to rumors, the god of war himself stood up for him, and he was even forgiven for breaking some of the Empire's laws. However, he falls silent, because he knows that a year ago the girl beat all her competitors, taking first place in the tournament. Nangong leans towards the young man and says irritably that he has already gotten on her nerves with his useless chatter about irrelevant things. She warns that only 30 leaders will be able to participate in the competition, and their favorite was captured by the ancient gods, and, unfortunately, died in agony. Despite the fact that half of the talents died, fortunately a young genius from their province is still alive. The guy finds out that he will be their captain in the upcoming tournament. This guy won 2nd place in the battle with the demons 3 years ago. The action moves to a border town. Zhangxiang tells the young man that when they last saw each other, he was just a young man with shining eyes, full of hope. After which the master asks the guy if he thinks they can handle these 3 islands in the upcoming battle. The young man replies that he cannot guarantee success. The main thing is to put in all your effort, and these competitions are only the first step in a big game. He believes that if the game ends as they plan, then the guy can be given 3 islands, and he is going to protect them. The men approach the pier and fall into a deep silence, after which the master tells the boy that his words are striking in their depth of understanding. Zhangxiang proudly states that he is pleased to know that the Empire has found worthy defenders in the form of a new generation of talented warriors. He asks the student to stop by on the way to the desert. The elder deliberately puts the boy to the test. He is not in danger of death, and the boy only needs to ensure him. Zhangxiang states that he can protect Jian, but has no right to restrict his path, and this is a heavenly secret that cannot be revealed yet. Jian's loud voice echoes across the desert. The guy is indignant that this damn witch is moving at an incredible speed, and since she escaped, she changed direction 3 times. The guy looks around the area. The girl seems to have disappeared into thin air. No energy, no trace, and even the all-seeing eye is powerless to detect anything. Such a perfect disappearance is suspicious, and the guy asks Xiaoxiang to predict the next 30 seconds of events. Jian clearly sees that he will soon be attacked by masters of at least the 8th level of strength. The knights ask the captain why the boy stopped, whether the barrier is not perfect and he discovered their presence in ambush. He starts scolding the girl because she promised that she could lure this guy into a cunningly prepared trap. The distance is not enough, and the captain understands that he needs to make the young man take a few more steps in order for the refraction of divine light to occur. A moment later he orders his subordinates not to move. Dinshu appears on the horizon. He loudly shouts to the guy that there is an ambush here. Jian is well aware that he is being ambushed and wonders who these people are and what kind of local activists they are. He believes that they cannot be put in danger, and concentrates a powerful energy field in his hands. Dinshu stops abruptly along with his friends and watches in surprise as the young man disappears into a dimensional portal. The guy curses loudly, looking irritably at the closed barrier that distorted the space and completely blocked their access inside. Jian hears a voice that mockingly calls him an idiot and an altruist who sacrificed himself for the sake of worthless people, and reminds him that now no one will come to his aid. Jian loudly orders everyone to stop chatting and demands that they come out of hiding immediately so that the battle can begin without further delay. The guy knows that this barrier has completely cut them off from the outside world, and the enemy's invisibility is just a cheap trick that is not capable of deceiving his perception. The enemies begin their attacks, and suddenly the flute master appears and begins to play, spreading powerful energy in all directions and destroying the balance. The insect queen informs Jian that the vibration from the flute is greatly disturbing her and has blocked her babies, preventing them from moving quickly. Jian says that this enemy can barely cope with insects, and orders the queen to attack until her children tear the enemy and his pipe to shreds. The attack continues, with a huge number of blades woven from dense dark energy flying towards the young man. Jian activates his skill, after which his energy potential begins to fully unleash. He concentrates a huge amount of energy, gathering it into a core of power, after which he delivers a powerful blow capable of breaking through any defense. The vibration from the impact spreads throughout the surrounding space and scatters in all directions the opponents who intended to attack the guy from behind. Jian continues his attack and activates the Thunder God skill, instantly causing numerous electric discharges to burst out around him, tearing through the air. A girl enters the battle, approaches the young man, and uses her lightning absorption skill, neutralizing some of the energy surges. Jian tells her that they are well prepared, and then decides to use the Spear of the Underworld God to finish the fight. He is distracted by the voice of another enemy who has appeared. The man says that one thought makes him a Buddha, and another one, a demon, and everything depends on the intention. The monk angrily declares that his two younger brothers sacrificed themselves to protect the underworld and doomed it to peace so that not a drop of dark energy would remain in this world. Jian laughs loudly in response and mockingly asks the monk why he even thought that the magic he uses is dark. The Spear of the God of the Underworld is fully activated, and the guy, without wasting a second, deals a powerful blow to the monk, filled with divine energy. At the last moment, the man manages to dodge, but is greatly surprised by the enormous, colossal force that he felt on himself. The insect queen says that the quality of this food is extremely disgusting, but it is quite suitable for occasional snacking if you are not picky. A huge stream of energy falls upon the monk's body, and he is unable to withstand the force of the blow, completely losing control of his body. Jian continues the pressure and increases the number of his insect swarm to 6 million. He connects with the blade of the death god and delivers a powerful blow that knocks the monk off his feet and causes him to collapse to the ground. The girl floats in the sky, not interfering in the fight, and attentively watches the powerful energy raging below. She then orders her partner to attack with her and try to restrain the guy before the situation gets out of control. The girl informs him that the lightning system is about to break down, to which the flute master replies that he, too, is at the limit of his capabilities. A squad of mounted knights enters the battle, and the voice of their captain is heard, who orders the immediate destruction of the guy. Jian orders the swarm, consisting of 5 million individuals, to completely merge, counting on their combined defensive power. They build a powerful protective barrier around the young man, while one of the knights deals him a powerful blow. The powerful recoil from the blow hits the squad of knights. Many of them lose their weapons and struggle to stay in their saddles. They are surprised to find that their attacks are completely useless, and wonder what kind of monster stands before them. During the last aggression, the Order of Knights lost 3 8th-level cardinals at the borders of the Empire. The guy thinks that life has taught them nothing, since they showed up again. He delivers a blow that knocks the knight aside and sends him flying back, leaving a deep mark in the ground. Jian notices changes in his body and worries about what it is, whether it is the Saito curse. The young man calls upon the Tree of Life and firmly orders it to neutralize the enemy. Saito is surprised to find that his curse has no effect, and he wonders with alarm if this boy is truly invulnerable. He looks at the young man and fears that if the next blow doesn't work, he himself will be in danger. The boy realizes that Saito has changed tactics and orders the Queen of Monsters to destroy the enemy as quickly as possible. The knight captain notices the change in the battle and immediately activates the refraction of divine light. A magical layering occurs, and the monster begins to rapidly expand in size. The knight captain orders his subordinates to immediately tear this abyssal demon to pieces. The huge monster completely disappears into space, leaving behind only emptiness. And a group of knights begins to slowly approach the guy. Jian understands that they have prepared very well, because these freaks even took into account the possibility of the appearance of a 9th-level abyssal demon. Believing there is no way out, he decides to sacrifice the artifact, after which he deals a powerful blow to the knight, putting all his available strength into it. However, the captain instantly summons a mirror image, his defense working without delay, reflecting the attack. Jian's fist crashes into the huge mirror that appears next to him, causing a powerful, bright explosion that blinds everyone around. His body bursts into flames, and the enormous recoil force throws him far to the side, throwing him off balance. The guy was caught by his own blow, because the enemy had set up a mirror, which meant he had to attack from an ambush, because trying to hit him directly would not achieve anything. The blade of the god of death gradually disappears from space. The girls sigh with relief, thinking that they are finally saved. Jian concentrates a huge energy field in his hands, and without hesitation rushes into the next attack, intending to finish the fight. The knights don't understand what's happening, and begin to doubt whether the boy's own strength has gone to his head, as he could die from fending off his own attack. Jian approaches the mirror and mimics a punch with frightening precision, causing onlookers to tense up in anticipation of the consequences. The knight captain turns around sharply and notices with alarm how a powerful energy wave has hit the warrior standing directly behind him. A demonic smile appears on Jian's face. The young man informs him that everything is just beginning, and there are still many surprises ahead. He jumps high into the air and strikes the back of the mirror, causing its surface to become covered in numerous cracks. He is clearly pleased with his attack, since the mirror is broken, and its reverse side, as it turns out, is not capable of reflecting blows directed from the inside. The knight captain is currently vulnerable, and the blade's constituent substances are closely linked to Jian's physical body, making the situation particularly dangerous. Suddenly, the entire surrounding space is plunged into darkness. Jian does not understand what is happening, because he does not feel the slightest movement of energy, and does not feel anything. He turns sharply to the side, and assumes that he has witnessed some kind of incomprehensible, powerful magical impulses that have disrupted the stability of the field. The guy looks at his hand and realizes that it is the source of faith, and wonders why it spontaneously activated without his participation. Saito continues to hide behind a huge rock and thinks about why this boy hasn't died yet from such colossal energy overloads that should have destroyed him. Jian charges the blade of the death god with swarm energy, and delivers another blow to the enemy, relying on the artifact's penetrating power. The guy is about to deal with the hired killers first, and a huge energy flow crashes into the girl's body, piercing her right through. The young man then orders the queen to release all the insects and unleash their power on the flute master to suppress his influence. A giant swarm of insects descends upon the master's protective sphere and begins to gnaw at it, gradually destroying the energy shell. The master continues to play the flute incessantly, realizing that his protective sphere is at its limit and may not withstand the next attack. He calls for Saito's help, saying that now is the time to strike and that he is counting on his support. Jian declares that these old cheap tricks are useless, and turns to Xiaoxiang, counting on her ability to turn the tide of the battle. He wants the girl to activate foresight in order to see the next minute of the battle and prepare in advance for the enemy's actions. Lightning cuts through the surrounding space. Jian furiously rushes into the attack. He activates the Tree of Life so that it takes all the enemy's curses upon itself, and thus frees him from magical pressure. Saito feels intense anger and is surprised that he does not understand how the boy was able to so easily repel his attack, which was bound to kill him. At this point, the Insect Queen happily announces that she has dealt with one of the enemy masters and can now focus on the next target. The boy orders the blade of the death god to short-circuit Saito's soul, hoping that this will completely disable the enemy. However, the master is not going to give up. He quickly moves around the battlefield and wonders how Jian determines his exact location. His stealth skills are considered the best in the world, and he doesn't understand how this is possible, as no one has been able to detect him before. A small squad advances through a lifeless desert. A voice is heard that says that perhaps their target has already died and everything is over. Tianbei states that even if they get inside, their chances are still slim, especially since the guy is only level 3. He decides to leave, because if they can't save the guy, then there's no point in wasting their energy on him, after which he declares that he's seen many talented but brainless young fighters. The squad is about to move on, but at that moment a huge explosion thunders behind them. Gradually, the smoke from the explosion clears, and the young people notice a dark human silhouette slowly approaching them. They sense the aura of the 8th level. The captain immediately orders everyone to prepare for battle. To their surprise, they notice Jian with Master Saito kneeling next to him, and this completely disrupts their understanding of what is happening. Dinchu's mouth drops open in surprise, and he wonders what the hell is going on here and why everything seems so illogical. The action moves back 5 minutes. The powerful master shouts loudly. He asks the guy to stop and says that he gives up. Jian slowly approaches the man and warns him that if he does anything now, he will die instantly on the spot. He states that surrender and apology alone will not be enough, and demands that he enter into a soul contract. If the master signs it and becomes his servant, he will be able to survive. In addition, Jian promises help in obtaining the 9th level. Jian asks the defeated master if he has heard anything about the Great Void Stele. A bright light illuminates the darkness, and a young man's voice is heard, saying that this is the key to enlightenment for the great dreamers of the Empire, and the gate to the 9th level. With a sharp movement, Jian suddenly grabs the master by his huge hat. The guy thinks that from Saito's impudent face it's clear that it's all because of his hat. Saito bows low and declares that from this moment on, he vows to be a vassal and serve faithfully. Jian signs a contract in which the master swears on his soul that in case of betrayal, he will be punished by the heavenly power. The contract is over, and now the young man can finish off this master whenever and wherever he wants. After which Jian tells the master that now something needs to be done for him, and this is not up for discussion. The guy is going to introduce him as a spy, and if things go well, carry out a special mission with his participation. Suddenly a loud crack is heard and the force barrier begins to crumble into small pieces. The guy wonders where the powerful enemy went, to which the weevil says that he only got out for 5 seconds and ate him. Jian thinks this is good news, and thinks that the weevil cannot be said to be naughty. The divine light refraction, sacred artifact, has been destroyed, meaning the barrier that held the field will soon disappear as well. Jian observes an unfamiliar young man next to him and immediately notices that he has a very strong sword aura. Tianbei tells the boy that there is a level 8 assassin behind him, to which Jian suggests that they have returned to represent the Empire in the battle against the 3 islands. Dinchu asks the girl if this guy is definitely not dangerous, since the older one believed him after just a couple of phrases, and this raises doubts. He notices that the young people are still looking at each other, feels awkward and wonders if he should intervene and help. Tianbei tells the young man that he is not bad, and that his insects performed well in this battle. After this, he reminds the boy that in the fight with the 3 islands, he might be forbidden to use insects, and asks him to be careful. Jian addresses the captured master, orders him to return to his country and act strictly according to the plan. Saito leaves the squad and, as he leaves, thinks about how these naive brats are sure that the owner only has insects in his arsenal. The man is amazed that a 20-year-old boy has the strength at the peak of the 6th level, and wonders if he could have achieved the same without the help of insects. Jian reflects on the fact that there are just over 2 months left, and he urgently needs to level up his Heavenly War God skill from level 1 to level 3. The Insect Queen reports that the Tree of Life has given birth to a new fruit. Last time, it gave birth to a fruit that unlocked the Heavenly God of War and the path to the 10th level. The guy wonders what he will get this time, because the situation has changed and the conditions have become completely different. A month ago, the fruit ripened thanks to the souls of fallen warriors, and now it has emerged on its own, without any external intervention. Jian begins to absorb the fruit. Powerful energy currents pierce his mind, granting him the unique skill Seal of Faith. The new skill allows you to imprint a race or species of creatures with a stamp of fanatical devotion into the very core of their soul, forcing them to revere the owner of the artifact. The activation conditions for this ability are quite strict, but for such a divine power they seem entirely justified and do not raise any doubts. He needs to kill foreign gods, such as the 3 islands across the sea, to bind the seal to the creatures. A system window appears asking if the young man agrees to bind the Seal of Faith and activate it. Xiaoxiang looks at the guy and asks if everything is okay with him. The young man states that he was just thinking, because with this thing he will be able to eliminate any hidden threats once and for all, and the option with the 3 islands seems excellent to him. The swordmaster calls the guy a bastard who destroyed a small detachment of heavenly punishment with his own hands. They prepared diligently for this, tracked the enemy and developed tactics. The man demands to know how he did it alone without support. The guy admits that he used insects. The master asks how many he has. Is it really more than 10 million individuals? The man continues to press the young man and asks how many there are, if 12 million individuals are really part of his swarm. The master continues to shake the guy, and with growing excitement asks if there are 20 million of them, and demands an immediate answer. Jian thinks for a moment, and replies that he needs to count the number of individuals in the combined swarms to give an accurate answer. He starts to answer, but the teacher orders him to be quiet and let him calm down, because the situation is getting out of control. The master learns that there are about 80 million insects. The guy thinks that perhaps he shouldn't have told the truth like that, because the old man might have a heart attack. The man begins to explain that the great dreamer has already placed a seal to hide the information, so that only word of 10 million will reach foreign lands. Suddenly, Jian asks how many insects it takes to kill the Fire Lord, a question that clearly surprises the teacher. 4 centuries ago, the Lord of Fire surpassed the 9th level. His current power is unknown, but it is said that the 3 islands hold the secret to creating divine elements. The teacher says that at least 100 million are needed, and remembers that half a month ago, the guy had only a few million individuals, and now he has 80. Jian replies that it's quite simple. Insects need good nutrition in order to reproduce quickly. He reports that the swarm grew noticeably after consuming the blood dragon sent by the swordmaster. The teacher begins to tell the boy that insects are good, but in the upcoming competition with the 3 islands, they can hardly be counted on. According to the established procedure, the competition consists of 2 stages, where each side determines the format of the test and the rules of the qualifying round. Jian promises to strengthen his other skills in addition to insects, but now he only has the heavenly god of war skill developed. The young man increasingly comes to the conclusion that he can no longer rely only on the Tree of Life, where his hive is located. He begins to think that the abyss, where the giant 8th-level spider sat, is an excellent place for his insects to nest. The action moves to an expensive area of the capital, and a male voice is heard admiring a beautiful garden. Jian thanks the man for the welcome and says he can go, after which she suggests getting down to business without further ado. A new era is coming, and a great war is brewing in the dungeon, but the Empire simply must stand firm, no matter what. Jian states that in order to ensure stability, the 3 islands must be retaken before the war begins, and the moment must not be missed. He tells the Great Dreamer that the Lord of Fire is stronger than him, and until they kill him, the islands will not be returned under any circumstances. He looks closely at the small cup in his hands, and says that they cannot cope on their own, even if they combine their resources. After which they ask Jian if he has a plan. The man says that everything is simple, you just need to protect the guy. He asks his comrades if they would like to know why he personally intervened to save the young man when he mastered a forbidden profession. The conversation continues. Jian says that if the insects get into the dungeon, it will cause a great stir and threaten the outcome of the 100 Years' War. The Great Dreamer wonders if something happened that made the sword god decide to save the boy despite all the terrible pressure. Jian states that he cannot tell everything because of karmic repercussions, and says that one day a person came to him. A small cicada was sitting on his shoulder, and he himself came from the future, which completely violates the usual laws of time. The Great Dreamer loudly declares that at least a 10th-level master, if not higher, can reverse the river of time. She angrily demands clarification, to which the man asks her not to ask anymore. He will not say anything, since karma will destroy all 3 of them. Jian says that now there is only one thing to do: protect the young man with all the country's forces. The Great Dreamer knows that the 3 islands beyond the sea are capable of creating god-level beings, and she's afraid the boy won't even survive the first round. Jian declares that the will of heaven must be submitted to, and orders not to interfere with the boy's actions, as any opposition will result in a karmic blow. His face takes on a stern expression, and he briefly explains that he needs to protect the guy, not interfere with him, and help him in everything. The man prepares to leave the place, but is stopped by a sudden question from the girl, who anxiously wants to know whether the Empire will become beautiful in the coming future. On the endless field, there are monstrous piles of brutally chopped and torn human bodies, emitting an unbearable stench of death. Not far from the carnage, the severed head of Jian is ominously impaled on a bloody spear stuck into the ground, its expression frozen in deathly terror. Next to him lies the dead body of Jian, mercilessly pierced by dozens of sharp swords, turning it into a bloody mess. Nearby lies the mangled corpse of the Great Dreamer, who suffered severe injuries and, as a result of magical influence, was turned into lifeless stone. Jian turns sharply to his comrades and confidently declares that the Empire remains beautiful and majestic at all times. The man solemnly announces that today, on behalf of the Lord of Fire, he has summoned the highest representatives of the 7 schools and 12 clans to discuss the upcoming tournament. First, he intends to announce the final decisions of the council, according to which they are simply obliged to win the tournament, and the victory must be crushing. The people in the stands begin to slowly and quietly talk among themselves, wondering why this man of only the 7th level is representing the Fire Lord. 400 years ago, as the Emperor's personal guard, Yang Ming treacherously betrayed him by bringing powerful clan representatives who brutally tore the ruler to pieces. He then became a disciple of the Fire Lord, cunningly jumping over the heads of other applicants and taking first place among his followers. Yang Ming asks defiantly, and with an undisguised threat, which of the elders present in the hall disagrees with his authoritative words. Everyone agrees, and the man explains that by the start of the tournament, the Empire must be forced to reveal its strength and artificially inflame the excitement. At the same time, it is necessary to actively spread destructive rumors about the complete failure of the Emperor and his cynical betrayal of his own people. Everyone must know that the true Empire is located on the 3 islands beyond the sea. And all of the above is the unwavering will of the Lord of Fire. One of the elders present cautiously wonders if they shouldn't be a little more careful in their actions. Yang Ming resolutely replies that a completely new era is dawning and radical changes are coming, since the Empire has brought too many troubles, and it is time for it to reap the bitter fruits. The elders claim that the power of their elite is certainly superior to the enemy, but if a full-scale war begins, they may not have enough mid- and low-level fighters. Yang Ming asks with a sly grin who said that no one will help them, and asks if those present know why the Fire Lord did not come today. At this moment, the Great Lord is conducting secret negotiations with the powerful Sea clans, and when the decisive moment comes, the Sea people will stand against the Empire together with them. Yang Ming states that there are only 2 months left, and to ensure the flawless success of the operation, the temple will imbue selected geniuses with powerful divine elements. These artifacts are called the Mighty Hand, Divine Heart, and All-Seeing Eye. Yang Ming proudly declares that the 3 islands are absolutely invincible and will definitely win. Since changing skills requires special, rare materials, a new decree is officially announced, providing significant concessions for all masters. An excited young man bursts into the room and urges his friends to go hunting immediately, explaining that rewards will be awarded based on the number of carcasses turned in. His friend lazily answers, asking what kind of hunt they are talking about, since they have mandatory training sessions scheduled after lunch. The comrade shows him the tablet and excitedly informs him that sensational news has come out, since their idol has published a decree of incomparable power. The boys are surprised to learn that this decree is superior to the imperial one, and can mobilize all skill changers in the country. The boys immediately rush into the corridor, having learned that killing a level 3 creature gives a whole point of merit, which is twice as much as on a regular battlefield. He is overtaken by his friend, who understands full well that the more monsters he kills, the more valuable bonus credits he will receive for his efforts. The action moves outside the city, where the huge carcass of the defeated monster falls to the ground with a deafening roar, raising a cloud of dust. Experienced hunters watch the large number of students arriving with alarm, fearing that there will now be far more competitors than the monsters themselves. In the combat zone, a man businesslike announces that the family's entire supply of precious resources can be sent to his son-in-law. The relative completely agrees with him, because it is better to go completely broke, but strictly carry out the order received from the high command. The Blade Master tells the boy with surprise that his decree was issued only half a day ago, and the entire country has already sent its accumulated supplies. They head to a massive warehouse where an unimaginable number of destroyed monster carcasses of various types and sizes are carefully stacked. The master reports that, in addition to ordinary hunters, significant contributions are made by the trade guilds, which contributed 1/10, as well as by all the large families. He carefully examines the giant piles of monsters and asks the guy why he's just standing there, after which he orders him to call his bugs so that they can eat their fill. The guy orders the queen to first release 80 million larvae, to which they are going to give all the low-level carcasses. The small insects receive the order, and the entire room is instantly filled with a dense, moving fog of countless insects. The guy suddenly throws his hand forward, and another giant, all-consuming funnel of dark energy begins to rapidly flow out of it. 80 million hungry insects must deal with hundreds of monster carcasses and trigger a new wave of intensive reproduction. However, not everything is so simple, since most of the larvae are still too weak, and for full reproduction, food is required tens and even hundreds of times more. The Blade Master watches with growing surprise and horror as a huge swarm of insects devours the giant carcasses literally 1 minute before the skeletons. The boy begins to tell the teacher that the next time the insects reproduce, he will simply have nowhere to place them. The teacher calmly says that there is no problem with this, since some of them will inevitably die in the upcoming battles. However, the guy is determined to personally pass the upcoming test without any outside help or interference. The old man begins to genuinely worry about his safety, but Jian asks him not to worry, and confidently says that he has enough aces up his sleeve. The guy intends to leave the entire swarm in a warehouse where monster carcasses are constantly arriving, and thinks that upon their return they will already be completely satiated. He carefully opens a small bottle and insistently asks the weevil to drink the blood of ancient demons, which should significantly whet her appetite. The boy is determined to obtain the legendary Tiger Soul Blade, which is located in a mysterious place, and is jealously guarded by a mysterious 9th-level creature. The Great Dreamer is extremely unhappy with what is happening, since she had just begun to fall asleep, and she was unceremoniously awakened, interrupting the process of spiritual improvement. Jian apologizes apologetically and explains that the situation is critical and cannot be resolved without her divine intervention. The man reports that many openly declare that the 3 islands are the rightful heirs of the ancient tradition. The girl immediately understands that this is an information war, and in troubled times harsh measures are required, since all the vile dogs who sold themselves for money must be executed. She instantly clears the dreams of hundreds of millions of subjects from enemy propaganda. The man praises the girl and says that she is truly worthy of her divine title. Jian explains that the young man issued a decree and is actively collecting monster carcasses, but even to reach level 6, such an incredible amount of materials is definitely not required. The girl is going to announce that the Empire is creating weapons and purchasing materials by hunting dangerous creatures. They plan to skillfully mix truth with fiction, and even if rumors leak out, no one will be able to get to the bottom of the real truth. At this time, Jian is in a dark dungeon and is fiercely fighting with a huge number of enraged monsters. He lands several accurate blows, but the monster successfully escapes. The guy is very upset, because he was unable to kill even a 2nd-level beast with 1 blow. He begins to be menacingly surrounded by several predatory monsters, and he wonders if he can fight off 3 of them at once, using only the speed of his body. The boy bitterly realizes that the divine class will not help if you do not train and level up, since power does not unfold on its own. Suddenly, one of the monsters quickly rushes at the guy. He quickly reacts to the threat and deals him a powerful counterblow. The creepy monsters suddenly stop as they notice the appearance of the insect queen and sense her presence. The guy insistently asks her to hide, since she scared away all the animals. He wants her to sit in the hive, promising to feed her when he finishes. The queen is genuinely worried about Jian, but the young man confidently says that the monsters will not harm him. He simply wants to strengthen his physical strength. The guy continues his intense training and delivers a powerful blow to one of the largest monsters. 1 blow is clearly not enough, which means he needs to deliver several more precise blows, so he resolutely rushes at the monster and hits it without stopping. A satisfied smile appeared on Jian's face, as his persistent attack resulted in a really good result. Half a month of grueling training passes. Jian carefully counts the monsters he has defeated, and realizes that this is the 916th. When the number of defeated monsters reaches 1,000, it accumulates enough experience to undergo its first major evolution. Jian is noticeably tired from these endless battles, so he opens a spatial portal and takes out some food, after which he plans to get some sleep. The queen rushes headlong into the depths of the dark cave, having been given the long-awaited permission to absorb all creatures below the 3rd level into the dungeon. 2 months of training pass, and the boy finds himself facing a huge 6th-level scorpion. He resolutely rushes into the attack and delivers several powerful crushing blows to the monster's armored body. The giant scorpion fights back fiercely and tries to strike the guy with its huge, deadly claws. The monster continues its furious attacks, and the boy realizes with alarm that this poison looks deadly. Even though he is resistant to poison, 1 direct hit like that can cause him a whole bunch of serious problems. A giant insect spits a dense stream of deadly poison towards the young man, which he dodges at the very last moment. Jian decides not to hold back any longer and tries out the new technique, causing his body to instantly erupt with a brilliant, destructive aura. He transforms into the legendary god of war and deals a powerful blow to the enemy. Jian's body has changed dramatically. An aura of destructive energy emanates from him, and his eyes are blazing with true hellfire. The giant scorpion panics and tries to escape, but the guy menacingly declares that he will not escape alive. Jian quickly catches up with him and delivers a crushing blow to his tough, armored, chitinous body. A message arrives stating that the task has been successfully completed, and more than 100,000 experience points have been awarded. The system congratulates you on completing your 3rd reincarnation as a heavenly war god, and informs you that the combat power of your invincible fist skill has been increased by 10%. There are still plenty of monsters in the dungeon, but there's no time left, so the guy orders everyone to be eaten, regardless of level. Jian proudly declares that this place will now become the new home for his insect army. The teacher looks at the young man's appearance with obvious surprise, and says with a grin that the dungeon has taken a toll on him over the past few months. The master laughs loudly and insistently asks the boy not to be surprised when he goes inside. and sees an incredible number of corpses of defeated monsters. They walk towards the warehouse and forcefully open the massive doors that hide the contents from prying eyes. The swordmaster is very surprised by what is happening, because he sees that not a single monster remains whole, and he tells the guy with amazement that his insects are eating him like crazy. Jian disapprovingly calls his insects voracious gluttons and orders them to immediately return to the hidden space. He understands that the insects have been having a blast during this time, and some have even managed to produce 2 offspring during this period. The Blade Master is surprised to learn that the number of individuals may now exceed 100 million. There may be even more of them. But for further growth, the guy will inevitably have to descend into the dangerous dungeon again. He insistently asks the teacher to order the dungeon to be made a forbidden territory so that no living soul can enter there. Jian initiates a complex reproduction process, and a giant dark energy vortex instantly appears around him. A terrifying process begins, reminiscent of a natural disaster, as a huge number of insects mercilessly consume everything around them. The boy feels as if he is being drawn into some strange destructive energy, and he worries about whether the insects will be able to escape his control. Xiaoxiang explains to the owner that this energy represents the thirst for the destruction of worlds, and if this continues, he himself will be absorbed and assimilated. The guy summons the insect queen and loudly orders her to immediately bring all this chaotic madness under strict control. He begins to feel the strongest overload and unbearable pain, and the queen's voice is heard, soothingly saying that she is already rushing to help. The insect queen, enveloped in powerful energy currents, swiftly rises into the air and begins to decisively contain the raging dungeon. Weevil and his sister pick up the weakening young man and carefully support him by his trembling hands. Jian is trying to recover from his first-hand experience of the dungeon's terrifying and powerful power. The number of insects had tripled, and even in his previous incarnations, he had not experienced such powerful pressure on his consciousness. The officer asks the swordmaster in fear what is happening and why the whole space is shaking. Is it really a strong earthquake? The teacher explains with concern that it is coming from the depths of the dungeon, and wonders if the insects have really gotten out of control. He firmly tells the officer that there is no time to explain what is happening, and demands that an immediate evacuation begin, after which he orders the protective barrier to be activated. The elder urgently sends an officer for help, and insistently asks to call the powerful blade god as quickly as possible. He wonders with alarm whether the number of insects has really increased several times in such a short time. The blade god hovers high above the city and generates a powerful isolation barrier around it to protect the inhabitants. He tells the master that even he feels uneasy, and asks how many insects his student has now. The shaking coming from underground suddenly stops, and the men agree that the young man was able to hold them back after all. Yinjin gives the old man a stern look and firmly tells him that he must still tell him the whole truth. He states that after the tournament, the Empire and the 3 islands will most likely start a bloody war, and insects are one of their trump cards. The elder voices the exact number of individuals, and this information deeply shocks the experienced Yinjin. Suddenly, Jian appears next to them. He notices the disorder in the street and the protective barrier around the city, and asks in confusion what happened. The man does not feel any energy fluctuations in the guy, but inside him it seems as if everything is shaking from a hidden force. He feels the pressure of fate level, when he can suppress the enemy without using energy, just by the force of his nature. During the final attack, the god of war, in anger, brought forth an army of assassins to finally destroy all the demons. But on the 7th day of fierce confrontation, they met a powerful demon elder of incredible strength. Even one glance from him was enough for the master to retreat, because he received enough fragments of the void imprint, which brought with them a gigantic horror. The boy understands with alarm that although the huge number of insects is invincible against people, there are many powerful forces that can successfully resist them. He asks the men an important question: why, in that bloody battle, the powerful demon did not attack the god of war himself? Yinjin asks the guy a counter-question, whether he knows why there is nothing more powerful than level 6 in the divine weapon registry. The weapon has serious limitations. They are called the Seal of Heavenly Tao, and they control the balance of power in the world. With the advent of the new era, a similar restrictive seal was created to maintain balance in the world, after which the man tells that 400 years ago, the Seal of the Heavenly Tao activated the 9th level of power. This event led to the Empire seeing the birth of the Fire Lord and other powerful masters of the time. The Blade Master reports that due to the Seal of the Heavenly Tao, beings of the 10th level and above cannot interfere with their reality. The boy immediately understands why, after the last insect breeding, the thought persistently arose in his head that it was impossible to continue any further. A huge flying sword appears next to the men, Only days remain until the tournament, and they prepare to leave the battle zone. The boy asks the Blade God when the Heavenly Dao seal will unlock the ability to transform into the 10th form. He learns that this is a very long process, and according to an ancient prophecy, the full opening will occur in 3 months. They continue to hover above the city on a huge sword. The guy's voice is heard, who continues to ask questions about the transition to the 10th level. He learns that the divine source is the shortest path to achieving the 10th transformation. If the seal is fully opened, the divine source tree will immediately produce 10 magical fruits of incredible power. Absorbing them gives a chance to break through to the 10th level, but the side effect will make you stuck there forever. The girl beams with joy and waves her hand cheerfully, warmly greeting her long-awaited guests. The young people begin to greet each other in a friendly manner and engage in affectionate conversation, but the Blade Master shouts loudly and orders them to stop chatting. The god of war politely asks the elder to calm down and says that before the great battle the boy really needs to rest a little. Jian tells the girl that the teacher has been very worried about him lately, which causes the girl to react strangely. She happily tells the young man that she has a really great gift in store for him. The girl carefully places the ring on the guy's finger and solemnly says that all the divine energy of their ancient family is collected here. She insistently asks him to accept this ring and begins to tell in detail about the glorious history of her family. After which the girl pulls the guy by the hand and offers to introduce him to her new friend. Her friend is a sacred maiden of the Fox clan from the legendary city of 10,000 demons. She will be part of the team that will go to the tournament, and has already promised that she will reliably protect the guy. The Fox girl looks at the young man carefully and remarks with a caustic sneer that he looks like a good man. After which the hostess cheerfully offers to go for a ride and asks everyone to get into a beautiful racing car. The girl openly tells the guy that everyone knows he's only at level 3, so it'll be tough for him in the tournament. The companion suggests that they stop chatting and go to the hotel immediately. The guy wonders why they should go there. On the territory of 3 islands, there is a huge dungeon with bloody waters, in which one of the powerful warriors is located. Beitan slowly begins to emerge from the bloody waters, gradually revealing his pumped-up muscular body. A huge bird of prey suddenly appears in the air and begins to quickly and menacingly approach him. The man notices a bird flying rapidly towards him and immediately becomes wary, sensing approaching danger. He summons the legendary Eye of the Fire God, and his body is instantly enveloped in bright, destructive energy currents. The man combines the flames of purgatory with the basic technique, causing the entire dungeon to be illuminated with a bright, bloody, ominous light. Beitan thinks it's a pretty good skill, as it only takes one glance to destroy a 6th-level creature, and he really regrets that he can't unleash the full power of the Fire God. Meanwhile, in the Academy's training hall, classes are taking place with 100 times gravity. The girl deftly dodges her opponent's blows and delivers powerful counterattacks, attacking with her legs. A huge rage fills her. The girl strikes with the energy of the divine hand. She performs a spectacular somersault and unleashes a series of punches called the mountain-destroying fist. Ouyang finishes his attack and looks down at his fallen opponent with disdain. The doors to the gym open and a trainer appears, asking the girl how things are going with the divine hand technique. Ouyang replies that the technique is 95% mastered, and under normal conditions, she can use this close combat skill perfectly. Controlling this technique with a 6th-level body is already a real feat, and the teacher thinks that with her current strength, she can defeat even 7th-level opponents. Ouyang begins to talk about how she heard that there is a 6th-level awakened being in the temple, who can use 3 divine elements at once. The teacher confirms that this is indeed the case, but this warrior is at the limit of his physical capabilities. This time, the Flame Lord sent this warrior to sow terror in the Empire and force them to kneel in submission. Jian is at the transport hub, where a crowd of people joyfully welcome the young hero. The crowd loudly chants the guy's name and hopes that he will take first place in the upcoming tournament. The king tells the Blade Master that he had no idea that the boy would become so popular among the people. Enthusiastic fans push their way through the security lines, joyfully shouting and hugging the guy. The king's voice is heard. He admits that this is the first time in several years he has seen such a scene. Jian falls to his knees from exhaustion and confesses to his teacher that this is much more tiring than numerous battles. The sword god informs the boy that he has found 3 good partners, whom he selected from all over the country. One of them is the best student of the academy, has the 6th awakening and the title of the wisest scholar. The second young man is the best fighter of the Wudong school and has the honorary title of Keeper of Secret Knowledge. The guy asks the fox to cover for him if necessary, to which the girl replies that there will be no problem. Yin Zhen announces that everyone is here and asks to be told about the rules of the upcoming competition. One of the guys projects a holographic image and begins to explain in detail that the tournament is being held on an island between the Empire and the three islands. The first stage is called the Illusory Gods List Ranking. It is organized by the three islands, and the location is a special projection of reality. It is impossible to use any external forces there. No equipment, no buffs, nothing extraneous at all. Jian reminds that there will be only 5 tests of basic characteristics: strength, speed, constitution, endurance, and mental stability. Participants in the first stage will undergo the tests alone, without interfering with each other. There will be a total of 100 participants, but only 50 will progress further. The second stage of the tournament will take place in a secret location, organized by the Empire. The man will tell you about it later. And the entire tournament will be broadcast via a water screen. Jian asks young people to support the guy and wants him to be their lucky charm. Meanwhile, Lisa continues to flirt with Jian and tells the young man that he is very cute. Jian doesn't like being called a mascot. He thinks that he actually has pride. The swordmaster warns the boy that there are almost no elementary particles in the illusory world, and his lightning power will be greatly weakened. After a while, the command to move out is given, and the huge, beautiful sailboat begins to move majestically forward. Jian looks around the ship and loudly exclaims that this ship is simply luxurious, and the biggest one he has ever sailed on. The teacher's voice is heard, informing that this ship is a powerful third-level artifact. He orders the young men to take their places, after which he confidently says that the Empire will definitely win. The young people sit on a huge chessboard, which is a star-shaped hexagonal artifact. The girl brings a huge board with rings and says that these objects are a pass into an illusory world. The guy asks if the competitors have arrived. The fox girl, having settled comfortably in a chair, asks the guy why he is so impatient, because there are still 20 minutes before the start. Time flies by, and the huge ship approaches a strange energy barrier. After a few seconds, the bodies of the young people begin to be engulfed in columns of brightly shining energy. Dinshu starts screaming angrily, because he didn't expect that the artifact would be used to enter an illusory space. Tianbei senses a strong aura, and understands that the 5 opponents at least have divine elements. Dinshu continues to swear and says that these bastards don't even try to hide their true strength. The fox girl declares that she will take on 5 opponents from the academy, and even if she fails, she will be able to buy time. The scientist says that the beauty from the academy of the martial god is on him. The guy jokes and intends to teach her to read poetry. Tianbei is not 100% sure. He tells the guy that in case of mortal danger he must surrender. The representative of the 3 islands draws his thumb across his throat and arrogantly declares that his opponents will certainly die. Jian suggests that his opponents remember his face well, as it will be the last thing they see before their death. A bright flash of energy erupts in the sky above a huge metropolis. Yang Ming greets his old friends and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Jian tells the man that he has been cowardly hiding on these damned 3 islands for a very long time. The swordmaster draws his blade and says that since the man has climbed out, he must prepare for death. Yang Ming suggests not to get too excited, since they met after such a long separation. He proposes to hold a tournament first, and shows a list of illusory gods, the first stage of which will be broadcast live. The elder is very surprised when he learns that it is impossible to exit before completing the stage. He must fight to the end or die. The men understand that this condition was not there before, and without outside help, Jian will be in danger. So it is better for him to refuse to participate. Yang Ming smiles slyly. He shows the watch and says that time has come to an end. They will not have time to call the guy back, and he needs to prepare to enter the illusory world. The teacher demands that the young man immediately remove the teleportation ring and informs them that they refuse to participate. With 5 seconds remaining, Jian declares that he cannot leave, as doing so will cause the Empire to lose face, and the return of the 3 islands can be forgotten. The elder calls the young man stubborn, warning that if he doesn't leave now, it will be too late. The last second is ending, and the voice of a young man is heard asking the teacher not to worry about him. The elder declares to Yang Ming that if anything happens to his disciple, he will flood these islands with blood, even at the cost of his own life. Jian slowly walks towards the huge gate. The first stage of 5 trials begins, which is called the test of strength. The guy concentrates a dense clot of energy in his fist, and thinks that this is a rather crude test. He strikes the wall with a powerful blow, and bright flashes of energy illuminate the entire space. The destroyed wall instantly recovers, and a brightly glowing sign appears on it. The young man believes that he must act faster than the wall can be restored, and continues his furious attacks. He manages to break the first gate. He approaches the second and thinks that it will only get more difficult from here. The guy believes that the fortress is designed for the strength of the 5th or 6th awakening, and elemental lightning will clearly not be enough here. Jian concentrates his energy and performs a technique called the Invincible Lightning Fist. He delivers a powerful blow and enhances it with the Lightning Splash skill for maximum effect. Jian begins to think that if he mindlessly punches everything in a row, wasting precious time, in this case he may lose to the other participants in speed. He wants to find the best place to hit and notices that if he hits different places, the residual radiation becomes different. The teacher loudly curses and says that these scoundrels have established new rules prohibiting the use of external forces, but divine elements are still working there. The elders of the 3 islands laugh loudly. They say that the overlord worried in vain, since this guy is in last place. Yang Ming is very pleased with these remarks, and says loudly that Flame Lord is undoubtedly very smart. The participants' performances are shown on various screens, and many are wondering why the guy passed the first 2 obstacles and got stuck on the 3rd. Yunjin tells the elder that the guy most likely wants to find the weak spot that all gates have. The old man replies that the most important thing is that the boy stays alive, and points out that the 19th and 20th participants are also not in a hurry and are remaining cautious. After a while, the #1 fighter of the Dragon Nation launches a furious attack, demonstrating determination and strength that can change the course of the competition. His assault on the dungeon proves effective. The speed of his strikes and the power of his attacks are astonishing, and it seems that his power is not inferior to many high-ranking masters. The man notices that less than 2 minutes have passed, and a representative of the dragon people has burst into the top 5, overtaking dozens of other participants. Turning their attention to the nearby monitor, they suddenly learn that their student has disappeared, which causes alarm. Meanwhile, Jian continues his furious attacks using the lightning flash technique. The teacher looks at the information board and is pleased to see that his student has reached 50th place and continues to move forward at a confident pace. Jian rubs his bruised hand. He has already passed 20 gates, and the further he goes, the harder it becomes, and the load increases. The guy thinks that he might have to drink the blood of an ancient god, but he doesn't want to lie in a coma for a whole week, wasting precious time. Suddenly, he hears Xiaoxiang's voice and wonders if he can hear her in the illusory space, since it violates the laws. The creature says that it is the embodiment of light. It does not care about space, and such restrictions do not apply to it. Xiaoxiang states to her master that she has noticed that participants who possess divine elements can use them freely here. She explains that if they are implanted in the body, it is not considered a violation. The weevil cannot come out, but it can easily penetrate inside a young man. Jian orders the weevil to immediately build a swarm, but she replies that she is busy with an interesting book and does not want to be distracted. The guy replies that he has no time for arguments now and needs to work. He promises that once this all ends, he will send the girl to a real school. The space is illuminated by a bright red glow, and a swarm of 6 million units penetrates the guy. Jian recalls that once upon a time, just a couple 100,000 beetles were enough to destroy even the most powerful enemy, and this seemed like an impossible feat. Now he is amazed at how much the power of the swarm has changed, because the number of insects has become so huge that the possibilities amaze him. He has 6 million, and he thinks that no gate can withstand this force, which is capable of destroying any defense. Jian unleashes a powerful blow on the barrier, causing the huge stone structures to crumble into small pieces, losing their shape. People watching the tournament were very surprised, because Jian passed the first test in an extremely short time. The man asks how the guy was able to rise in the rankings so quickly, to which the master replies that he trained hard for 2 months in the abyss, plus he has the divine element of darkness. The elders of the 3 islands begin to become visibly worried. Yang Ming tells them that the higher this scoundrel climbs, the more painful his fall will be, and this is inevitable. Jian finds himself in a huge hall. The second stage of the test begins, which checks the speed. Near the entrance to the zone, an attack from stone columns should begin. The young man calls the people who created this test perverts, because it is a labyrinth with attacking columns, and it will be extremely difficult to pass. It's a tough test, but the guy has the Eye of the Void, which he immediately activates. Xiaoxiang is able to look into time and transmits the full map to the guy, after which he heads for the exit at full speed. The creature tells him that there will be an attack from the left in 3 seconds, so the guy deftly dodges it, using the prediction as a guide. The columns release deadly lightning, narrow the space, and try to crush the guy. But he receives a hint about the future in time and avoids these threats. The director of the 3 Islands Technical Institute jumps up from his seat. He loudly shouts that this cannot be, because the labyrinth is generated anew every time. The man quickly runs up to Yang Ming, demanding that the tournament be stopped immediately and an investigation be launched, as this guy is clearly cheating. The Blade Master calls the director a bastard and says that he will now organize an investigation. He reports that his student is simply damn talented. A loud squabble begins. The Blade Master calls his competitors beaten curs who can only yelp after defeat. The director of the Technological Institute reports that his student is cheating, to which the Blade Master loudly curses and shows him the middle finger. Yang Ming jumps up from his seat and orders everyone to shut up. As the acting tournament referee, he announces that the guy is accused of cheating, and the tournament is suspended. The Blade Master calls the man a traitor. He snatches the blade and demands that he not dare do this. The Elder of the Three Islands takes a defensive stance and generates a protective energy field, preparing for a possible collision. Suddenly, a bright beam of energy flashes in front of the Blade Master, cutting through the air and causing everyone to freeze in tension. Jian appears next to him. The man glows with a bright, energetic aura and sits down next to the old man, demonstrating complete calm. He demands that everyone move away and not disturb him while he drinks his tea, showing that he does not intend to get involved in the squabble. Jian tells Yang Ming that he won't even sit at the same table with them, after which he says that flies are flies and deals him a powerful energy blow. Yang Ming is thrown back 10 meters and slammed into a chair. He begins to quietly moan in pain and believes that the time will come when the Lord of Flame will avenge him, restoring justice. Yang Ming asks why they are stopping him. In his opinion, they just don't want to let this cheater break through to the top of the tournament table. The elders calm him down. The guy is only a temporary leader. He can be killed at the Six Guardian stage. But now, there is no room for hysteria. Many are wondering where the Lord of Flame is now. Suddenly a spatial portal opens, and a powerful being appears from it. He sits down at the table with Jian and says that he hasn't seen him for a long time, and it's as if the events of 400 years ago have come to life again. The Flame Lord says that warlike states are doomed to attack, to which Jian replies that their country simply cannot kneel. The Lord gives him a determined look and asks if he really wanted to argue. Jian replies that not at all. He invited him for tea only in order to allow the young man to fight in a fair fight. Jian meanwhile moves on to the third test, while many other participants are still struggling with the second. The master tells the man that they really do have a talented student, but the question is whether he will survive this hell. A huge worm appears in the sky. It opens its terrible mouth, studded with giant sharp teeth, and it seems that space itself trembles from its presence. Jian understands that his lightning power in the illusory world has been greatly weakened, and is afraid that one flash will not be enough. The guy fears that even with his physical training, he cannot guarantee the destruction of this creature, which resembles a living tunnel. This stage is much more difficult than the previous ones. Jian decides to use his proven skill, the ability to grow. He concentrates a huge hollow tree, which is directed towards the tunnel worm, and decides to accumulate strength for the next blow. The tree begins to shrink. Jian makes full use of the growth potential of all things to hold back the onslaught of the monster. The creature is too big, but the boy continues to enlarge the tree, strengthening its structure and power with the growth skill. The worm's tunnel rapidly narrows again, and the sharp spines approach the young man menacingly. Taking a risk but with nothing to lose, Jian accumulates energy and releases a powerful burst of lightning, hoping to break through the monster's defense and get ahead. It works. Jian manages to pass through the tunnel at the last moment and jump out of it, after which it instantly collapses. Huge gates open before him, from which a bright light shines, and the fifth stage begins, a test of the spirit, where one must withstand spiritual attacks and reach the exit. Jian calls upon the tree of all that is, and tells it that now is its time to come out, as only it can withstand the pressure of spiritual energy. The Great Snow Mountain is a sacred spring of the Empire that is not included in any of the 8 battle zones. In a small valley at its foot lies a small cozy town, hidden from view and protected by ancient barriers. The Great Dreamer performs a ritual, plunging the surrounding space into a complete sleep, and begins blocking the predictions to hide what is happening from all eyes. The sky above her erupts in bright flashes of energy, and brightly glowing meteorites begin to fall from it onto the city, creating the illusion of heavenly wrath. She informs the man that the prediction block has covered the entire city, and no ability will be able to see anything anymore. Everything is securely hidden and protected. The dungeon's entrance guard says that this is very good, and then welcomes the army of God-slayers who have arrived to carry out a special mission. He watches as a group of horsemen approaches him, and feels their terrifying aura. Individually, they are not particularly impressive, but together, their battle formation is so powerful that it can even shake the Dao seal. Zhang Xiang finds himself on the roof next to the girl. He tells the Great Dreamer that to be honored by her praise is an honor that not everyone can earn. The girl asks the man why he withdrew half the army from guarding the dungeon. Does he really intend to wipe the 3 islands off the face of the earth? Zhang Xiang says he has a bad feeling and wants to protect the boy at all costs. He says that the 9 wings of filth have already multiplied to 1 billion individuals. A man asks the great dreamer if it is possible to truly hide something so that even she would not know it. He begins to tell that an ancient creature awakened in the dungeon. It seems that it sensed something and gave the order to kill the guy at any cost. The girl learns with horror that ancient demons, dragons, and even spirits have united and issued an ultimatum. If they do not obtain the young man within 3 months, they will go to war with the Empire. They could wait until the magical seal is removed, but they can't, because the 9 wings of filth are much more terrifying than they previously thought. If the number of individuals exceeds the threshold, they will evolve into the power of the underworld, and these ancient creatures are extremely afraid of this outcome. Zhang Xiang tells the great dreamer not to worry. They still have a chance, and he intends to take it. The man says that he must win, even if he has to give his life for it. The girl sharply asks him not to talk nonsense. He is the soul of the Empire, and no one can cope without him. Meanwhile, Jian finds himself surrounded by pitch darkness and slowly moves forward, his main task becoming to withstand spiritual attacks and reach the exit. He is determined and thinks that he can cope even without the help of the Tree of Life. Suddenly, a piercing scream is heard, and a huge, terrifying creature appears from the darkness, opening its gigantic mouth wide, studded with sharp teeth. Xiaoxiang instantly senses the threat looming over her master, and without hesitation commands the Tree of Life to immediately activate to protect him. Jianshan's body erupts with a bright, bloody aura, and he concentrates all his available energy to deliver the decisive blow. However, at that moment, he is suddenly thrown aside by a powerful energy beam, and a voice is heard contemptuously declaring that these are just pathetic attacks, unworthy of attention. However, after some time, Jianshan manages to overcome his fear and continues to move forward, causing genuine joy in his teacher. The elders of the 3 islands angrily curse, considering what is happening impossible, because even fighters with spiritual skills do not pass the stages so quickly. Yinjin slams his cup down on the table, declaring that he had good tea, but a sudden fly had ruined his appetite. The Flame Lord casts an irritated glance at his subordinates, clearly displeased with their behavior and lack of composure. He then turns to the Sword God and says that with them present, not a single fly will dare to spoil the atmosphere. Yang Ming is visibly nervous and informs the Flame Lord that this brat has gotten too far ahead of their representative, and he doubts he can be eliminated in the 6th stage. The Flame Lord orders Yang Ming to pull himself together, as the boy is only level 3, and against him will be 6 fighters of the 6th awakening, and there is no chance of survival. Moreover, the Flame Lord secretly inserted a fighter at the peak of the 8th awakening level, who possessed powerful spiritual power, into this trial. Yang Ming asks telepathically if they will be detected, to which the Flame Lord replies that the techniques are identical, the only difference is in strength, and no one will notice anything. Everyone present understands that this worthless boy is only a 3rd-level warrior, and if he dies at the hands of 6th-level warriors, it will not surprise anyone. The stage called 6 Guardians begins, where the main task is to survive the onslaught of 6 powerful opponents. Jianshan finds this place to be an extremely tough battlefield. He tests the lightning skill, but no energy field is formed in his hands. He suddenly looks up and notices a warrior approaching him at great speed, raising his spear for a fatal blow. Jianshan quickly jumps forward, senses from his aura that this is the 6th awakening, and demands from Xiaoxiang a forecast for 20 seconds ahead. The boy deftly dodges the attacks of powerful warriors, which causes them serious confusion and disrupts the battle rhythm. He concentrates all the energy of his body into his fist and raises his hand, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. A moment later, the young man rushes forward and delivers a crushing blow to the enemy. Jianshan dodges another blow and grabs the warrior's spear, intending to use it against the wielder himself. With sharp, powerful movements of his hand, he breaks the spear, then jumps into the air and strikes his opponent in the head with his knee. Jianshan continues his furious attacks. One of the opponents falls, drowning in his own blood. However, the powerful fighters do not let up the pressure and rush into the attack again, not giving the guy a second to rest. Jianshan deftly dodges the blows and delivers a powerful counterattack that knocks 2 opponents aside at once. The Flame Lord decides that it looks like he'll have to awaken a level 8 fighter to turn the tide of battle. Meanwhile, the Blade Master watches with joy as his apprentice reaches the 4th Guardian, considering victory practically assured. The elders of the 3 islands are in a panic, believing that if things continue at this rate, defeat will be inevitable. Yinjin sips his tea and tells the Flame Lord that his assistant seems to be getting a little too confident. The battle continues. Two 6th-level warriors rush at the guy. He orders them to give him a forecast for 10 seconds ahead. One of the warriors jumps high into the air and raises his spear above his head, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Jian sees the future 10 seconds from now and is surprised at how fast the warrior moves, as he doesn't even have time to dodge. The warrior lands on the ground and immediately unleashes a powerful blow on the guy. Jian, having received the prediction, dodges the blow and notices that the blade's energy has changed. He cannot even move. Meanwhile, the 6th-level knights continue to press the guy against the wall, not allowing him to regain his balance. At the last second, Jian manages to tilt his head back, and at this point, two deadly blades intersect. A powerful burst of energy occurs, throwing the guy far back. The young man suffers serious injuries and begins to choke, coughing up blood. The Blade Master is visibly worried, realizing that this energy had not previously affected the boy, but now it has become dangerous. He believes that his competitors are cheating and tries to protect the student, but at the last moment the man stops him. The Flame Lord, sitting at a tea table, tells the Sword God that it looks like it's his turn to lose. Yin becomes serious. He believes that losing is not scary. The main thing is that the guy comes back alive. Jian misses another blow. A powerful energy field throws him far to the side. Xiaoxiang watches this, screams loudly, and is very worried about his owner. Jian is surprised to realize that the thing that was blocking his spiritual energy has disappeared. The guy instantly uses the skill of growing all living things, and energy vines begin to grow vigorously under his feet. Jian knows very well that at the 6th level of awakening, warriors could not penetrate his defense, which means that something is wrong here, and it requires an explanation. He enters a trance state for a moment and activates a skill called Eye of the Void. The guy scans his opponents, determines their IDs, and confirms their physical strength at the level of the 6th awakening. A moment later, he realizes the problem. A warrior of the 8th awakening, hiding in the body of a 6th-level fighter, has been secretly infiltrated into the squad. This opponent hid his soul inside the blade of energy, and to outsiders it looks like he lost his strength and collapsed from the blows. The Insect Queen realizes that the guy's defenses are partially destroyed and obliterated by the energy strike. The guy stops the queen and says that it's not time yet, because without official status she has no right to interfere. The Insect Queen takes on a vicious and terrifying demonic appearance, declaring that if anything happens to her master, she will devour all enemies. Xiaoxiang is very worried about her owner, calls him cute, and says that she has an idea. Through telepathic communication, the Lord of Fire asks the 8th-level warrior if the little bastard is still alive. The remaining warriors begin to check the arena, but they can't find the guy anywhere, as if he had disappeared. Suddenly, streams of bioplasma fall upon them, which continuously grows under the influence of the growth skill. The next moment, Jian jumps out of the bioplasma and rushes at the opponents, not giving them time to come to their senses. The 8th-level knight desperately resists and cuts through the ever-growing tentacles of bioplasm with powerful blows. Jian uses his tentacles to make his way towards one of his opponents, and delivers a powerful blow to the body. An 8th-level warrior runs up to him and delivers a slashing blow with his blade, but the guy jumps aside in time. He is very surprised and cannot believe what is happening, wondering how this is even possible. The warrior strikes again and cuts off the guy's head, but quickly realizes that it is a double, and the real body has moved to another place through the bioplasm. The warrior begins to scream loudly in anger, and with numerous blows cuts the double's body into small pieces. At this moment, Jian appears behind the opponent, concentrates all his energy and raises his hand to deliver the decisive blow. One of the knights notices this and rushes to help, taking the powerful blow himself. The 8th-level warrior is hiding in a parallel space, but the guy calls his name and demands that he appear immediately. The knight is greatly surprised and wonders how Jian knew his real name, hidden from everyone. The Blade Master shouts loudly with joy as he sees his apprentice take first place in the trial once again. Yin teases the Fire Lord and says that now it's clear who doesn't know how to lose gracefully. Meanwhile, the 8th-level warrior appears again in the arena and burns out all the bioplasma around him with powerful energy blows. Jian orders the girl to immediately give him a 30-second forecast and use the maximum analysis mode. The guy activates the divine power skill at full power. An instant transformation of the body and mind occurs. He summons a piercing blade and decisively rushes into an attack on his opponent, giving them no time to react. Miraculously, the knight manages to dodge the blows and survive, watching in horror as Jian's blow cracks the ground beneath his feet. With great difficulty, he parries the guy's numerous blows, and cannot understand how he anticipates his movements. The knight steps back, greatly surprised that this young man is attacking him without stopping, not giving him the slightest chance to catch his breath. At some point, the knight's strength comes to an end. He is unable to parry the blows. and another powerful blow throws him far to the side. Jian slowly approaches the cliff leading to the abyss, and looks at the warrior falling down. Jian remains silent for a moment, then says that it was quite boring and not worth the effort. The 8th level warrior's body drops its defenses, calls the guy a mean boy, and asks why he is so insolent and self-confident. Jian looks at the enemy's huge body that is constantly growing, and realizes that the soul looks strong and has almost reached the 9th level of awakening. The warrior shouts loudly that the boy put a lot of effort into killing him, but it is the young man who is now going to die. He activates the Mad Phantom Blade, and the dark energy instantly marks the young man. The warrior screams loudly with anger and fury, after which he delivers a crushing blow. A deafening explosion occurs. A powerful energy field takes the form of huge snakes, covering everything around. The radius of the numerous blows is too large, and the guy barely has time to dodge them. His divine form is almost exhausted, and he needs to act decisively. Jian confidently rushes forward and delivers a powerful blow to the enemy. Their forces are equal. Jian thinks that this won't work, and he needs a way to decisively end the protracted battle. At this point, Xiaoxiang reminds the boy that his martial god form has a technique called Emperor that can change the outcome. The powerful enemy continues to attack, using his Mad Phantom Blade. The guy slowly steps back, realizing that he first needs to release the captured energy in order to go on the offensive. Having accumulated enough energy, he generates a bright fiery fireball and amplifies it with a swarm of insects. The fireball instantly increases in size. Jian decisively directs it towards the enemy. Jian orders the weevil to maintain the energy pressure, and not to weaken it under any circumstances, no matter the risk. The weevil continues her attack and thinks that if she doesn't hold off her opponent, her sister will eat her alive. The 8th level warrior finds himself trapped in a dense energy field. Jian intends to deliver the finishing blow. The enemy screams loudly, but understands the hopelessness of the situation he finds himself in and sees no way out. The huge fire sphere continues to press the warrior to the ground, his body transforming, and he wonders where this boy got such strength from. Jian continues his attack, and having accumulated energy, uses the skill of the Imperial Combat form. His energy strike transforms into a giant dragon, which deals a powerful blow to the 8th level warrior. The guy stops the attack and notices a strange transformation happening to the enemy's body. The enemy's huge body begins the process of recovery. Jian regretfully thinks that he was just a little short of strength. The warrior's body takes on a field form. He laughs loudly and says that although he did not kill him, he exhausted him to death. The huge warrior laughs loudly and tells the young man that it's all over, and he's already a corpse. At this time, a small cicada lands on the guy's shoulder and calls its owner cute. While in a parallel reality, the tree says something to the girl, and she is instantly sent to the arena. The Tree of Life insistently tells her that the owner is sleeping and needs to be awakened. Meanwhile, the 8th level warrior's body turns into a huge spinning funnel, after which it suddenly begins to turn into a dark fog and be absorbed by the guy's energy field. An information message arrives stating that the boy's skill has evolved into God Killer, and his powers have been increased by 30%. Jian realizes that the Tree of Life helped him. It sucked in the remnants of the enemy's soul and shared them with him. The guy takes first place in the ranking. A huge number of fans loudly shout and chant his name. Jian emerges from the spatial portal and humbly states to his teacher that he seems to have a good ranking. Yinjin happily watches the Fire Lord's anger, as he clearly didn't expect the boy to survive and destroy the 8th level awakening soul. A spatial portal opens behind the master, from which his disciple emerges. He kneels and says that he seems to have taken first place, which infuriates the overlord. Yinjin says there's no need to wait for the table to update, but to simply tell who won by the fans' shouts. The scoring ends, and the Fire Lord's apprentice realizes with fierce hatred that he has taken second place. The master orders the student to remain calm, as another stage of the battle in the secret space awaits him. The swordmaster is unable to contain his joy, and loudly congratulates his student on his victory. This whole picture infuriates the Fire Lord's disciple. He has only one thought in his head: he must kill this man. Yinjin notices his reaction, and sarcastically says that for warriors, victories and defeats are a normal thing, and there is no need to be so upset. The Fire Lord asks if the Blade God is planning to leave without waiting for the next stage. Yinjin declares that this is indeed the case, and invites his opponents to have a drink of something stronger tomorrow after the second stage of the battle. The Fire Lord's disciple is seething with rage, and angrily tells Jian to hide well in the second round. Jian stares at the retreating Fire Lord and his disciple, realizing that this guy seems to be hiding a terrifying power within that can destroy the world. The guy gives them the middle finger and thinks about how he has the Eye of the Void, the Weevil, and the Tree of Life. but with all of this, he was only able to beat him by 10 seconds. Half an hour passes, the competition results are updated, and one of the participants is very surprised to see that he only took 3rd place. Tianbei looks at Jianshan's leadership position and wonders if this young man really needs protection. The fox girl giggles coquettishly and finds this rating very funny and unexpected. The man states that he is worried about the situation, because out of 50 participants, only 12 made it to the next round. Yinjin is glad that all of their representatives remained alive. He gives the order to help the guys heal from the injuries they received. After which the man suggests returning to the base and discussing in detail the strategy for the upcoming 2nd stage. Yinjin and his team sit down at the table where the 3D map is located. He suddenly raises his hand and sets up an isolation barrier. The man begins to tell them that in front of them is a full 3-dimensional map of the 2nd arena, and many have probably already seen it. The 3 islands also have a similar map. It is their territory, so they still have trump cards. He asks to pay attention to certain points in the Valley of the Flaming Maples, which is full of fiery energy. Yinjin tells the girl that she belongs to the fire class, so it can be considered that this is her home arena. After which the man begins to explain in detail that there is an ice cave of demons here. It is a tangled underground labyrinth, in the depths of which an ice dragon lives. Tianbei is given the order to unite with Jianshan as quickly as possible and reliably defend it from enemies. The girl begins to laugh quietly and asks if the master really thinks that Jianshan needs protection. She says that the guy has surpassed them all in the illusory world, and, besides, he can use insects. The master understands them, but still, a backup wouldn't hurt. The meeting continues until late at night. The master's voice is heard, who says that Jianshan is their talisman, after which the guys unanimously answer that they understand everything and will not let him down. Everyone goes to their rooms to rest, and only Jianshan is left alone with the master. With a sharp movement of his hand, the man creates another isolating barrier and asks the guy to speak directly. Jianshan declares decisively that he is going to destroy the powerful Fire Lord. This statement upsets the master, and he begins to shout loudly in indignation. With a sharp movement of his hand, the man smashes the table into small pieces and says that this cannot be done even with 1 billion insects, because this is a completely different level. The Fire Lord is one of the era of the rulers, and his powers are beyond the boy's imagination. Yinjin says that this monster is of the 9th awakening and has many divine elements. At this time, the guy replies that he did not want to deceive the master. Jianshan's voice is heard, informing the master that he has not 800 million insects, but 8 billion. The Fire Lord's apprentice tells his master that he wishes to activate the 10th divine element, to which the Lord replies that the 9th is his limit and his spirit cannot withstand anymore. The boy reminds the master that he had previously said that the 3rd level would be enough to win the 1st round. The man cannot stand it, and delivers a strong slap to his student. The master is furious that the boy dared to reproach him, and declares that Jianshan is not as simple as he might seem. Suddenly he changes his mind and tells the student that it is worth trying to implement this plan. A brightly glowing sphere appears in his hand. It is the unripe fruit of the divine source. He hands it over to his student and tells him that he traded it to the Sea Clan for 3 spirit caves, and the sphere is one of a kind. This artifact will help strengthen the soul, which will allow the 10th element to be placed, and with its activation, the student will be almost like a real god of the 10th awakening. The Lord warns that the boy will have only 3 minutes, after which his soul will reach critical levels. The man believes that if Jianshan dies, the great dreamer will lose face, the whole country will fall into despair, and the power of dreamers will weaken. After which the master orders the disciple to find a way to force Jianshan to kill the representative of the Sea Clan. The guy is surprised and says that this is their ally, but the overlord replies that this is just a partner with common interests. He laughs loudly and announces that this time they will finally fulfill the mission of the ancient immortals, make him emperor and subjugate billions of citizens. The student begins to greedily devour the magical fruit and thinks that he will not let down his master. Meanwhile, in the illusory space, the man begins to announce the rules of the upcoming test. After familiarizing themselves with them, the participants plunge into a giant wall of water, and the man announces that they are not allowed to leave the field for the 1st hour. Jianshan learns that in an hour he can activate the sign on his hand and exit the illusory space. The guy moves to a new location and quickly realizes that he is in a black forest. He realizes that he has entered the most difficult area of the arena to the south, where the roots merge and become giant monsters capable of killing an 8th awakening fighter. His thoughts are interrupted by a giant monster that rushes at the guy and opens its terrible bloodthirsty mouth. Jianshan instantly felt that this 6th rank monster was clearly under someone's tight control. A man appears next to the monster, emitting a bright aura. He calls the guy pathetic trash and is glad that he was caught. Jian recognizes him as the lord of earthly beasts. He has no divine elements, but this opponent is very dangerous. A huge vortex of dark fog forms around him. He thinks that he just wanted to get some exercise. The lord of the monsters is seriously scared. He thinks that he needs to call more creatures here, and then he will be able to escape. A loud gunshot is heard, followed by a bright, blinding flash in the sky. The lord of the monsters continues to try to escape, but the giant swarm relentlessly pursues him. Jian thinks that this fool with his 5th level of awakening is just a free prey in front of the 9 wings of filth. He believes that all that remains is to wait for the others to arrive in order to finally kill the enemy. The elders watching the boy are very surprised at where such a huge amount of filth came from. They believe that there are hundreds of millions of insects there, and they need to be better hidden for now, because you can never reveal all your cards to your opponent. The master notes with displeasure that he has raised a strange disciple who has ruined the entire plan, and now everyone will rush into the Black Forest. The elders declare that there will be more than 30 opponents against their 12 participants, to which the master orders not to panic and to watch carefully. Jian agrees with the swordmaster and says that the guy is about to give everyone a big surprise. The king is surprised by the man's calmness and hopes that the plan he was developing will actually work. The swordmaster is a little doubtful about his comrade's plan, but notices that he is completely calm. Meanwhile, the Fire Lord's apprentice is in the center of the secret arena, devouring the heart of the Sea Lord with great pleasure. A loud shot is heard and another bright flash erupts over the dark forest. A huge sea dragon appears in the sky, its terrifying size astounding. The voice of the Fire Lord's disciple is heard. He is going to kill Jian and make a wine cup out of his head. Once upon a time, the Empire attacked the Sea Clan and took 2 pearls of the ruler of the seas. Now the guy is going to take revenge for this. The disciple laughs loudly. He considers Jian a naive simpleton who very quickly became visible in the dark forest. The space around him flares with the bright glow of a giant energy field. The guy activates the skill Wings of God. He pushes off sharply from the ground, rises into the air, and hovers above the forest, leaving behind a bright trail of energy. Tianbei notices a powerful energy surge that occurred nearby. The guy thinks that he belongs to the sea element. One of the participants starts shouting loudly and rejoicing. He announces that the forces of the Sea Lord will soon come and destroy the competitors. Suddenly, his entire body is enveloped in brightly glowing energy threads. Tianbei suddenly charges towards Jian, and the participant behind him, enveloped in energy threads, instantly explodes. Most of the participants head towards the dark forest. The decisive battle will begin any minute. A giant water dragon towers over the dark forest, and a voice is heard telling Jian that the prince has come for his head. Jian is very surprised, and tells the monster that his head will also be useful for his collection. The giant dragon opens its terrifying toothy mouth, and a brightly glowing pearl of the Sea Lord appears in it. The pearl quickly transforms, and a boundless sea begins to burst from the mouth of a huge dragon. Jian watches this transformation carefully and thinks that there is something mesmerizing and magical about this technique. The Water Prince loudly declares that the Empire once took away 2 pearls of the Sea Lord from his clan. Jian recalls that he had 1 pearl, and he gave it to the commander of the Night Watch, as he considered it a useless thing. The words that the pearl is useless, and the guy gave it away cause a fit of wild anger in the Sea Prince. He calls Jian a thief who received a treasure but doesn't know how to use it, and declares that he will die today. The prince delivers a powerful blow, which transforms into a giant sea dragon. A huge dragon heads towards a giant swarm of insects in order to block their movement. Jian states that if the opponent wants to fight like an adult, he doesn't mind, after which he activates a spatial portal and takes out a weapon from there. The blade of the underground lord flares with a bright bloody aura. The boy resolutely rushes to attack the prince. Jian unleashes a series of powerful slashes, each of which sends out powerful energy waves in all directions. However, the Sea Prince deflects the blows with his trident and jumps back to a safe distance. Jian continues his furious attack and uses the 3000 Thunderous Tribulations technique. He enhances it with the Eye of Ominous Light spell, and a powerful energy field instantly penetrates the Sea Prince. The connection between the divine consciousness and the pearl is severed, and the entire space is illuminated by bright flashes of lightning. The Sea Prince's actions are constrained and his body is pierced by unbearable pain. He sends out a curse to Jian. After some time, the prince finds the strength to activate the dragon's protection, and the entire space around his body becomes covered with dense energy scales. The prince begins to strike with his trident and thinks about killing the guy in close combat. However, Jian manages to undergo a quick transformation and take on the appearance of a martial god. The guy is surrounded by bright flashes of energy and delivers a series of blows with his powerful blade. One of the blows hits its target and inflicts a serious wound on the sea prince. Jian continues the pressure and hits the prince again, the force of the powerful blow sending him flying. The energy scales are partially destroyed. The prince screams loudly from the incredible pain piercing him. A Fire Lord's apprentice appears near the scene of the battle. He considers the sea prince a useless idiot. In order to somehow cope with Jian, the sea prince begins to greedily devour the sea pearl. His body erupts in bright flashes of energy that illuminate the space, and for a time he transforms into a sea god. He tells Jian that the guy is not even worthy of comparison with him in terms of strength. Jian disagrees, and says that he has already broken through the defense of his energy scales many times. He asks his opponent if he can do anything other than just talk, and then strikes. The king is very surprised that Jian can withstand an opponent who is at the peak of the 6th level. Besides, he has absorbed the Sea Pearl and is part of the Dragon Clan. The Blade Master finds himself thinking that even he wouldn't feel 100% confident in a fight against such an opponent. Jian continues his furious attacks, but his blows are absorbed by a giant wall of water. His heaven-splitting sword, even with the use of the War God's transformation, was unable to penetrate the Sea God's defense. The Sea Prince's body underwent a radical transformation, acquiring terrifying demonic features that distorted his original appearance beyond recognition. He intends to awaken the ancient blood of a true dragon dormant in his veins. At that moment, a colossal wall of water rises into the sky next to the guy. The Sea Prince threatens the boy that he will mercilessly kill him and all his relatives, after which he promises to completely destroy his entire race. Jian suddenly finds himself with the disturbing thought that he was too distracted by the battle, and completely forgot about the duration of the War God transformation skill. Yin Zhen, watching the fight closely, begins to become seriously worried, realizing that the guy made a dangerous mistake by getting too carried away by the battle. The giant wall of water quickly transforms into a monstrous clawed paw of unimaginable size and begins to move towards the boy at an alarming speed. The masters watching the duel are perplexed as to what exactly the guy is waiting for and why he still hasn't released his insects. Jian instantly activated a powerful skill called Thunder Flash and resolutely rushed forward without hesitation. With incredible tenacity, he breaks through the powerful energy barrier, overcoming resistance, and gets ever closer to the colossal water dragon. The giant reptile freezes motionless for a brief moment and watches intently as the boy quickly closes the distance between them. Jian notes that the prince turned out to be an excellent bait, and he had to play with him for a long time, patiently waiting for all the opponents to gather together. He grips the hilt of his magical blade tightly, feeling its power, and calls upon 6 billion weevils to help him. Two gigantic destructive forces collide at the epicenter of the battle, resulting in a deafening explosion. The enormous pressure from the collision with the inexorable force throws the giant creature back. The dragon throws its head back sharply, letting out a loud cry. Jian continues to furiously deliver numerous crushing blows. The entire space around is illuminated by a blinding bright red glow of raging energy. Several of his precise strikes reach their intended target and cause significant damage to the giant dragon's body. However, the dragon manages to fly away from the deadly attack in time and instantly concentrates a powerful protective energy sphere around itself. Jian does not give the dragon a chance to escape from the battlefield and launches a powerful destructive energy flow called the Spear of the God of War at him. A sharp spear catches up with the water dragon with incredible speed and mercilessly pierces its body through and through. Jian calls his insects babies and orders them to stop floundering in the water, as it is time for feeding. In an instant, the wounded dragon's body is tightly wrapped in giant funnels of thick, dark fog. At this moment, the Fire Lord's apprentice appears next to the guy, who says with satisfaction that this is not bad, and thanks him for his help in completing the mission. Jian defiantly asks his opponent if he is tired of watching the fight from the ground, to which the student replies that it is his turn to die. Suddenly, Tianbei appears in the sky and rushes towards the young man on his huge flying sword. A girl named Ouyang appears on his way and firmly tells the guy that he should not interfere in the battle of the divine son of the 3 islands. The Fire Lord's disciple laughs evilly and tells Jian with disdain that absolutely no one can save his pathetic ass. Jian suddenly thrusts his hand forward and decisively orders his insects to attack immediately. A huge swarm of insects instantly surrounds all enemies, and the space around becomes completely dark from the incredible amount of filth. The student is very surprised by what is happening, because he was sure that the guy should only have about 10 million individuals. Tianbei is amazed by the scale of the enormous swarm, and suddenly realizes that this is precisely the trump card the young man has been carefully hiding from everyone around him. Ouyang also cannot hide her deep surprise, since her data turned out to be completely incorrect, and there were catastrophically many insects. The participants clutch their heads at what they see, and unanimously come to the conclusion that Jian doesn't really need their help. The fox girl carefully looks at the Fire Lord's apprentice and thinks to herself that, to her refined taste, he is a rather good man. The scientist recites ancient verses, claiming that the boy's body has known 1,000 battles, and the swarm he commands is equal to an entire army. The Blade Master experiences incredible joy and loses control of the emotions that overwhelm him, loudly declaring that his student is truly magnificent. Yang Ming becomes very worried and anxiously asks the Fire Lord what exactly he is going to do next in this critical situation. The Fire Lord considers it very fortunate that he managed to raise his faithful student to level 10, since in this scenario he still has a real chance of victory. His self-confident disciple loudly declares to Jian that he cannot be frightened by such a cheap theatrical show. He begins to activate the 10th level of divine power in order to transform into an invincible fighting body. The student feels how his physical body is gradually being reborn, and all his internal organs become carriers of divine power. The disciple's body begins to grow rapidly and rise majestically into the sky, while he furiously screams that he is now a true god. 9 shining divine particles open before him the sacred gates to the inaccessible world of the 10th seal. The 10th powerful particle successfully integrates into his transformed body. An ancient hieroglyph brightly lights up on the student's forehead, and the activation of divine perception begins. A complete revelation of hidden divinity occurs, and a powerful energy flash spreads as a destructive vibration throughout the surrounding space. The elders of the 3 islands begin to loudly admire what is happening, and proudly say that their student has ascended to the divine, and now their islands will definitely win. The Fire Lord reflects that a swarm of several 100 million individuals is indeed an unexpected move, but it is still not enough to radically change the outcome of the game. At this time, Yinzhen was wondering whether the soul of the Master's disciple was really capable of withstanding the colossal power of the 10 divine particles. The great dreamer turns to the general and asks him not to remain silent. She asks with concern whether the guy has any other hidden trump cards besides 10 billion individuals. Zhang Xiang stares at the sky and calmly replies that he has no idea what the young man is planning. But he can say one thing for sure. Jian will definitely not die there. Zhang Xiang begins to tell in detail about a mysterious man who appeared to him from the distant future with the help of a mystical time cicada, and told him 3 important prophecies. The general admits that he does not remember the mysterious traveler's face, and says that he gave him the box for Jian, promising that the young man would survive the test. Meanwhile, the Fire Lord's apprentice continues his terrifying transformation, his body rapidly growing in size and reaching several tens of meters in height. Jian wonders if the illusory location will collapse if he releases all 10 billion of his swarm. He thinks that many have forgotten his formidable nickname, but he is the true ruler of the swarm of disaster and destruction. The Fire Lord's apprentice is greatly surprised when he sees a huge cloud of insects, and thinks with horror about how many of them there are. Whether there really are a billion. Jian throws his hand forward, and a giant dark funnel instantly appears from it, which rapidly expands, covering the entire surrounding space. Jian believes that releasing 600 million individuals is enough to clear away all the garbage that he calls his rivals. The guy firmly intends to release another 1.5 billion individuals specifically to finally deal with the self-confident prince. The Insect Queen takes on the terrifying form of a monstrous monster, driven by only one ruthless intent: to kill and mercilessly consume her opponents. The Fire Lord's apprentice gathers colossal energy in his mighty hand, and prepares to give a worthy rebuff to the approaching huge swarm. He deals a powerful blow to the approaching dark funnel, 2 gigantic destructive forces colliding in the air. The arrogant boy loudly asks Jian if he is naive enough to think that these pathetic insects will be enough to defeat him. Jian greatly increases his attack, and summons 200 million more deadly members of his merciless swarm to the battlefield. The Fire Lord's apprentice reacts with growing surprise as thick clouds of dark fog begin to wrap tightly around his enormous divine body. Within an instant, most of his transformed body is covered in a gigantic number of hungry insects that greedily begin to devour him. He suddenly raises his hand, in which a blindingly bright stream of destructive energy instantly flares up. With powerful chopping movements, the Fire Lord's apprentice begins to methodically cut through the dense clouds of dark fog surrounding him. The elders become extremely tense as they realize that the dangerous opponent is using the legendary 5-element sword technique, which combines the power of heaven and earth. Jian orders some of the insects to immediately self-destruct, and the rest to retreat to a safe zone without delay. The Overlord's apprentice continues his furious attacks, and mercilessly destroys the gigantic number of insects attacking him with powerful energy strikes. Jian raises his hands to the endless sky and loudly declares that he is the only emperor here, and his swarm is his loyal army. A dark funnel of millions of insects begins to rapidly circle above his body. The guy takes on the powerful form of a god of war. A swarm of insects gives the young man gigantic destructive power. He begins to painfully transform and screams loudly in unbearable pain. Xiaoxiang is very worried about his beloved master, because at the current level of his soul's cultivation, he can only withstand a formation of 400 million individuals. She anxiously informs the boy that if there are more insects, the ancient tree of all things will not be able to help, and his soul will inevitably collapse. The boy grips his combat blade tightly in his hands. Xiaoxiang continues to persistently warn him about the dangerous consequences. She says that even after successfully integrating with 400 million individuals, he will need a long period of rest and recovery. Dinshu wonders in bewilderment what this mysterious tree is. He cannot look at it, as if his soul is being mercilessly torn apart. The young men continue to heatedly discuss the mysterious tree of life, while behind them a huge swarm of insects desperately tries to destroy Ouyang. The general begins to get very worried, as he clearly understands that the battle formation that Jian is currently using consists of 400 million individuals. He is genuinely surprised that despite such a colossal load, the young man's body is in perfect order, and he holds up well under pressure. Now Zhangxiang clearly understands why the powerful ancient beings so desperately want this extraordinary young man to die as soon as possible. He confidently states that the guy will eventually be able to use a swarm formation of a much larger number, say, a whole billion individuals. At this time, the great dreamer suddenly recognizes the legendary Tree of Life and recalls ancient events. She clearly remembers one of the past battles, when the general insistently asked her to completely clear the memory of all participants in those events. The girl explains in detail that her dream energy then entered Jianshan's mind, and she managed to catch a glimpse of the tree, after which she was immediately thrown out of the guy's mind. The general suggests that this mysterious tree has a divine rank of power, but the girl objects and says something different. She replies that the power of this ancient tree is truly enormous, and is on a scale of power that is completely unfamiliar to them. The great dreamer tells Zhangxiang that she cannot classify this tree, and she would, without the slightest hesitation, place it above all divine classes. The man declares that their opponent is only a false god, artificially filled with divine particles, and will not withstand a collision with such a force. As the battle continues, the Fire Lord's disciple mockingly asks Jianshan how much longer he can hold out using his pathetic cheap tricks. For a short time, the student masters all 5 elements of this realm, and continues his destructive attacks with redoubled fury. Jianshan clearly understands that the guy is absolutely not joking, and it seems, is seriously going to bring down on him the full crushing power of the illusory space. The boy immediately activates the Tree of All Things, and insistently asks him to prepare himself, as a dangerous enemy is preparing to deliver the decisive fatal blow. The Fire Lord's apprentice quickly approaches the required attack range. He screams loudly and delivers an incredibly powerful blow with his flaming sword. At this moment, a massive uprising of the abyss occurs, and a gigantic number of insects instantly form a colossal dark energy funnel. In response to this threat, the Fire Lord's apprentice decisively delivers a crushing counterattack into the advancing crater. He is about to completely engulf the ominous abyss, and directs a giant destructive energy beam towards the dark energy vortex. The guy is visibly surprised by what is happening. He put absolutely all his strength into his attack, and does not understand at all how Jianshan is still resisting him. He finds it completely impossible that his boundless power of the 5 elements is irrevocably absorbed by this cursed dark fog. The eras change one after another many times, and they all bow before the greatness of the Tao, and only the swarm of 9-winged filth remains eternal. The Fire Lord's apprentice's body rapidly grows to gigantic proportions again. He furiously declares that he does not believe in this nonsense, and raises his hand to strike. Jianshan gives him a determined look, and replies that it doesn't matter at all whether he believes it or not. He reports that his battle formation is now capable of containing the destructive force of over 1 billion individuals of the deadly swarm. Now this is more than enough to finally destroy a pathetic false god like the arrogant disciple of the Lord of Fire. The disciple is extremely surprised by what is happening, because Jianshan was able to miraculously catch and hold his enormous destructive aura with his bare hands. The man's massive lightsaber, as well as all of his divine power, begins to rapidly disintegrate under the onslaught of dark energies. Jianshan declares to his opponent that all games are finally over, and taking advantage of the opportune moment, quickly launches a decisive attack. The guy quickly runs up and jumps high into the air, after which he rushes at great speed towards the head of his giant opponent. The Fire Lord's disciple does not believe what is happening and desperately tells Jian that he has become a true deity and has the power to crush any abyss. At that moment, a huge dark funnel begins to tightly envelop his body, and hungry insects greedily begin to devour his flesh. Jian quickly approaches the enemy's huge head and realizes that he is completely unable to maintain the balance of power. The guy uses the legendary divine blade that cuts through the heavens and delivers a precise blow straight to the enemy's head. The Fire Lord's apprentice screams loudly in unbearable pain as the dark energy of the swarm rushes towards his crumbling head. The divine power begins to instantly leave the student's body, and he painfully transforms, turning into a formless field structure. In an instant, the critical point of destruction is reached, and a powerful, deafening explosion occurs, shaking the entire surrounding space. Many participants in the battle notice this blinding explosion in the sky, and are genuinely surprised at how dense and powerful the released energy was. Tianbei orders his comrades to immediately retreat to a safe distance, and avoid the destructive wave of this explosion at any cost. He loudly asks his comrades not to let the deadly energy of the explosion touch their bodies under any circumstances, as it is extremely life-threatening. The students quickly run to a safe distance and instantly generate a huge astral protective shield using concentrated chi energy. The fox girl begins to think about what will happen if this destructive wave reaches the boundaries of the illusory space. Will it really be completely destroyed? The young people are relatively safe and are worried about whether the brave Jian is okay. The team captain insistently asks his comrades not to let their guard down under any circumstances. But the girl declares that they seem to have escaped without incident, and suggests they get outside. Meanwhile, Jian significantly increases his attack and menacingly declares to the defeated enemy that he will now witness with his own eyes the terrifying absorption of the abyss. Tianbei is tense. The fox girl coquettishly calls him handsome and says that if he wants to freshen up with her, he just needs to say so. Meanwhile, the scientist curiously asks the second girl if she currently has a boyfriend. Jian experiences extreme overload. The space around him begins to vibrate dangerously, and he anxiously wonders if he has used too much destructive force. The young people look up and see in horror how the exhausted Jian quickly falls from a great height to the ground. Xiaoxiang instantly flies up to the falling guy. She carefully picks him up in her arms and asks with concern how the gentleman is feeling. The fox girl watches what is happening carefully, and notices with a slight smile that someone is really taking good care of him. The guy tells her that Jian has spent too much life force, and his huge swarm will soon return back. He rightly believes that there are still several dangerous carriers of divine particles remaining in the vast territory of the illusory space. The fox gives him a sly, meaningful look, and says with understanding that she thinks she understands perfectly well what he is getting at. The squad captain tells the young people that they need to leave the dangerous illusory space as quickly as possible. A loud, furious cry from the Fire Lord is heard, and in his hand he clutches a piece of stone, which shatters into small pieces from the force of the squeeze. The man is very outraged that Jian mercilessly destroyed his beloved disciple, and loudly shouts that the guy will not leave here alive. The scientist looks closely at the huge energy foot that is rapidly moving towards him, and considers this to be a very desperate but absolutely useless attack. The guy believes that he can easily destroy weak opponents and successfully win precious rating points. He reflects on the fact that his attack is unstoppable, and casts several powerful spells that turn into bright streams of energy that are directed towards the enemy. His opponent is instantly engulfed in glowing energy lines that begin to mercilessly squeeze his defenseless body. His combat partner uses extreme pressure to generate a dense sphere that inexorably compresses the trapped enemy. The enemy is unable to resist this force and screams loudly from unbearable physical pain. A young man, who has mastered the dangerous technique of plasma dust, quickly rushes towards the Tianbei squad. The fox girl deftly dodges his furious attacks, and says with a sly smile that this dirty young man does have character after all. She gracefully approaches her opponent, and coquettishly asks why he doesn't let his older sister cool his ardor a little. The girl approaches him and deftly grabs him from behind, begins to choke him, and admiringly says how strong the muscles on his chest are. The fox performs a rapid transformation, after which a dense energy field begins to mercilessly strangle the defenseless boy. The fox girl continues to mock the victim, and coquettishly asks the young man how it feels, and whether he feels a pleasant tingling sensation throughout his body. A few seconds later, the enemy falls dead to the ground, and the fox mockingly asks if such a pleasant death was really worth it. Ouyang is surprised to see that she is unable to attack, as her body is tightly bound by thin energy threads. The team leader firmly orders all his brothers to immediately gather, protect Jian, and prepare to exit the dangerous illusory space. He loudly proclaims that the battle ended in a brilliant victory solely thanks to their powerful swarm king. The elders of the three islands fall to their knees in despair and deep surprise. They cannot believe that this is a complete defeat and that they have lost. The Fire Lord calms down a little and bitterly admits that his young opponent has truly impressed him with his skill. He officially declares that the competition is finally over, and orders the seal to be removed from the illusory space immediately. The Fire Lord is about to take the bodies of the young heroes of the three islands, but Jian objects that they must first wait for the remaining surviving disciples to leave the space. The Fire Lord screams loudly and clutches his head. He asks in despair if anyone knows how much time, effort, and resources he has invested in his student. He raised him for many years as his own son and taught him, not hiding a drop of his own knowledge from him. And now he is dead. His body takes on a terrifying demonic appearance. He tells the man that he can kill him in less than 10 seconds, and gives him the right to choose. The Fire Lord demands that Jian be handed over to him immediately, and guarantees that everyone will be safe, otherwise everyone will die, and disasters will befall the Empire. After which he turns his attention to the Insect Queen, who has taken the innocent form of a little girl. A wild, fierce anger takes hold of him, and he furiously asks if anyone thinks that he won't even raise his hand against her because she is too young. Jian calls the Queen Mistress, and asks with concern if she heard what this bad guy is saying, reminding her that the Lord wants to kill her master. The man asks if the Insect Queen knows what to do. The space around her distorts, and she coldly declares that she will devour him. Suddenly, the Fire Lord senses a powerful energy emanating from the 9 wings of the abyss and understands the true nature of the enemy. He is very surprised by what is happening and tells the Queen that she is not a little girl. She is the original mother of the swarm of the 9 wings of the abyss. The Fire Lord's body bursts into flames and he arrogantly declares to those present that they are not worthy of even trying to kill him. Jian wisely tells the Queen that it is not yet time to attack and insistently asks her to hide in a safe place for the time being. The Fire Lord's body begins to rapidly transform, and he loudly declares that he will kill this monster and destroy its entire swarm. Jian rushes forward and generates a powerful energy shield that stops the giant stream of fiery plasma. The enormous flame grows in size, and Jian uses his last strength to contain this gigantic destructive force. A Blade Master rushes to his aid, telling his comrade that he has absolutely nothing to do alone in such a serious fight. The Blade Master admits that he has seen many masters who control the element of fire, but this master wields it to the point of flawless perfection. Suddenly they notice the Insect Queen slowly walking towards the wall of fire and indifferently saying that there is nothing impressive about it, since this man is an ordinary arsonist. Meanwhile, his body becomes increasingly heated. The Fire Lord is completely covered in bright flashes of fiery energy. In a loud voice, he furiously declares that today he will kill all enemies. A magical sign appears in the air. Everyone understands that he has summoned the karmic flame. A gigantic amount of fire arises in space. The ruler orders the seas to evaporate and the heavens to mercilessly burn. Jian desperately screams at the elder that if he doesn't intervene, he won't last long and will die right before their eyes. After this, he directs all remaining energy to maintaining the protective energy dome. After some time, a spatial portal opens, and a figure appears in the air, glowing with a bright aura. The general throws a heavy spear over his shoulder and says with a grin that he would like to see how far this arrogant bastard can go. The Fire Lord defiantly asks the general why he came back from his dark catacombs, to which the man replies that he returned to kill the old dog. The young people gradually begin to leave the dangerous, illusory space, and at the last moment Jian notices the imposing presence of the general. The Overlord notices the guy and immediately rushes towards him with the intention of grinding him into dust. However, Jiang Xiang suddenly appears in front of him. He delivers a precise blow with a spear, and says that if he is so eager to kill the guy, then he will have to deal with him first. The Insect Queen rushes to her master, hugs him tightly, and asks with concern if everything is okay. She confidently announces that as soon as the swarm gathers into one whole, she will certainly devour this vile Lord of Fire. The Lord rises high into the air and calls with a loud voice for all the warriors of the 3 islands to come to his aid immediately. A few minutes later, the ship on which the Empire's team arrived was engulfed in a dense energy field. Jiang Xiang points the tip of his spear towards his opponent, and says with a cold smile that he has a special gift in store for him. An old man appears next to the general. He politely apologizes for disturbing him, and calmly says that such things are not a burden to him. The man raises his magical staff high, which flares with a brilliant aura, and activates a complex teleportation array. A gigantic explosion occurs, and the entire surrounding space is illuminated by a blinding glow of bright red energy. A moment later, orderly rows of warriors clad in metal armor appear next to the portal. The king's mouth drops open in surprise. He didn't expect to see the legendary space mage who last appeared 600 years ago and was the emperor's mentor. The Blade Master looks closely at the army and says with admiration that there are 100,000 people here who teleported from 10,000 kilometers away. The Fire Lord says that it is good that the old man appeared today, and he will not have to waste time on a long search for him. He then summons his powerful sorcerer, who immediately activates the dimensional prison cube. The ship carrying the Empire's team is instantly trapped in a giant energy cube. The warriors on the ship desperately try to break the formation, and with the last of their strength hold back the gigantic pressure. A powerful sorcerer hovers over the ship and arrogantly declares that they cannot break his energy cube, after which he applies several more protective layers. The general resolutely rushes into the attack and deals several powerful blows with his spear to the Fire Lord. He deftly repels these attacks, and contemptuously tells the general that he is clearly overestimating himself and making a serious mistake. The Lord only needs to hold out for a little while, because soon the 10th seal will come, and gigantic hordes of monsters will come from the dungeon to help. Jiang Xiang loudly declares that victory is forged solely on the battlefield, and orders the teleported legion to advance to the attack. He unleashes a powerful energy blast that transforms into a giant dragon and swiftly swoops over the numerous ranks of warriors. Jiang Xiang's body is enveloped in a dazzlingly bright aura, and he gradually transforms into a powerful war god. In a matter of seconds, the general's body begins to rapidly expand and reaches several tens of meters in height. He looks at the Fire Lord, who appears to be a small ant at his feet, and decisively says that the war has begun. Then he raises his huge spear for the decisive blow, and loudly orders the legion to follow him into the attack. The young men do not want to be indifferent to this epic battle and quickly rush to help their masters. The Fire Lord activates divine particles and grows to a truly gigantic size, comparable to the enemy. Jiang Xiang flies towards him at great speed and delivers a powerful blow with his spear straight to the body. At this, the Overlord extends his hand forward and stops the general with a powerful giant stream of fiery plasma. Jiang Xiang is thrown far away by the shockwave and crashes into a deep lake at high speed, after which the general suddenly jumps out of the water, transforming his body into a 1,000-armed god of war. Without the slightest hesitation, he launches into a furious attack, each blow now 1,000 times stronger. The Fire Lord continues to repel his attacks, launching powerful streams of hot plasma at the general. The masters quickly rush to the general's aid and order their students to retreat, leaving this fight to the experienced elders. The Fire Lord is not alone either. The masters of the 3 islands and powerful elders rush to his aid. A fierce battle ensues, and one of the elders of the 3 islands receives a fatal blow and falls dead. During the fight, the Blade Master reaches Young Ming, calls him a despicable traitor, and plunges a sharp blade into his body. The king activates his Earth Fury skill, after which he begins throwing huge boulders at the enemy. The Master of the 3 Islands desperately tries to block these giant stones by generating a powerful defensive field. The Blade Master believes that in this battle they will easily deal with all their opponents. The Insect Queen watches the battle melancholically, continuously eating chips from a huge bag. She calmly tells her master that the swarm is on its way, and she will soon devour this stinking old arsonist. Jianchen understands that in this attack they will lose half of the swarm, to which the queen says that this is not critical, and declares that even though the old man is not tasty, they will have to eat him. After which the queen sadly tells the guy that after she eats the Fire Lord, she will hibernate and will not see him for a long time. At this time, the sky above the 3 islands becomes completely dark, and a huge number of insects begin to envelop the islands. The general feels the approach of a powerful energy. He breathes out with relief and understands that the swarm is already close. At this moment, the Fire Lord throws a giant fiery stream of molten plasma at him. Jiang Xiang fails to block or dodge the attack, and his burning body is thrown far back. The Lord shouts loudly that today each of his enemies will die the most terrible death. Suddenly, the Insect Queen appears next to him, playfully calling the man uncle and saying that the baby has come to eat him. The girl begins to smile maliciously, and calling the Fire Lord an old man, says that her children are very hungry.